British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, The Way Forward. In 1947, British India was on the brink of civil war. Since the summer, the two major sects have been in constant conflict. Now, with the efforts of the governor's office, whether there will be any change will be known when the summer comes. Alan Wilson has already prescribed a permanent prescription for the Indians who are looking forward to independence. Since it is a headache, just cut off the head, so that all problems will be solved. He knows that the Congress party will not agree, but it doesn't matter, they will definitely agree when the time comes. He did not find Ali Jinnah to get out of trouble. Through Ali Jinnah's strict tuberculosis, he has been thinking about strictly tapping the potential of British India in all aspects. He thought of another field in the subcontinent that can contribute to the British Empire, the drug testing field. Every drug that is put on the market must go through long-term drug trials to determine that the side effects are controllable before it can be approved for marketing. Otherwise, there may be extremely bad consequences, such as the seal baby incident. These deformed babies have no arms and legs, and their hands and feet grow directly on the torso. They look like seals, so they are called seal babies. In the 1960s, seals appeared in the UK, Australia, Canada, Japan, Brazil and other countries. The deformities included limblessness, half-limblessness, handlessness, footlessness, or fingerlessness, missing ears, and eyelessness. In the 10 months starting from 1962, 5,500 seals were born in West Germany, and quite a few pregnant women suffered miscarriage, premature birth and stillbirth. More than 8,000 such newborns were found in the UK, and more than 300 in Japan. The developed country, the United States, was spared because an American official opposed it, allowing the United States to avoid this incident. Of course, China also avoided it, and the reason for avoiding it was even simpler, because it was too poor. It is a well-known fact that India is a drug testing site, as a testing base for European and American pharmaceutical companies for a long time. It naturally has its own advantages. First of all, the subcontinent is known as the Museum of Human Races. India is composed of 5 different ethnic groups, namely Negritus, primitive Australians, Dravidians, Aryan Punjabis, and East Asians. Genetic diversity is the best place for drug testing. In addition, Africa, as the origin of human beings, has diverse genes among the local black people. Naturally, Africa and India have become testing grounds for major pharmaceutical companies. Whether this is ethical or not is not something Alan Wilson can consider. He does not have this thing. Moreover, India itself uses generic drugs as a condition in exchange. Otherwise, why would major international pharmaceutical companies allow India to flood with generic drugs? Nothing in this world comes for free. It is precisely because India has assumed the responsibility of a testing ground that it will not be criticized when entering the WTO. Otherwise, India would not be accepted by the WTO for 100 years, just because of generic drugs. After asking about Ali Jinnah's physical condition and exchanging opinions on the future of British India, Alan Wilson carried a small notebook with him to record ways to tap India's potential, and now there are records of generic drug testing grounds. This will be the direction of his next work. After Vivienne Leigh left British India, she did not completely lose contact with Alan Wilson. Through the relationship with the British Treasury, Alan Wilson contacted a tuberculosis research company in the United States. Streptomycin has already been used in tuberculosis medicine, but using streptomycin alone to treat tuberculosis will soon lead to drug resistance. However, for Ali Jinnah's already short lifespan, this side effect is nothing. At most next month, the experimental drug will arrive in British India, and he will send it to Ali Jinnah at that time. This Congress party's current biggest enemy, even if he lives a few more months, and is called by God, it will be a good thing for the British Empire. As for Ali Jinnah's current opponent Gandhi, the great Mahatma, it can be said that since 1947, he has encountered troubles that he has never encountered before. It is true that the British are ready to leave, but because the British have decided to let go, they no longer care about many of the previous considerations. The British Empire has many opportunities to kill Gandhi, and it is not difficult at all in terms of means. It's just that Gandhi's previous personality made the British Empire helpless, fearing that if Gandhi was really killed, it would intensify the contradictions in British India. But now, the British Empire, which has decided to withdraw, no longer cares. Before, Gandhi and the Congress Party were neither beaten nor scolded, but now they are completely free, and the effect of non-violent non-cooperation is greatly reduced. Gandhi repeatedly reiterated that, if partition is necessary, it should be after independence. Let the British withdraw from India first, and then India will decide its own destiny. There may be short-term chaos, which can give India a new temper, but suffering will purify us. Now Gandhi's voice is not heard by many people, and the initiative is no longer in his hands. The initiative is completely in the hands of the British Indian colonial government. Now even Governor Mountbatten has given up the urgent solution, and started to procrastinate. What else is there to worry about? The governor's office, which holds the initiative, has entered the most proud time since the Congress Party became popular. The Congress Party still wants to make trouble? It's good enough that way. The British Empire don't make trouble. Sir Baron also attached great importance to Isabella Bockina's arrival. After all, the Herman family tobacco factory also provided him with a share of income. For this reason, Sir Baron expressed great respect for the heroic dragoon who was as brave as a man. He told Bockina not to be embarrassed to help others in need. As long as British India could do it, he would do his best to help. Mr. Allen has helped a lot. Bockina smiled and glanced at Alan Wilson. In fact, our family is a beneficiary of the current support plan of the Trade Commission. There is help from the British occupation government, and it is also inseparable from the support of British India. I'm very grateful for this. Helping Britain achieve its goals is helping Germany. Sir, this is what I should do. In front of Sir Baron, Alan Wilson worked hard, but did not seek credit. He expressed his awareness that he would not hesitate to shed blood and sweat for the British Empire, which reflected the excellent quality of the imperial civil servants. With Sir Baron's approval, the purpose of the dragoons was achieved this time. Governor Mountbatten did not need to know about this. The governor was enjoying a pleasant holiday in Ceylon, and it was not appropriate to disturb him at this time. Alan Wilson, who was responsible for the reception, slept with the guests who came to British India. What can be said about this? It was just a way to reflect the close relationship between Britain and Germany. I guess readers would not be interested. I know you are a professional woman, but don't be too tired. I will go back to Europe to visit you after the things in British India are finished. Tell Anna that I miss her very much. Alan Wilson treated the dragoons very well. He always treated women like this, caring for them in the same position as a husband. There are people who care for them from the perspective of friends. The number is probably about the same as the former, or perhaps more than the former. After the Germans left, his reception work was still not completed, because after Churchill successfully made Governor Mountbatten recognize the reality, he stayed in Ceylon for a while, and returned to New Delhi. He said that he would return to his country to explain the situation in British India, and at Churchill's age, it was indeed not suitable for him to stay abroad for a long time. The future of the country always worries me, Churchill said to Sir Baron and Alan Wilson. The biggest threat facing the British Empire in the world today is undoubtedly the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows, as if he heard Churchill's ups and downs shouting. From Szczecin on the Baltic Sea to Trieste on the Adriatic Sea, an iron curtain has been drawn across the European continent. Behind this iron curtain are the capitals of all the ancient countries in Central and Eastern Europe: Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest and Sofia. Do you agree with me? Churchill looked at the two people in front of him with expectation. In fact, coming to British India was not without gain for Churchill. He found the feeling of being a prime minister here. People from all walks of life came here one after another. He was even busier than when he was prime minister, but he didn't have the power of a prime minister. Ah, yes, the MP's words are deafening. Alan Wilson stood on Churchill's side against his conscience. But in his heart, he still hoped that Prime Minister Attlee would stabilize the situation before considering other things. Now that Britain owed a lot of debt to the United States, it was not a good thing to jump too high because of its lack of internal strength. It would be great if it was debt-free. When the Cold War officially started, the British Empire would have much more room to maneuver. On March 15th, Churchill, who had stayed in British India for 2 months, officially boarded the plane to return home. A quarter of 1947 had passed. For all civil servants in British India, victory was in sight and they just had to grit their teeth. Although on the surface they still pretended to live and die with British India, many senior civil servants were already arranging a retreat, and British Malaya was certainly among them. However, for most senior civil servants, the large number of state-owned enterprises created by the nationalization of the great Prime Minister Attlee seemed to be a better place to go. Just after Governor Mountbatten ended his vacation in April, news came back from Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal, saying that they were very willing to maintain harmonious and peaceful relations with the current British India and the future India under the witness of the British Empire. Alan Wilson leaked this response to the newspapers and began to put pressure on the Congress Party through public opinion, asking it to express its attitude quickly. Chapter 327 Bhutan, Sikkim, Nepal. The reports in major newspapers are about the coexistence of Bhutan, Sikkim, Nepal and the future Republic of India. Of course, this is just the surface. The main content still starts with Gandhi, with the non-violent movement as the core. And by the way, the governor's office is optimistic about the friendly consultations between India and several small countries. Gandhi's saintly persona is certainly disgusting to the British Empire, but everything must be divided into good and bad sides. This is in line with the law of the scientific outlook on development. The saintly persona makes the British Empire feel like a thorn in the throat, and also makes Indians believe in the image of the saint. Today is Britain. Let Gandhi himself experience how Britain has viewed him for decades. Aren't you a saint? Saints should not imitate the behavior of imperialism, and they will definitely provide peace guarantees for these small countries, right? With the full speed momentum of the governor's office, the news that representatives of Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal are about to arrive in New Delhi has become the focus of discussion on the streets. Alan Wilson actually didn't know what Gandhi thought about the small countries around him. After all, it was hard to guess the brain circuit of this saint on earth. But he knew that the idea of a Greater India Federation had always existed among the senior leaders of the Indian National Congress and the intellectual class. This was evident from the fact that Nehru wrote about a great country in his works when he was in prison. Nehru had always had a plan for a Greater India Federation in his mind, hoping that Pakistan, Kashmir, and even larger countries or regions would be included in the Greater India Federation. He asserted that small nation states are doomed to perish. They can survive as cultural autonomous regions, but they cannot become independent political units. The Greater India Federation plan, with the Indian nation as the main body, still had a profound impact on the Indian National Congress and the Indian bourgeoisie and intellectual class. This Greater India Federation also included the roof of the world. The Indians' idea of the roof of the world is similar to that of a certain great power looking at Siberia. It is obviously closer to me, so why is it yours? The most favorable evidence of the relationship between Siberia and a certain great power is on the special edition of the Yuan dynasty territory map. Indians are no less sluggish. As Buddhism originated in India, they take it for granted that the roof of the world belongs to them. As a citizen of the British Empire, Alan Wilson cannot express his views on this issue. It is just to prevent the colonies from becoming too powerful after independence and to set an example for other colonies that are ready to move, so as to make the Greater India a bubble. Public opinion is not only for the Congress Party to use. Since he keeps talking about non-violence, he is just following the Congress Party's thinking and handling it according to the rules. In front of the Congress Party headquarters, including Gandhi, Nehru and Patel, the top leaders, there is a notice sent by the governor's office. At the end of the notice, it is also stated that the Indian people have always upheld a non-violent attitude, and there is no problem in making a guarantee. If the Congress Party is unwilling to participate, the governor's office can directly sign a permanent security guarantee treaty with the three countries, and will notify again after the negotiations begin. On the flag of Nepal, the two overlapping triangles represent the Himalayas. and the moon on the flag once represented the Shah royal family that ruled Nepal for more than 500 years and unified Nepal for more than 200 years. The sun below the moon once represented a prominent family in Nepal, the Rana Prime Minister's family. The sun and the moon coexist in the national flag, expressing the hope that the Shah royal family and the Rana shogunate will live forever, be friends forever, and shine together. The 8th generation leader of the Rana family, also known as Rana VIII, currently holds the power in Nepal. Bhutan and Sikkim have also sent royal family members to New Delhi. Compared with Nepal, which still has some self-defense capabilities, Bhutan and Sikkim have less room for maneuver, and they hope that, while Britain is still around, India will quickly clarify its attitude towards the surrounding small countries. For this reason, Bhutan and Sikkim also gave Alan Wilson a heavy sincerity, and since Alan Wilson has received this sincerity, it is natural to maintain peace in the subcontinent, and carry out non-violence in the subcontinent to the end. The Congress Party can choose not to participate, and even if it does not participate, it will not change anything. He will not change his previous ideas. When communicating with the locals, Edward Bridges said in the telegram that 2 things should be done well for Nepal. Nepalese mercenaries are important soldiers of the British Empire during the war. It is necessary to clarify the military relationship between Nepal and the British Empire. The second thing is to link the Nepalese rupee with the British pound. As for Bhutan and Sikkim, Edward Bridges did not say much, but let Alan Wilson take care of it. These 2 small countries did not even have any impression on the cabinet secretary, and they could not think of any benefits. This is different from Alan Wilson. He even took the golden Buddha. It was not important whether it was gold or not. The main thing was that he had been in British India for a long time, and followed the local customs, and respected Buddhism very much. But before the guests arrived, he still took care of other things in his busy schedule, and sent a telegram to the American company that was researching streptomycin. The telegram clearly stated the advantages of the subcontinent. The multi-ethnic cohabitation was the best drug testing site. The subcontinent lacks medical care and medicine, and people are struggling with illness and poverty. If drug trials are conducted in the United States, pharmaceutical companies may face huge fines and claims if side effects occur. This is not worth the loss. However, the situation in the subcontinent is completely different. As mentioned earlier, there is a shortage of medical care and medicine. Setting the drug trial in British India is not only not worried about fines and claims, but it is also a good deed for the health and well-being of hundreds of millions of people. In the telegram, Alan Wilson listed a series of reasons to prove that no country is more suitable than British India. British India is stronger than those countries, especially stronger than the overly homogeneous East Asian countries. The tone of the text is very proud, full of the tone of our India is too great. Of course, this drug trial, since major pharmaceutical companies have saved so much cost, they always have to spend some personnel expenses. In addition to giving to individuals participating in drug trials, Alan Wilson said very bluntly that he should have his own share. The most precious thing in the information society is information. He helped, including but not limited to American pharmaceutical companies, save such a large cost, and it is not excessive to get some compensation. It is not the time before the First World War. No one can stop American companies from being arrogant at home. 2 world wars have already been fought. The United States is about to lead the world. Why is it still resisting pressure to conduct drug trials at home? This is unreasonable. Before the guests arrived in New Delhi, Alan Wilson only did 2 things. One was to create a fait accompli and to talk about non-violence, to constantly provoke the Congress Party, which was still pretending to be dead. The other was to talk to pharmaceutical companies in the United States and other countries about the feasibility of British India contributing to the world in the field of pharmaceuticals. You should know that Britain is not bad in the field of pharmaceuticals. Now is not the 21st century with only the financial industry. The British Empire is still a well-known presence in many fields, including the pharmaceutical field. You know the Lancet, it's from the UK. The Lancet originated from the International Comprehensive Medical Weekly, the Lancet, founded by Thomas Weekly in 1823. Even decades later, the field of biopharmaceuticals is one of the few industries left in the UK. As the second largest biotechnology base, The UK has always been a world leader in biotechnology and has a very strong reputation and scientific research center. Before a certain virus spread, the United States ranked first and the United Kingdom ranked second in the ranking of dealing with infectious diseases. This is of course reasonable. In the field of biopharmaceuticals, they are indeed the first and second, but they only serve a few medical services at the top of the pyramid. They are really not opponents of the pandemic, not to mention that our Great Britain and the United States have their own national conditions and many anti-intellectuals. As long as these pharmaceutical companies pay a symbolic fee compared to the cost of research and development, Alan Wilson is willing to open a backdoor for these pharmaceutical companies. Where is benefiting society not benefiting society? Alan Wilson, who got the new drug, directly transferred the international package sent by Katharine Hepburn to Ali Jinnah and began to concentrate on waiting for the arrival of the guests from the north. Regardless of the fact that the Congress Party has not officially stated its position, the news that the representatives of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal are about to arrive in New Delhi has become the most concerned thing for Indians now. Men are so simple, keyboard politics and women are the common hobbies of most men. The three small countries in northern India are coming to discuss the meeting of the future of the subcontinent, which makes many people look forward to the Congress Party, which has been fighting for India's independence. Is it not appropriate for the Congress Party not to participate in such an important occasion? Some newspapers expressed dissatisfaction with the Congress Party's delay in making a statement, and further doubted the Congress Party's leadership, whether it could shoulder the responsibility of leading the subcontinent after the British left. Needless to say, among these doubtful voices, Alan Wilson, who often pretended to be an Indian to publish articles, was the loudest one. He even wrote a draft that directly pointed to the leadership of the Congress Party leader Gandhi himself, and the Congress Party finally expressed its intention to attend this meeting. What a pity. Looking at the scrap manuscript in his hand, Alan Wilson sighed with regret. This manuscript containing Gandhi's non-violence seemed to have lost its effect. In early April, the delegations of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal arrived in New Delhi. Governor Mountbatten, who had returned from vacation, expressed his welcome to the guests. The city of New Delhi was decorated with lights and people who didn't know thought that His Majesty had come. Today, the pages of New Delhi newspapers are occupied by the delegations of the three countries, and the enthusiastic Indians expressed their welcome to these guests. Look at the faces of the people from the Congress Party. They are so funny. Sir Baron whispered to Alan Wilson beside him, expressing his sarcasm towards the people from the Congress Party. Why are their smiles so forced? Alan Wilson also said with a smirk, we should find some occasions to let these people know that it is easy for us to discipline them even now. Chapter 328 A Happy Relationship. Let's not talk about Nepal, Bhutan, and Sikkim. The guests look far from typical Indians. Alan Wilson said this neutrally without taking any position. Without mentioning other countries, Myanmar should have a closer relationship with India than India. In fact, General Aung San was very enthusiastic and showed concern for the representatives of the three countries who came to New Delhi. It was a meeting organized by the British Empire. Couldn't he express friendship? It was absurd. Respected Viceroy and gentlemen of the British Empire, hello. The representatives of the three countries used their own etiquette to express friendship to the Mountbatten family and the people of the governor's office. In this way, they expressed their friendship to the British Empire. Of course, the gentlemen returned the greetings. Mature gentlemen should be thieves and prostitutes when they should be thieves and prostitutes, but they must be gentlemen when they should be gentlemen. In particular, the gentleman representative Alan Wilson greeted the representatives of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal from an equal perspective, which reflected the professionalism of the gentlemen of the British Empire after receiving money. Regis told me about the North. I heard that it is a very charming place. I hope peace will always be with you. The independent and peaceful country has always been blessed by the Buddha. Alan Wilson's performance seemed to be under the illumination of Buddha's light, which made the people of the Congress Party feel uncomfortable. They despise these robbers on the other side of the earth. I believe the Indians think so too. When thinking this, Alan Wilson turned his head and pointed to the side of the Congress Party representatives and said, Mr. Gandhi's non-violent concept is a very peaceful concept, right? Well, yes, violence cannot solve all problems. A group of senior executives of the Congress Party hummed and groaned, saying something about non-violence and peace, and the air was full of joy. Kindness is human nature. As long as you maintain this kindness and insist on using non-violent means, you will be able to overcome all evil and even influence all evil behaviors and things. Alan Wilson worked in British India, so he certainly knew about Gandhi's series of propositions. He only had one small request now. Could Gandhi influence Ali Jinnah to prove the spirit of the non-violent movement? Assistant Alan, I'm the Crown Prince of the Sikkim royal family. Palden Thondup Namgyal took the initiative to introduce himself. Oh, welcome, respected royal family. Although the country is small, it still has a lot of weight in the eyes of the British Empire. We must treat each other equally in this negotiation. Alan Wilson shook hands with the other party exaggeratedly. This is the person who gave him the golden Buddha. As expected, he is handsome and has his own bearing. Palden Thondup Namgyal is the second son of the 11th king of Sikkim. He was sent to study in Kalimpong, the former Sikkim territory controlled by British India at that time. Later, his studies in Kalimpong were terminated due to the prevalence of malaria in the local area. He then practiced and studied in major temples in the country and was confirmed as a religious leader. Later, he continued to study in Darjeeling and Simla, India. Because his eldest brother died in a plane crash, he became the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Sikkim. This negotiation is to end the violence. Don't worry about anything. I'm here. Alan Wilson gave the other party a look of approval. No matter how big or small the countries in the subcontinent are, they should be treated equally. In fact, the Crown Prince should work more at the United Nations. For small countries, the United Nations is an important stage. I wonder if you have considered this? Not yet. Palden told the truth. As the Crown Prince, he certainly knew a fact that weak countries have no diplomacy, especially for a weak country like Sikkim. Can diplomacy work? Alas, you are wrong, respected Crown Prince. Alan Wilson smiled at his colleagues around him. Maybe we are facing a Secretary General of the United Nations. Who can predict the fate? Now that the World War has just ended, it is a stage that needs different voices to be expressed. I think the Crown Prince is very suitable to be on a larger stage and let some arrogant powers, such as the Soviet Union, hear different voices. The spirit of the United Nations, maintain international peace and security, develop friendly relations between countries, based on respect for the equal rights and self-determination of peoples of all countries, conduct international cooperation to solve international economic, social, cultural, and humanitarian issues, and promote respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all mankind. Well said. Alan Wilson spoke the spirit of the United Nations, which made the British civil servants of the governor's office around him applaud loudly. Other things were put aside for the time being, such as the Soviet Union, which was very good. Look, respected Crown Prince, this is the voice of the people. If you have the opportunity, learn French. In this situation, Alan Wilson did not mind pretending to be a Sikkim citizen. Anyway, there are only a few criteria for the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the most important one is to select from less important countries. Since the establishment of the United Nations, the United States has advocated that citizens of small and medium-sized countries serve as Secretary General. This opinion was later accepted by all member states of the United Nations. Except for the age, everything else has become an unwritten convention. However, although the Secretary General of the United Nations is selected from a small country, he must have a certain influence and talent in the international community, and obtain the unanimous consent of the 5 permanent members. This is simple. India is not a permanent member of the Security Council, so there is no need to ask for India's voice. Even if you are not old enough for the time being, you can first train in some subordinate organizations. As for learning French, it is because of the requirements of the Secretary General of the United Nations that you must be proficient in both English and French. As a gentleman of the British Empire, Alan Wilson used practical actions to show the Crown Prince of Sikkim that the Golden Buddha was definitely not given away for nothing. The heir to the throne of a country is running around for the welfare of the United Nations. It makes people burst into tears just thinking about it. Whether it is Bhutan, Sikkim or Nepal, Alan Wilson always has topics to talk to the other party, which makes the people of the Congress Party feel very uncomfortable. Imperialism is really no good. If it weren't for Governor Mountbatten thinking that Alan Wilson was too enthusiastic, the Assistant Commissioner of British India would have to make additional supplements, thinking that the good words seemed not comprehensive enough. But it doesn't matter. It's the same to make additional supplements. After entering the governor's mansion, with the spirit of the owner, the representatives of the three northern countries were welcomed to the governor's mansion. Governor Mountbatten and Sir Baron gave speeches at the meeting, and then Alan Wilson made additional supplements. First of all, the governor's office would like to extend a warm welcome to the representatives of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal who have come to New Delhi. For a long time, we have been worried that a sudden departure from the subcontinent would cause the suppressed conflicts to surface and cause bloodshed. Although there is nothing wrong with this, it does not prevent Alan Wilson from saying this to express that the British Empire is a responsible sovereign country and wants everything to be perfect. In fact, this is what Alan Wilson pursued in his work in British India, and it is not entirely a lie. He has always required his work to be meticulous, and tried not to give the Indians any chance to jump out of the pit they dug. Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal are all landlocked countries. It can be said that they are backed by the roof of the world, and every move is under the control of India. Although the Nepalese are known for their mercenaries, their size is really far behind, and this is not the era of cold weapons. After the partition of India and Pakistan, Pakistan still had a hard time facing India, which is 4 times the size. If it were not for the tacit agreement of some major powers to take sides, Pakistan would have knelt long ago. Pakistan is like this, and it is unrealistic to expect these countries to stand up to India. But it is better to be submissive than to be annexed. At this time, Alan Wilson did not forget to imply the Indians and mention Bhutan and Sikkim. As founding members of the United Nations, they can make their own voices on the world stage, which is better than India, which has not yet become independent. This meeting involving British India, British Burma, Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal began in a happy atmosphere. From the beginning, Governor Mountbatten found his feeling. Representatives from Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal surrounded Governor Mountbatten with endless rainbow farts. The Nepalese representative started from the military and praised Mountbatten for his decisive role in the Battle of Imphal. The Nepalese have never seen Hannibal and Napoleon, but the Governor Mountbatten in front of them is definitely not worse than those people. In the face of Governor Mountbatten's modesty, the Nepalese representative swore by his own mercenary tradition that no one knows famous generals better than the Nepalese. Nepalese are brave and good at fighting, and they are used to speaking directly. There is no element of flattery in it. Nepal's flattery is just for fun. The real flattery depends on how Alan Wilson does it. The Nepali representative took the lead, and he directly confirmed Mountbatten's identity as a famous general. We should also thank the cooperation of the armies of the Dominions and allies under the leadership of the British Empire, and their fighting spirit of not fearing strong enemies. Mountbatten, with his mouth almost grinning to his ears, pretended to be humble, and gave up the credit, saying that he was just a trivial role. Now he felt that Alan Wilson was not useless, at least he looked at the problem very objectively. Thinking of this, when he looked at Alan Wilson again, he was much more pleasing to the eye. He was so young, and became an assistant commissioner. The most important thing was that he and his daughter were in love. There seemed to be no reason to stop it, not to mention that he had already said that he would not stop it. Of course, the meeting could not be carried out only in flattery. London still had instructions to determine the obligations of the army with Nepal, which was also an important topic of this meeting. Although the British Empire left the subcontinent, it still hoped to get help from the hard-working Nepalese soldiers in future conflicts, and continue the history of the two sides fighting side by side. After all, in a war of normal scale, the cost of a local soldier's death is too high. Chapter 329, New Situation, Old Rival. The first day of the meeting was held in this happy atmosphere. The whole process reflected the British Empire's reluctance to leave the subcontinent, especially the safety of these small countries after leaving, which was the top priority. Perhaps it was too harmonious, and even no Congress Party representative could interrupt. By the time they remembered what to say, time had slipped away. The noise on the streets of Delhi rose, becoming stronger and stronger. Various noises sounded from all directions. The rhythmic hawking of merchants, the barking of dogs, and the distant calls. With these sounds related to livelihoods, the streets of Delhi were covered with dark clouds, and the light turned blue-grey. There was no wind. For most people, national affairs were still too far away. It was not that they did not care, but they had to solve the problem of having enough food first, before they had time to care. The air in the governor's mansion was filled with the fragrance of hay, verbena and sedge. On the table in the hall, there was a transparent bowl with a few large grass molds floating in it, which looked so bright red against the background of a few mint leaves. Governor-General Mountbatten also began to adapt to the local customs, and was no longer anxious to solve the problems of British India in a short time. He began to enjoy his life in British India. At the reception, he played the coordination work that he was already very good at, and he was very harmonious with the representatives of various countries. This scene made Sir Baron very pleased. Now, General Mountbatten finally entered the role of Governor-General of British India. In fact, the days in British India are not bad, right? Of course, but the Congress Party may not think so. Now thinking back, shouldn't we give the Congress Party some opportunities to speak? After Alan Wilson pretended to be cool, he remembered that he shouldn't put the Congress Party aside, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Actually, this is not bad. Sir Baron didn't think it was a problem. Diplomatic work has always been done this way. When Alan Wilson had a better face, would the boss find a chance to knock his subordinates? Alan Wilson was very wronged. He had shed blood for the empire. The most recent time was the Munich conference. Sir Baron thought about it with a serious face, and gave an accurate answer. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. If his boss said so, he would not be sleepy. As a witness of the Potsdam conference, he must show his presence at this time. He betrayed Poland with his own hands. The issue of the pound has always been the most concerned issue in the country. Prime Minister Attlee has always been under pressure for free convertibility. Sir Baron said with a wine glass. So there is one thing that has always been insisted on in the country, that is, after independence, international trade in India must be settled in pounds. Of course, if India does not agree, we would rather the subcontinent become a sea of blood and corpses. Alan Wilson knew without thinking that the demand for free convertibility of the pound must come from the United States, the rebellious son of blood thicker than water. But obviously, Prime Minister Attlee did not want to succumb to this pressure. Once the foreign exchange controls were lifted, and the pound was allowed to be freely convertible, not surprisingly, the United States, which had completely surpassed Britain through World War II, would definitely turn the pound into a flood that broke the dam. It seems that the Cold War is only a matter between the United States and the Soviet Union, but in fact, in the 1950s, the United States also did a lot of things to Britain. It's just that it was not so obvious to the Soviet Union. The US dollar, which had just driven the British pound down from its position as the world currency, has been on guard against the pound's resurgence. But there is really no better way now. After all, the economic power gap is too big, and Britain still owes the Americans a lot of money. Although foreign exchange controls are always used by Americans, they are also a helpless solution for Britain now. But it is not that there is no opportunity, but when the opportunity comes, two conditions must be met. The first condition is that the Americans make mistakes themselves, and the second is that Britain has gotten rid of the sequelae of the war. If there is a third condition, it is to let Germany and France rush to the front. If the Americans can resist, Britain will not take action. If the United States shows weakness, Britain will definitely not be polite. Alan Wilson remembered that since 1968, the Braxton Woods system has made the United States somewhat unable to cope, leading to a run on the United States gold reserves by European countries. Of course, the fuse was actually earlier. It can be said that it was brewing since Charles de Gaulle came to power and sent warships to transport France's gold reserves back from the United States. That time, Britain was the first to attack the Braxton Woods system, and then Britain came to an end. But it was too late. In the original time and space of 1968, there was almost nothing left in Britain. The colonies that should have been independent had already been independent, but they just stopped after getting short-term benefits. The British thought they were behind, but it was actually the Germans who ended the Braxton Woods system. After Britain and France successively launched attacks on the Braxton Woods system, Germany entered with huge funds, indicating the end of the concept that the US dollar was equal to gold. Germany, which was the last to end, gained the most. In the 1960s, the British pound still accounted for a quarter of the world's trading share. By the 1980s, the German mark had become the world's second largest reserve currency, replacing the British pound. Having let go of his knot, Governor Mountbatten was extremely happy. Although he temporarily left the Navy, he still maintained the demeanor of the Navy, with a handsome face, which was definitely not like those so-called sculptures. He wore black leather shoes, a gold watch, and a mouthful of dazzling teeth, all of which made him look like he was commanding a warship. After chatting with Sir Baron for a while, Alan Wilson went to find Pamela Mountbatten. The two played in the corner of the hall. For the first time, Mountbatten did not seem angry this time. Perhaps he had understood that a girl should not be kept when she grows up. How is the scenery in Ceylon? Alan Wilson, standing by the window with his hands on the windowsill, was like a dog. He would feel sorry for his current appearance if he was not played around with. Tell me the truth. Pamela Mountbatten smiled. It's much better than British India, and the locals are in good condition. Before Ceylon becomes independent, I want to try to sign a treaty with Ceylon for the use of a naval base. Alan Wilson nodded and said, people say that Ceylon is a tear left by India. I like this metaphor very much. In order to stop Indians from crying, it is better for our British Empire to keep this tear. Ceylon is to India what Scam Island is to a certain big country. At least that's what Alan Wilson thinks. In later generations, the population of Ceylon was about the same as that of Scam Island, but the area was twice as large. The only disadvantage is that the strait between Ceylon and India is not wide enough, which is a disadvantage compared to Scam Island. But there are also advantages. Although the dreamers of the Greater Indian Federation have been talking to themselves and emphasizing the close relationship between Ceylon and India, the main religions of the two are indeed different. The Ceylonese people do not agree with the Indians' claim that Buddhism is a branch of Hinduism. The southern Buddhism base is doing well. Is it necessary to make a branch of Hinduism? The narrow strait is not a problem for the current British Royal Navy. Besides, the strength of the Indian Navy cannot be compared with that of a certain big country, so it is no problem to tease India with Ceylon. As an honest man, Alan Wilson did not deny that, while he was serious now, he was still thinking in his heart, at what time Pamela would shed tears of happiness. Maybe the role of the Congress party was too transparent on the first day. The governor's office ushered in a real big man on the second day, Patel, one of the three giants of the Congress party and the leader of the Conservatives. But Alan Wilson would not be affected by the other party's reputation. The world is not black and white. Although Patel's political ideas may make the situation in the subcontinent more intense, he is also very hostile to the Soviet Union and is devoted to free trade. He is a natural comprador. It is just unknown whether this arrival will show the advantage or disadvantage of Britain. After independence, India, as the largest country in the subcontinent, should naturally play a greater role. The giants of the Congress party came. Unlike yesterday, the representatives of the Congress party also had a backbone and began to speak out. Alan Wilson's expression was slightly stern, and he asked with narrowed eyes, I wonder what this greater role will be reflected in? It's a little too vague, not very clear. We believe that after India's independence, it will naturally inherit all of Britain's rights and interests in the subcontinent. The representative of the Congress party glanced at Patel, who nodded and continued, this meeting should also take into account India's interests, not just Britain's issues. Heh. Alan Wilson chuckled. What does this have to do with this meeting? We hope that Mr. Allen can fully consider India's interests and make choices. Otherwise, it is likely to affect the future relationship between Britain and India. Alan Wilson slowly stood up with his hands on the table, smacked his lips, and confirmed again, did I hear it wrong? No, the Governor General's office has always avoided talking about the rights and interests that India should have after independence. Patel said, Britain must make it clear that India is the successor to the subcontinent. Come on, ask Mr. Patel to go back and wait for news. Alan Wilson said with a cold face, we are all adults. We should know to think before speaking, instead of saying whatever we think. Ugh. Ethel came in. and saw the current stalemate. He didn't know what to do. Patel didn't move. "Please go back, Mr. Patel." Alan Wilson frowned and repeated, then said, "Forget it. I will personally send Mr. Patel away. If I remember correctly, this should be the second time the two have clashed. Last time, he was defeated by him. This time, he came again. Do you really think he has a good temper?" The negotiations that day ended in vain. Alan Wilson went into the telegraph room and began to hesitate on the issue between Aden and Mauritius. Chapter 330 Northern Rhodesia. From the perspective of environment, Aden and Mauritius are comparable. Aden can borrow the power of peace believers to add fuel to the current situation between India and Pakistan. Mauritius can get the help of French immigrants, which will help the unity of the old imperialism. But it is easy to leave handles in these two places. As an assistant to the British Indian Commissioner, he will inevitably be criticized for reaching so far. The most important thing is to ensure the success rate. You must find someone you can trust. Alan Wilson only knows the colonial governors of Mauritius and Aden from telegrams. Once the investigation is carried out in the future, the other party will not have this friendship to help cover up for himself. Wanting to have everything, but not leaving any handles, Alan Wilson, standing in the telegraph room, has been hesitant to make up his mind. People still have to keep a bit of good thoughts at all times. Maybe they can help at some time. Alan Wilson opened the translation book. The destination of the telegram was Rhodesia. Although he wiped out Mihajlovic's armed forces in the Yugoslav incident, almost as clean as when he came to the world, coming naked and leaving naked. But it is undeniable that he saved hundreds of thousands of lives and found a good place for Tito's opponents to settle down. After all, the time gap is not too long, and there is still some incense between the two sides now, right? The Yugoslav Free People led by Mihajlovic eventually settled in northern Rhodesia, which was later Zambia. After the initial discomfort, these opponents of Tito gained a foothold here. After all, it is not the 19th century now, and the white people cannot go deep into the interior because of various infectious diseases in Africa. When Mihajlovic and his people arrived in Africa, they also received some help from southern Rhodesia, providing medicines to adapt to the local environment in Africa. The power of the native Rhodesian whites is mainly concentrated in southern Rhodesia. The native whites in southern Rhodesia also have ideas about whether to merge northern and southern Rhodesia. In their eyes, northern Rhodesia is barren and desolate, and is not a good place. Of course, this is in contrast to southern Rhodesia. In fact, northern Rhodesia is not barren, but it has not been developed. After Mihajlovic gained a firm foothold, he began to try to get rich through hard work. In Mihajlovic's eyes, most of the areas in northern Rhodesia are fertile, rich in water resources, sparsely populated, and suitable for large-scale planting of various crops. Now the population of northern Rhodesia, plus these Yugoslavs, has reached a scale of 1 million, of which there are 250,000 white people of various ethnic groups in Yugoslavia, and the rest are local blacks, and the Indian ethnic group who are loyal servants, wherever the colonists of the British Empire go. Among the non-white ethnic groups that account for 3/4, there are actually only 30,000 to 40,000 Indians, less than 5% of the total. In a new world, the Serbs and Croats did what Tito wanted to do, but did not do much. That is to decide to coexist peacefully. The Serbs and Croatians fought for who was more and who was less in Yugoslavia, but it was completely different here. Everyone's homeland can no longer be returned. The main ethnic group here is black, and they occupy the majority of the population. The basis for the competition among several ethnic groups no longer exists. Black people are the majority of the local people, and ethnic conflicts have become racial conflicts. Eastern Europe is different from Western Europe. Western Europe caught up with the colonial era and at least pretended to be so when entering modern society. Eastern Europeans do not have so many moral burdens. After arriving in northern Rhodesia, they decisively chose to gather together for warmth. On a hot summer day, two people were lying under a tall weeping willow by the river, chatting while concentrating on observing the river. This Zambezi River can be compared with the other two major arteries of the African continent, the Nile River and the Niger River. Like the other two major rivers, it also has its own high water levels, rapids and waterfalls. The two were at the junction of northern Rhodesia and southern Rhodesia, not far away from the natural boundary monument of nature, Victoria Falls. This area is close to the mountains and presents a magnificent landscape. Those insurmountable rocks, huge piles of stones, thick tree trunks that have been ruthlessly mineralized by time, and inaccessible primeval forests that have not been carved by the axe of the colonists, surrounded by mountains, form an incomparable spectacular scenery. Mahajlavik leaned on the recliner, and even when he was resting, his body was still in a posture of being ready to move at any time. His movements were clean and neat, free and easy, showing that he was an energetic person. It has been more than a year since we arrived in the strange land. At first, they were sent to Africa like goods. The British also asked Mahajlavik and others to determine the conditions for how much tax they would pay in a few years. The Yugoslavs who arrived in northern Rhodesia were not only penniless, but also in debt. Even the necessities such as medicines, provided by southern Rhodesia, had to be calculated as money. Fortunately, the British were not too stingy in terms of quality. After a year of sweating and draining, large tracts of farmland appeared, and people's debts were almost gone. The border between North and South Rhodesia also became increasingly prosperous, with a market for exchanging daily necessities. Of course not here. This is Mahajlavik's leisure resort. The person next to Mahajlavik is an Englishman named William, whose calm temperament is revealed in every move. No one would hesitate about his origin. He is British. The overly bourgeois clothes he wears show that he is not used to traveling far. He looks like a city employee who has strayed into the wilderness, and people may unconsciously look at whether there is a pen clipped on one of his ears. He is Mahajlavik's employee, and also an English teacher. This is a British colony. English is the common language, and Mahajlavik cannot help but know something about the local area. While the two were chatting, a figure appeared on the trail and walked quickly towards Mahajlavik. "General, we received a telegram." "Natovich, where is the telegram from?" Mahajlavik was a little absent-minded. "Is it from the south?" The southerners he mentioned refer to the native white people in southern Rhodesia. "No, the telegram was sent from New Delhi." He introduced himself as Alan Wilson. Natovich answered in detail. The telegram asked for a favor. After confirming that the telegram was received, the two parties were in contact. "It seems I need to go back," Mahajlavik said to William, an employee and honest man beside him. "This person took the initiative to contact me, and he must have been in trouble." After that, Mahajlavik picked up the hunting rifle beside him. This is an excellent Manlay rifle with a high accuracy rate using conical bullets. It can hit a wildcat or antelope at a distance of 900 yards. For a hunter, this is the best hunting tool. After arriving in Africa, Mahajlavik often hunted, especially African antelopes, whose fur on their backs was cinnamon colored, and the fur covering their pubic region was as smooth as silk, crystal clear, and their fur on their abdomens was interspersed with millet-colored eye-shaped spots. Its meat was delicious, and was the best ingredient for dinner. As Alan Wilson judged, Mahajlavik still missed the old times. Friendships would fade over time, but now it was obviously still within its shelf life. After receiving the call back, the two people, one in British India and the other in northern Rhodesia, contacted each other across the Indian Ocean. As long as it was a colony of the British Empire, there would be an Indian community, at least in non-white colonies. Northern Rhodesia was no exception. Alan Wilson asked Mahajlavik to create a typographical movement to put pressure on the restless Congress Party. Mahajlavik did not have any psychological burden. In his callback, he asked, "In what name should the Indian community be bloodbathed?" From the perspective of the colonial empire, Indians are Britain's auxiliary colonial force. Now that British India is going to be independent, they have no reason to continue to bully the colonies. The role of Indians can be divided into 4 stages. In the first stage, Indians are nothing. The British Empire treats all colonies the same. The British are colonizers and you are the colonized. In the second stage, Britain is short of population after all, and needs some lackeys to help manage its colonies. In the third stage, Germany is coming aggressively, and Britain and India are as close as brothers. Who says that Britain treats Indians as dogs? What I eat, the dogs eat. Everyone unites to overcome difficulties. Now it should be the fourth stage. Since the Indians insist on making trouble, the owner has no surplus food now, so he can only kill the dogs. Alan Wilson said that as an extension of the British Empire, Indians have a bad reputation in the colonies. It is completely logical and reasonable to instigate local people to launch a bloodbath against the Indian community. Contact Badrick. I want to talk to the Croatians. Mahajlovic already had a rough plan in his mind and decided to help Alan Wilson. However, in this case, Mahajlovic thought there was still a way to kill two birds with one stone. He wanted to let the blacks massacre the Indian community, and then the Ustasha and Chetniks would take action and bring the murderers to justice. It would be best to bury the blacks and Indians together. On this issue, both the Serbian Chetniks and the Croatian Ustasha were experts in war, and only by joining forces could they achieve their goals. The leaders of the two paramilitary forces remembered their old business during the war, ethnic cleansing. They made plans very seriously and made sure to make it look like blacks and Indians were killing each other. We don't need to do it ourselves. Badrich said, when the Indian community is besieged, we can just start a rescue. If the Indians get the news, they should be stronger than the blacks, right? How do I know? Mahajlovic said coldly, think about how to deal with public opinion outside. Tell the outside world that it is the local blacks who oppose India as an accomplice of the colonizers. Tell the surviving Indians that it is the blacks who are eyeing their property. Badrich clapped his hands. What's the problem with this? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Retreat to Advance. For the leaders of the Chetniks and the Ustasha, Mahajlovic and Badrich, this operation was not a difficult task. They had often done it in the past, and they were always against each other. It was just that, now that the environment had been lost, the main contradiction in society had changed from ethnic contradiction to racial contradiction. In Africa, which was full of black people, they had to gather together for warmth and began to coexist peacefully. If Mahajlovic and Badrich had learned any lessons from their life experiences, it was that they must think twice before doing anything. This was the lesson they learned from the fall of Germany. In modern society, it is no longer possible to play this game with great fanfare. The plan must be thorough, and lessons must be learned from past lessons to do things perfectly. The real lesson to be learned should be to repent, but the two of them obviously only repented to a limited extent. The difference between them and the native white people in Africa is that these people who have survived from the Balkan Islands, known as the powder keg, have a deep understanding that some things cannot be changed with time. In the eyes of the two, it is a very dangerous and stupid act for the white people in Africa to ignore the huge population advantage of black people. Sooner or later, they would have to pay the price. From the moment they arrived in northern Rhodesia, hostility towards any locals had been lingering in the minds of these World War II survivors, and it has been lingering until today. Sooner or later, they would take action in northern Rhodesia. Similar discussions were not the first or second time, but this time it happened to be when Alan Wilson telegraphed for help. In the following 3 days, neither Mahajlovic nor Badrich left the meeting place. Northern Rhodesia seemed to be at peace. People did what they had to do. The farmers in the village walked down along the left bank of the river. There were neither river banks nor towpaths to provide a flat and easy path. The steep banks were covered with thorns and disappeared into a green corridor with many tree species. Those flowering filamentous parasites were entangled between the trees. At this moment, Alan Wilson left New Delhi and took Pamela Mountbatten to Hyderabad, on the one hand, to show weakness to the Congress party, and on the other hand to clear suspicion. Mahajlovic is a good comrade. He is good because he dares to speak out even about the plan similar to the German final solution. Alan Wilson said without lying that he was almost scared to death after learning that the leaders of the Chetniks and Ustasha wanted to take the opportunity to adopt a permanent solution. What if this is made public? This is not something that he, a civil servant, can bear. He now regrets asking Mahajlovic for help. He personally rescued more than 200,000 survivors from Tito's hands, who walked out of the sea of blood and corpses. This is much more frightening than the remnants of the artillery party who retreated to Burma. After several consecutive telegrams to persuade Mihajlovic, the latter still did not change his original intention, and said that he had sufficient experience in this regard, which reassured Alan Wilson. With such an answer, the humble public servant was even more worried, and he made it clear in the reply that it must be done cleanly and neatly. It is impossible to keep such a big thing completely confidential, but there is still research on the number of people. In terms of statistics, we can neither completely ignore the fact, nor make it a catastrophe. We need to control a shocking number, but not a number that will cause the disgust of the international community and cause general hostility. The scale of about 10,000 people is just in this range. As for turning the matter into a conflict between Indians and local blacks, Alan Wilson thinks there is nothing wrong with this. Mihajlovic expressed his admiration in the telegram. He didn't expect Alan Wilson to be a professional. How dare Alan Wilson pretend to be a big head in front of these real professionals? If you want to be professional, it's still these ruthless people in the Balkans. He is just a keyboard warrior. How dare he compare professionalism with those who wield a knife? As a man, what does it feel like to have someone hold a handle on you? In fact, Alan Wilson has no experience, but he can only use this feeling to describe his situation now. Of course, on the surface, the restless Alan Wilson, in the eyes of Pamela Mountbatten, was suppressed and wronged by the Congress Party. Such a man who loves to talk nonsense often sits aside now, and his nervous look is distressing. These Congress members are going too far. Alan Wilson was in a bad mood, and Pamela Mountbatten could only comfort him softly, accompanying the man like a wife. Well. Alan Wilson let out a long sigh. Although he wanted to respond very much, he really didn't have the energy to do so now. This kind of thing can only be figured out by oneself. Pamela Mountbatten's efforts are still effective. At least it makes Alan Wilson's head come alive and start to think about the good side as much as possible. Everything is mutual. If something really happens, Alan Wilson's handle is certainly in the hands of those Yugoslavs, but the other way around is also true. These hundreds of thousands of ruthless remnants are also in his hands. It is not accurate to say that Alan Wilson is being held in the hands of others. It should be held in the hands of both sides. Once it is made public, it will not be just him who will be in trouble, but everyone will be in trouble. So in general, both sides are still at the same level, and no one will take the initiative to disclose such things. If they are lucky enough to escape, the two major military organizations, Chetnik and Ustasha, will be tied to Alan Wilson, the person directly related. Whoever dares to get angry can just find these ruthless people to help him settle it. If you think positively, there is such a group of people behind him who will benefit each other, and I believe that few people in this world dare to mess with him. Pamela, I'm doing this for the British Empire. Alan Wilson sighed and hoped that everything would go well. He now thinks that he should restrain himself. If he always plays the game of seeking wealth and fame in danger, he will fall sooner or later. I understand your hard work. Pamela Mountbatten thought it was the suppression of the Congress Party and said sympathetically, difficulties are always temporary, especially for patriotic civil servants like you. I wish I could help you somewhere. The two hugged each other tightly. No bird came to break the silence of the hottest time of the day, and no animal dared to venture out from the shade of the jungle and into the clearing in the forest. In this deserted place, there was no sound. I can't help it. Alan Wilson breathed quickly, expressing his inner desire to go further. Pamela Mountbatten was startled and wanted to refuse, but under the reaction of her body and the man's eager gaze, she couldn't bear to say the refusal. This man needed comfort at this time. Anyway, sooner or later, there would be such a day. I heard from Patricia that it hurts the first time. You should pay attention. Pamela Mountbatten sat and watched the clothes fall off, and she hummed nervously. How could she know that it was so inappropriate to mention her sister at this time? Alan Wilson finally released the pressure in his heart. He had always wanted to make progress, and this time he succeeded in making progress. At this time in northern Rhodesia, a storm swept across the region that destroyed everything and reshaped the entire region in the next few decades. Blood and fire became the mainstream here. The town was on fire, and people were crying. Mihajlovic and Badrik, Two former hostile military leaders gave an order and began to resume their old business in the name of maintaining order. It is certain that a universal, eternal and unchanging unit of measurement that can provide strict measurement by its nature has always existed in the human mind. Therefore, no matter what kind of mutation occurs on the earth, this unit of measurement should be accurately discovered. I believe that the predecessors also thought so, but they lacked the methods and instruments to conduct such experiments with sufficient approximation. The best way to obtain a permanent unit of measurement is to transfer it to the Earth's oblate spheroid, because the circumference of the Earth can be regarded as eternal and unchanging, and thus the full length or part of the circumference can be accurately measured. This is not that Alan Wilson suddenly sublimated and decided to use his talents in the field of physics. In his work experience in British India, he now only recognizes the unit of drag. Once the relationship has made actual progress, Pamela Mountbatten always sticks to Alan Wilson, as if she is afraid that this man will suddenly disappear. Even when Alan Wilson and Ali Khan talk about the current situation, it is no exception. After two similar incidents, Pamela Mountbatten hated the Congress Party from the bottom of her heart. Such an excellent man was suppressed twice by a colonial party. Is there still the law? Is there still law? As far as the princely states are concerned, the place most likely to cause a future war between the Congress Party and the Muslim League is undoubtedly Kashmir. As long as Kashmir does not cause a dispute between the Congress Party and the Muslim League, Hyderabad cannot take the initiative to attack. Alan Wilson and Ali Khan chatted about the future situation of the subcontinent. Of course, the talks in New Delhi have not ended yet. It is not easy for a small country in the north to come here. Civil servants have no other skills, but they can still delay time. At this time, the tall figure of Alisa appeared and walked quickly. Before she arrived, a pleasant voice came. "Assistant Alan, there is a telegram from New Delhi. Do you want to take a look?" Although Alisa said New Delhi, the direction of her finger was indeed the west. This contradictory performance was certainly not because the Hyderabad commissioner had no sense of direction, but because the telegram was not from New Delhi. "Respected Maharaja, I'll go back and take a look first." Alan Wilson's heart trembled, knowing that it was a telegram from northern Rhodesia, and he quickly apologized to Ali Khan, and then took Pamela Mountbatten's hand and left. "If you have something to do, go ahead. You are always welcome here." Ali Khan nodded slowly, and watched Alan Wilson leave. Chapter 330 To the Rhodesian Question. The Godavari River is as important to South India as the Ganges is to North India, and its banks always present a fascinating landscape. Continuous forests of many species stretch along both banks, a verdant paradise for birds. Clusters of unique trees can be seen everywhere, with reddish marbled wood, bright blue leaves and large yellowish flowers creating a strange effect. There is a tree with black bark, and another with dark, evergreen leaves. Several jungles stretch several miles away from both sides of the river, connecting with the shady weeping willows there. From time to time, vast fields suddenly appear. Life is difficult. Alan Wilson is now reading a telegram, and he has to hide in the boat to see how the leaders of the Chetniks and Ustashis resume their old business in the distant African continent. This anti-Indian wave can be said to have brought disaster to the Indian community in northern Rhodesia. The death toll of Indians alone exceeded 10,000. Although the Indian community was attacked, at the critical moment, the righteous Chetniks and Ustashis came down from the sky to save them from the water and fire, and began to use tough means to deal with the besieged African natives. Finally, Mahajlovic said that the murderer captured by the Chetniks and Ustasha was imprisoned by the Indians. Imprisoned by Indians? Alan Wilson opened his mouth and asked himself, if your community had just been destroyed by these people, and the entire ethnic group almost disappeared, what would you do if you were asked to imprison the murderer? The Indian community has only about 40,000 people, and more than 10,000 died. The number of deaths that occurred during the resistance must be the backbone of an ethnic group, and the rest are the old, weak, sick and disabled. Under such deep hatred, Mahajlovic gave the captured prisoners to the Indians for imprisonment. Isn't this Simazeo's heart known to everyone? Give the Indian survivors a chance to take revenge. Seeing the end of the telegram, Alan Wilson took a breath of cold air when he saw the number of 100,000 prisoners captured. These captives should basically say goodbye to this world. This is exactly the case. In northern Rhodesia, a large number of black people are fleeing. As for those who did not have time to escape and were captured, they are being revenged by the Indians. There are 100,000 captives who fell into the hands of the Indians alone. The total population of northern Rhodesia is just over 1 million. Apart from racial factors, the 700,000 local natives, if those captured, are also the backbone of the ethnic group. The rest are the old, weak, sick and disabled, plus the factors of fleeing. The hearts of the Balkans are really cruel. Don't look at Alan Wilson's heavy punch when he was in power. He really didn't have the courage to practice it. It is possible for the Yugoslavs in northern Rhodesia to occupy the majority position in one fell swoop. After all, the population of African colonies in 1947 was generally not large. Even in the 1980s, the entire Africa had only 700 million people. The population of China and India is more than the population of Africa by hundreds of millions. In 1959, the combined population of northern and southern Rhodesia was less than 3 million. Now, northern Rhodesia has been emptied out. Take the Soviet Union and Germany as an example. Germany, which had a population of 66 million in World War II, lost 8 million people. The Soviet Union, with a population of 170 million, lost 27 million. Germany had a loss of 8-1, and the Soviet Union had a loss of 6-1. Both countries had a structural population imbalance. It was not until the 1960s that it was initially alleviated. So what would happen to the natives of northern Rhodesia, with a population of more than 700,000, when they suddenly lost 100,000 middle-class forces? This does not include the number of people who fled northern Rhodesia. Moreover, for the natives of northern Rhodesia, how can a base of 700,000 be compared with that of the Soviet Union and Germany? The population will only explode when it grows to a certain size. The population growth in Africa did not enter the fast lane until the 1980s. As a result, the natives of northern Rhodesia had their spine broken in 1947. The population disadvantage that troubled the white governments of South Africa and Zimbabwe later was directly solved by Balkan experts. Things still need to be clarified. Alan Wilson must understand the situation in northern Rhodesia, otherwise he will not dare to scare the Ankh. Now Alan Wilson must understand this issue, because northern Rhodesia is a very large place. Southern Rhodesia is later Zimbabwe, a landlocked country of 390,000 square kilometers. Northern Rhodesia is Zambia in later generations. Zambia is twice the area of Zimbabwe, with 750,000 square kilometers. What is the concept? After years of bloody battles, Tito finally unified the Balkan ethnic groups in one country. Yugoslavia of 260,000 square kilometers appeared. Mihajlović, as a stray dog, was beaten by Tito, the man who came from heaven, in Europe. When he arrived in Africa, he directly grasped the land equivalent to 3 times the area of Yugoslavia. I wonder if London knows about northern Rhodesia now? Giant Zeng was happy for a while, but when it came to the critical moment, Alan Wilson began to be afraid, and the clear history became unfamiliar. In fact, when Alan Wilson contacted Mihajlović, London had just learned about northern Rhodesia. The British Commissioner in northern Rhodesia has reported the incident to London. The Commissioner in northern Rhodesia is called Michel Zorn, who is young, enthusiastic, and gentle. His likable qualities cannot prevent him from becoming a British colonial commissioner and a well-known African figure who has achieved great success early. His success is indisputable, and he is humble and willing to give in at any time. However, in Mihajlovic's eyes, this commissioner, who is a few years older than Alan Wilson, but still very young, is much easier to deal with than the so-called gentleman Alan who almost skinned these fugitives in the European port. In fact, Michel Zorn has been in a state of confusion since the emergence of the emergency and has been played around by Mihajlović for about 10 days. It was not until the captured violent element were massacred by the surviving Indians that he finally realized that things were serious and he must report the local situation to London. Alan Wilson told Mihajlović that the local indigenous people were oppressed by Indians and that they were anti-Indian but not anti-British, which caused this incident. Mihajlović told Michel Zorn without changing a word, and Michel Zorn reported this to London. When such a thing happened in the colony, the number of casualties must be a concern for London. Michel Zorn did not dare to report the real number. Tens of thousands of Indians died alone. But it could not be concealed completely, so the number of Indian deaths was reported to London as the total. Mr. Mahajlovic, thank you for your help this time. Northern Rhodesia is thanks to you. Michel Zorn expressed his gratitude in a panic. The number of British troops in Northern Rhodesia was the same as the comparison between the number of British troops and the Red Army in Austria at the time. It can only be said that it was better than nothing. In the Central African colonies, the British Empire has always attached more importance to Southern Rhodesia, where there are more people, and the white people are British immigrants, and are more trusted. The main military forces are also there. The garrison in Southern Rhodesia has arrived to control the situation. Michel Zorn was still worried about the consequences of this incident. Oh, no surprise. Mahajlovic smiled. Michel Zorn didn't need to explain the garrison. He was a senior general in the Yugoslav motherland. How could he not consider the garrison when making plans? Mahajlovic didn't dare to say that he was more professional than the generals of post-war European countries, but judging from this incident, he was definitely more professional than the colonial garrisons. Commissioner Michel, in fact, it is the greatest satisfaction for us to find a place to live quietly. Mahajlovic said with a heavy heart. Everyone is exhausted physically and mentally, but I didn't expect it to be so restless here. Each of us is ready to be a subject of the British Empire, and we have never thought about independence. After all, the British saved our lives. Now seeing these tragedies, everyone is very sad. It has been more than a year since I came to Northern Rhodesia. Mahajlovic's English level has improved greatly, and he can communicate without any obstacles. Is it just English newspapers? You have to know that he is a Serbian and uses the same alphabet as Russia. In London, the heart of the British Empire, Whitehall has already known about the Northern Rhodesian incident and that it is a feud between the local indigenous people and the Indians. Fortunately, the situation is not serious. Not serious, this is the assessment made after discussions in Whitehall. Who made the focus of London politicians after the war always be British India. It is well known that British India is a place with hundreds of millions of people, and even a trivial matter can cause heavy casualties. Not to mention that the casualties reported in the report are only about 10,000 people. Even if the real number is reported, it is also ordinary compared to the numbers reported by British India. So in the eyes of the cabinet secretary, this is certainly a big deal, but it is not a big deal if you think about it carefully. Even whether to send someone to investigate is still in hesitation. However, this matter was still found on Alan Wilson, and the people who were asked were Mahajlovic and others, because Alan Wilson was the direct person in charge at the time and sent these Yugoslavs to Northern Rhodesia. In the reply, Alan Wilson answered London's questions and then asked if something happened in Northern Rhodesia, but he did not receive a reply from London. It seems it's alright. Alan Wilson straightened his back and was no longer timid. Now that the world is at peace, can he strike hard at the Yank? Chapter 333 Blackmailing Patel again. Two men sat down at the golf course in Scotland, carrying a few bottles of whiskey, a few barrels of dried meat, a few pieces of luggage that couldn't be any less, some tent cloth and other utensils that looked like they were from a travel goods store. Carrying such simple items, it was hard to imagine that these two men were the heads of the two civil servants of the British Empire, holding the future and fate of hundreds of thousands of imperial civil servants in their hands. Some gentlemen were swinging their clubs not far away, which obviously did not disturb the two men's leisure. Edward Bridges was extremely bored and gestured to Norman Brooke beside him, and then the two stood up and decided to walk around. Little Alan already knows about what happened in Northern Rhodesia, so he has further proposed that he hopes the country will cooperate and spread the word that the local residents of various colonies are likely to imitate him, so as to put pressure on the Congress Party. Recently, there have been some troubles in British India, and the Congress Party has exposed some ambitions that should not exist. The two men walked side by side. Norman Brooke listened to Edward Bridges' narration of a series of recent events and said, "Why don't we investigate what happened in Northern Rhodesia? Is the local commissioner's report true? Who cares whether it's true or not?" Edward Bridges shrugged. Compared with various things in British India, how many talents are there in Northern Rhodesia? The reported numbers are already surprising. There is no need to investigate. It seems that we need to block the news to a certain extent and control things. Norman Brooke nodded in agreement. Norman, blocking information is a common tactic used by authoritarian countries. Edward Bridges corrected slowly. We have decided not to announce it after discussing it through democratic procedures. But we are a democratic country after all. Norman Brooke certainly understood that there was actually no difference in essence. It was just a typical rhetoric to shirk responsibility. We are a British democracy. Edward Bridges chuckled, then waved his hand and said, the matter has passed. Let's think about the biggest thing for the British Empire at the moment. The issue of British India must be handled properly. The overall meaning of local civil servants is that independent India must not be allowed to obtain the so-called inheritance rights. Indeed, before independence, it has already had ambitions for neighboring countries. Won't it settle accounts with us when it has a chance in the future? Alan is a very smart little guy. He just seized the issue of Northern Rhodesia and thought of using the interests of overseas Indians to put pressure on the Congress party. Norman Brooke frowned and said, in fact, it might as well give it a try. There are Indians in various colonies. If added together, it is not a small number. If we can achieve our goal, it will be convenient for us to intervene in future situations. Generally speaking, Alan has a great talent for colonial affairs. If a civil servant wants to develop, he can't always work hard in the colonies. Edward Bridges frowned and shook his head. At least he should care about other things. If he always stays in the colonies, his pattern will be small. But he seems to enjoy it. Norman Brooke raised his eyebrows. To be evaluated like this by the current cabinet secretary can be said to have multiple meanings. Edward Bridges has not officially resigned yet, but even if he does, he can still take better care of this young man. So he also agreed. He has extraordinary energy and determination to achieve his goals. Especially reliable. Edward Bridges glanced at Norman Brooke and added lightly, it seems that he is still a little lacking in experience. What I mean by lacking is serious diplomatic affairs and international perspectives, not specific work in the colonies. He has no lack of experience in the colonies. Both of them agreed that a young civil servant who has a vision for the future must not only focus on the colonies. Although colonial affairs are also very important, such a resume is not enough if you want to move to the next level. Civil servants in British India are now using their connections to seamlessly connect after returning to their homeland and continue to serve the empire. After the current Prime Minister nationalized and a large number of state-owned enterprises emerged, this trend has intensified. However, Alan Wilson was not among them. Edward Bridges and Norman Brooke knew this very well. It seemed that the Assistant Commissioner of British India really wanted to stand guard for the last time. Alan Wilson was getting off the train from New Delhi station in a hurry. He walked with a breeze, as if he was back again. He had been away for nearly 20 days. It was not that he had to hide away. It was mainly because Hyderabad was safer than New Delhi, which was conducive to the confidentiality of information. Everything in Hyderabad was run by Ali Khan himself, including the telegraph office. Only there, where he could communicate with the outside world, could he feel safe. It's a pity that we don't have enough time. Otherwise, we could go to Malaya to see the crocodiles and freshwater dolphins I raised. The daughter of the governor who followed him around all the way was also tired. Alan Wilson comforted her softly and made the little girl happier. Pamela Mountbatten naturally had something on her mind and said hesitantly, we are all like that. Should we tell my mother? Alan Wilson, who was just possessed by Hu Hansen, suddenly became timid and his sentences were not clear. Theoretically, your parents have the right to know, but to be honest, I'm still a little scared. Why weren't you afraid at that time, and you are afraid now? Pamela Mountbatten complained to Alan Wilson, where was your courage at that time? You said it was painful, but you kept trying. You are different from others, mainly because I like you too much. Alan Wilson didn't say anything and just flattered, launching a fierce attack on the second generation official who is currently the largest in British India. This is not the so-called timid, it only shows that Alan Wilson, as a gentleman, respects women. Alan Wilson, who returned to New Delhi and reconnected with London, soon made the Congress party understand that there is no such thing as timidity. He has always been the spokesperson for old-fashioned imperialism. When he met Patel again, Alan Wilson, who had turned over a new leaf, told his second round opponent in a heavy tone about the misfortunes encountered by overseas Indians, and narrated with compassion, "Mr. Patel, please accept my condolences. None of us want to see this kind of thing happen. But then again, in the eyes of the locals, overseas Indians are indeed part of the colonial government. Mr. Allen means that these Indians deserve it." Patel didn't think much of it at first, but when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but retort, "You British have not fulfilled your responsibilities as a government. You can't say you deserve it. The word deserve it came from your mouth. I really hope your supporters won't be sad when they hear it." Alan Wilson waved his hand and said, "But this is indeed the attitude of these colonies towards you. It's an undeniable fact." Alan Wilson's heavy tone lasted only one sentence, and then he immediately changed his tone and said, "I heard that the recent negotiations have been deadlocked. Is it your Congress party's excessive conditions that led to this result? I didn't expect that I would be away on vacation for nearly 20 days, and the talks that all parties were paying attention to would still have no results." Obviously, the Indians did not object, but only a small group of politicians with ambitions for the surrounding areas caused such serious consequences. Before Patel could say anything, Alan Wilson brought the topic back. "The tragedy in northern Rhodesia has made London reflect deeply and re-understand whether the Indian communities throughout the colonies are still necessary. We are considering whether to move the local Indians back to the mainland. This is blackmail." Patel couldn't help but stand up and stare at Alan Wilson. If ice could kill, this Englishman would have died 10,000 times. No way. Alan Wilson also responded with an innocent look. It was indeed blackmail, and it was not the first time. He thought to himself, "It's no wonder that you are no match for Nehru. You always take bullets for Nehru in such occasions." While their eyes were exchanging glances, Alan Wilson didn't stop talking. The colonies moved back to the subcontinent, including but not limited to Malaya, Arabia, Africa, Mauritius, and Guyana in South America, are not large compared to the population of India itself. They are probably over a million and definitely less than 10 million. While Patel was still in shock, Alan Wilson kept chattering. Ethnic conflicts have also reminded London that, since there are so many conflicts, then establishing a nation state in accordance with European traditions seems to be a better way out for British India. After hearing this, Patel became angry. Isn't this going to turn India into a place where small countries are everywhere? He absolutely could not allow such a future to happen. This is a malicious act towards the whole of India. Mr. Allen, do you know the consequences of doing this? Of course I know. The most likely party to come to power will be the Communist Party of India. Alan Wilson pointed his finger to the north and said, "I wonder if Mr. Patel reads international news? It seems that the civil war in the north has entered a stalemate." During the time when Alan Wilson went to Hyderabad, the landmark battle in the key offensive of the artillery party had been fought, and the wife-killing maniac was shot dead in Mengliamgu. The overall offensive failed, and the key offensive also fell. The new world hegemon, the United States, is now attracting all its attention to East Asia. How can it care about Africa and northern Rhodesia? It sounds like a place where no one lives. I wonder what the class-conscious Communist Party of India will do to India in the future? Although this future is worrying, the Indians should be the most worried. After all, we can just walk away. Alan Wilson whistled. I wonder if Mr. Patel thinks I'm right. By the way, the negotiations will resume tomorrow, and the governor's office is ready to achieve results without the Congress Party. After saying this, without giving Patel time to think, Alan Wilson stood up and said goodbye, with a brisk step and a sturdy figure. Mr. Allen, wait a moment. Patel shouted to the back of Alan Wilson, who had already walked to the door. Chapter 334, Treaty of Friendship. I haven't thought about leaving yet. Patel's move was not unexpected. In the last confrontation, Alan Wilson had already grasped the opponent's pulse. This person is fierce and timid, good at making plans without decision, cherishes his body when doing big things, and forgets his life when seeing small profits. In fact, is the request of the governor's office excessive? This is the most conscientious decision of the governor's office in more than 100 years. It is just to let India guarantee the safety of the three northern countries and stop encroaching step by step. It is solemnly stated in the treaty, especially one of the clauses, that local residents shall not be incited to oppose the monarch, and immigrants shall not be allowed to the local area. In the process of Nehru's cleaning up the princely states, the monarch's joining Pakistan depends on public opinion, and the public's joining Pakistan depends on the monarch's behavior. Alan Wilson, who has learned from history, naturally cannot leave room for manipulation. Of course, Alan Wilson will not care about the issue of Kashmir. He cannot openly oppose Nehru on this matter, the birthplace of the Nehru family. After all, his daughter and grandson will rule this place for decades. It is not a good thing to offend too much. Since Patel promised not to cause trouble in this matter, Alan Wilson did not want to go too far. He just said, since the respected Mr. Patel has expressed goodwill with a magnanimous attitude, we are willing to communicate with the country about the abolition of the Treaty of Sagaoli. In fact, what conflicts are there between us? We can live in harmony. When Patel heard that London wanted to abolish the Treaty of Sagaoli, his already dark face became even darker. In the war between Britain and Nepal, Nepal was defeated and signed the Treaty of Sagaoli. As a result, the Kingdom of Nepal lost 1/3 of its land area, about 73,000 square kilometers. If the British are really determined to disgust India, they can declare this treaty invalid. Of course, Patel does not think that India will cede land to Nepal today, but if the British are determined to do so, even if India becomes independent, it will face endless troubles with Nepal. So, the Congress had better cooperate with us in how we do things. Alan Wilson, who has completely controlled the situation, said, there are still many things that can be studied, including the relationship between the princely states and neighboring countries, and the rights of overseas Indians. Has the Congress considered these? If all overseas Indians are to be expelled from the colonies and returned to India, will you bear the cost? They are not British. If you agree, you will have to pay for all the expenses of these overseas Indians returning. If you disagree, it will hurt the hearts of these Indians. We have no losses. In the eyes of the locals, Indians are part of the colonizers. In fact, Mr. Gandhi has always believed that we should live in harmony with neighboring countries. Patel could not take the responsibility himself, so he took out the old way and let Gandhi take the responsibility. When things are undecided, Gandhi takes the blame. This is also an old routine. Alan Wilson nodded and said that he had no objection to this. He is a saint. What can he, a mortal, question? I hope this peaceful event will have a successful outcome. Since a consensus has been reached, Alan Wilson took the initiative to shake hands with Patel, indicating that it is still necessary for the Congress Party to participate in this event. The talks, which had been at a standstill, finally began to get back on track with the efforts of the British Empire. This was not easy. Alan Wilson even went to Africa. He also contacted the Ustasha and Chetniks, which can be called terrorist and organized forces according to the standards of later generations. It's scary to think about it. It's okay to save these two groups of people, but it's not certain whether it will be a good thing or a bad thing once a deep connection is established. After all, these people are the remnants of World War II who have survived hundreds of battles. Pulling them out for a head-on battle may not be comparable to the regular army of a powerful country, but what if they do the same as some organizations like the Martyrs Brigade and the Lashkar-e-Taiba? The threat is no less than that of the jihadists of the Peace Church, and even worse. Even if you take a step back and transform into a group like a killer organization, it is also terrifying. If there is a chance, he still wants to have a deep talk with Mihajlovic to clarify their friendship. He thinks there is still something to talk about. After all, northern Rhodesia is surrounded by the inland, surrounded by black countries, and needs the support of big countries to survive. The two sides are not enemies first, and there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. There is a little incense. Returning to the governor's mansion to find Pamela for a walk, Edwina Ashley gave the two a meaningful look. Obviously, she already knew the fact that the two had a substantial relationship. In a private conversation, seeing her daughter shy and timid, Edwina Ashley understood that everything was irreversible. I can only tell my daughter some physiological knowledge. Don't get someone killed at such a young age. Pamela Mountbatten is still in a period of worry and loss, longing for comfort. Although Pamela respects his mother, Alan Wilson is the coordinate of her life. For Pamela, Alan Wilson is now like a safe haven, the only person who can give her warmth. Although they had only been apart for a day, her sense of loss was even stronger. After all, Alan Wilson already had his own career and a goal to strive for. The temporary setback made him more ambitious. But Pamela Mountbatten didn't know what to do. She could only bury her head in Alan Wilson's arms and feel the man's heartbeat. It seemed that this was the only way to calm her anxious heart. Reaching out and patting Pamela Mountbatten's back, Alan Wilson whispered, "Dear Pamela, we still have a long time to be together in the future. By the way, come with me and show you something." This suggestion showed Pamela a new and exciting hope. In comparison, the sadness gradually subsided and was replaced by a dream for the future. After confirming Alan Wilson's sincerity, Pamela Mountbatten said that she was willing to follow the man to sea. "It's not that serious. It's like eloping." Alan Wilson took the girl's hand and came to the apartment where he lived. The 2 iron boxes that had always been very conspicuous were still there, but today he was going to open them. In this regard, Alan Wilson's rank was relatively low, and his respected father-in-law, Mr. Mountbatten, was the one with a high rank. If possible, he really wanted to ask the respected Governor General how he had dealt with a young lady with the right to inherit assets of £5 million. The termination of the negotiations did not disturb Governor Mountbatten's good mood. As a commissioner, Sir Baron accompanied Governor Mountbatten to visit various places and arranged various entertainment activities for the Governor General, including horse riding, elephant riding, polo, hunting, etc. The one-day itinerary was arranged like this. At 8:30 in the morning, the governor had breakfast with the guests. At 9:30, he reviewed the troops and visited the hospital at 10:30. At 1:30 in the afternoon, he had lunch with the citizens' representatives. At 3 o'clock, he played polo. At 6 o'clock, and at 8:30 in the evening, he had dinner and a dance. During this period, Mountbatten, who was busy, also promised the representative of Ranarate in his spare time to go hunting tigers in the north. In the warehouse next to the apartment, Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and saw the piles of furs, tiger skins occupying a large part of the space. It was the first time she saw such a scene. Then she entered the apartment, and the 2 iron boxes that were almost never opened were also opened in front of Pamela by Alan Wilson. One of the boxes was completely full, and in the other box, there was a golden Buddha sent by the Sikkim royal family. But it was not as heavy as imagined. It was different from the many iron boxes Pamela Mountbatten had seen before. Those iron boxes could not be seen, because the gold had been dissolved. In the iron box in front of her, the gold ornaments remained intact, occupying a lot of space. It was not all gold. There were also some not very valuable things, such as pearls and agates. He was too troublesome to put them elsewhere, so he put them all in the iron box. "Did you get all this when you were the commissioner's assistant?" Pamela Mountbatten asked in shock, covering her mouth. "Well, I received all of it within a year. The golden Buddha was sent by the Sikkim royal family, so you understand why I have to do my best to ensure the safety of Sikkim, Bhutan and Nepal." Alan Wilson admitted readily, and of course he did not forget to be sentimental, "But I didn't spend a penny of this money. The reason I accepted it was because I wanted you to have a good life in the future. As a man, I just need to have food and sleep, but I can't let my wife suffer. You are the daughter of a noble family, and your family is too good. I'm afraid that your parents will despise me, so I tried my best to collect money. You think too much. It won't happen." Pamela Mountbatten spoke with a look of love. Her eyes were dazzled by these golden jewels. It was not the first time she faced this man's attack of spending money, but she fell this time. Listening to Alan Wilson's affectionate, but extremely shameless statement that he accepted bribes in order to give her a good life, Pamela Mountbatten did not feel anything wrong at all, but was full of happiness. After this day, Alan Wilson successfully cleared his assets. Although these belongings are still in his apartment for the time being, they have become the betrothal gifts of the Governor General's daughter. For Alan Wilson, staying in New Delhi for a long time, the heat is no longer an unbearable factor. After the voice of the Congress party was dealt with, there was actually no obstacle to the meeting. The previous obstacle was just the Conservatives represented by Patel of the Congress party. After Patel was dealt with, the next dialogue was just a formality. In a joyful atmosphere, the five-nation friendship treaty between British India and Bhutan, Sikkim, Nepal and Myanmar was signed. India made a guarantee not to interfere in all internal affairs of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal, and promised not to annex or encroach on the territories of the three countries. The part involving Myanmar was to confirm the border issue. Chapter 335, Suzerainty, Not Given. Among the contents of the relationship between British India and Nepal, there is one that Nehru added after arriving at the meeting. That is, Nepal and India must obtain mutual approval when purchasing foreign arms. Alan Wilson understood as soon as he heard it. Although Nehru has not appeared recently, he has not been hiding for any good fart. If this clause is added, it will be almost the same as the friendly treaty signed between the Cannon Party and the United States. The important gap in the size of the two countries is like the fact that no warship of the Cannon Party can sail into American waters, but its own inland rivers will be used as bathhouses by the US Navy. It seems very fair, but in future arms purchases, India will definitely not care about Nepal's feelings and buy whatever it wants. This arms purchase that must be approved will definitely become a clause for India to unilaterally clamp down on Nepal. Fortunately, Nepal has a certain self-defense capability. When Nehru wanted to follow suit and add this clause to Bhutan and Sikkim, Alan Wilson expressed fierce opposition. This is to control the internal affairs of these two small landlocked countries. Dear Mr. Nehru, I have to say modestly that in the field of diplomacy, you are not yet a match for the British Empire. I think the clause that should be added is not mutual agreement, but a unilateral guarantee made by India not to interfere in the internal affairs of these two countries by any means, whether openly or secretly. I want to emphasize again that Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal have the same status as the future independent India. There is no obligation for anyone to protect or guide anyone. If India insists on this obligation, I personally suggest disbanding the Indian army and declaring India a permanent demilitarized country. Alan Wilson's reaction was like a burst of anger, which silenced one side of the Congress party. Nehru, who was present, retorted to this accusation. India is not at all like Mr. Allen said, trying to annex its northern neighbor. You have to do it too. Otherwise when the Royal Navy's battleships bombard Mumbai, it will be too late. Alan Wilson slapped the table rhythmically, as if imitating the roar of the battleship's main guns. The British lack respect for India. Representatives from the Congress party shouted in support of Nehru. There is no country called India. Now there is only a place called British India. Alan Wilson reminded unmoved, don't take advantage of the verbal advantage at this time. Who is not convinced? Fight with the British troops stationed in India. If you insist on letting the British Empire wipe out all traces of modern civilization on the subcontinent before leaving, it is not impossible. Alan, stop talking. Governor Mountbatten had to speak to smooth things over, and said to Nehru, these administrative officials have to guess the intentions from the worst angle. There is no malice in this. This was the first time that Governor Mountbatten defended Alan Wilson in public, which was of great significance. Alan Wilson was grateful for the governor's defense, but would not give in. In any case, he disagreed with what obligations and responsibilities India had with these neighboring countries. No, there is no. India and these small countries are equal. There is no relationship between big brother and little brother. What era is it? Indians still feel good about themselves. Is it okay for India to play the protectorate game? If the British Empire can play this game, you, a colony, a party that has not yet gained independence, want to do this? Why? In the face of Nehru's so-called argument, which was actually soft and hard, Alan Wilson said bluntly, American friends have always suggested that the British Empire, in order to take care of the interests of all parties in the subcontinent as much as possible, proposed that the independence of British India should be formally discussed at the United Nations. In fact, it is not unreasonable, but there are so many members of the United Nations, and each country has proposed different methods. There are so many people, and so many mouths. India's independence may have to wait, but of course it doesn't have to wait. I hope that friends from the Muslim League and the Congress Party will be as patient as you, and don't have a civil war like your northern neighbor. Alan Wilson would never give India a plan to take advantage of the situation, because from the process of annexing Sikkim, India is not a nation without patience. On the contrary, it was extremely patient throughout the process, which led to the rare success of annexation after World War II. India's annexation of Sikkim is difficult to be criticized, and there are almost no flaws. India's annexation this time can be described as extremely coquettish, and India seems to be particularly patient in the matter of annexing Sikkim, leaving no handle at all. India's annexation of Sikkim relies on patience. The Indians have long been eyeing Sikkim. When the British Empire began to gradually withdraw from the South Asian subcontinent, the Indians had already started the first step. The method of boiling a frog in warm water was adopted. First, Sikkim was stabilized, a treaty was signed with the country, and the status quo was maintained. At the same time, through agents, pro-Indian political parties were supported there, and the party established a government. At the invitation of the Sikkim government, the Indian army entered this small country openly. By the 1950s, Sikkim had become almost without sovereignty, and became a protectorate of India in legal terms. The most important thing is that Sikkim was not a member of the United Nations at the time, and did not join the United Nations. Of course, it is different now. When Alan Wilson was in Europe, he brought Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal into the United Nations. They are equal to India in status. Why do I say that? British India is actually a founding member of the United Nations, and its status is the same as that of Ukraine and Belarus of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was afraid of being alone, so it believed that all its member states could have one vote each, so that voting would appear to be more powerful. After negotiations with the Soviet Union, Britain and the United States finally agreed that Ukraine and Belarus would be members of the United Nations. At the same time, British India, the largest colony of the British Empire, and the Philippines, the largest colony of the United States, had the same status as Ukraine and Belarus, and became formal members of the United Nations as colonies. Moreover, Alan Wilson also promised in front of the representatives of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal, that before Britain left, it would definitely count the local population, and help the three countries establish an identity system. The independence of British India is a big deal for the whole world. The British Empire will definitely maintain sufficient transparency to the world, to prevent the Soviet Union and some pro-Soviet element from questioning the secret operation. As soon as the voice fell, the representatives of the three countries, including the Crown Prince of Sikkim, expressed their gratitude to Alan Wilson with warm applause. If it were really in the UK, what transparency is, he would definitely say, either there is a government or there is transparency, but transparency and government must not be linked together. But this is British India, which is different. The British Empire has great expectations for the Pearl of the British Empire. India must do what the decadent British Empire cannot do. Regarding the independence of British India, 2 points must be achieved at the same time. The first point is that other major powers must not interfere. The second point is completely opposite to the first point. The United States and the Soviet Union must clearly see how the British Empire made British India independent. Not only must they see British India, but they must also look at Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal. They directly brought up the United Nations to shut up Nehru, and Patel, who had been convinced long ago, had no objection. Because the Congress Party did not want the affairs of British India to be too transparent, and they could not be watched by countries all over the world, no matter how they fought for independence. After all, powerful countries also have self-esteem. Behind closed doors, they can bow down to the British Empire, but if a group of countries are watching their every move from the side, it will take great courage to kneel down. Moreover, if the Congress Party insists on inheriting the British Empire's sovereignty over the subcontinent, the non-violence it has always advocated will definitely not stand. It is easy to win over some countries, but it is harder than climbing to the sky to win over all countries. The leaders of the Congress Party absolutely cannot accept the discussion of the United Nations. In the end, Nehru, who wanted to make a move secretly, was blocked by Alan Wilson, who had a countermeasure through the memory of Sikkim's annexation. The content of the friendship treaty between British India and neighboring countries was officially released, and Alan Wilson was surrounded by representatives of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal to thank him. The witness was General Aung San of Myanmar. Alan Wilson was very proud and enjoyed the glorious moment under the witness of the Mountbatten couple and their daughter. On the other side was the Congress Party, which was silent and watched the British being cheered. A powerful country with a lot of sound and color? Bullshit. Alan Wilson muttered in his heart, and also expressed congratulations to the happy representatives of the three countries. For the current British India, it only needs to wait for the time to come. But from the perspective of London, British India still has a big thing, that is, the trade settlement of the pound. As long as this final goal is achieved, the British Empire can turn around and leave this place of right and wrong. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Alan Wilson did not do anything to India. He just supported justice. He did not hand over the sovereignty of the British Empire, and he believed that the Congress Party would definitely not give up. But at that time, it would be a problem between the Muslim League and the Congress Party. Alan, what do you think about the future? I mean, where are you going to work? Recently, when Pamela Mountbatten talked to her sweetheart, there were obviously more topics about the future. Future? Alan Wilson glanced at the girl. Since she was asking about work, he said straightforwardly, I'll go to a colony as a commissioner. I also want to be a decision maker. So far, his own ideas are very different from those of the two civil servants who are about to hand over in London. Oh. Pamela Mountbatten could not hide her disappointment. This answer was obviously not what she expected. Haha, take you into the sacred marriage hall. After teasing, Alan Wilson gave the girl a promise in a serious tone, and Pamela Mountbatten's face immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. Cloudy to sunny, anxiously using the wrong word. Chapter 336 Deputy Prime Minister Bait. In the eyes of the governor's daughter, Alan Wilson is a very good man. He can cook good food, hand over all his wages, has ideals, and has the perseverance to achieve his goals. So far, she has not found any shortcomings of this man. He is just a little lustful and always has excess of demands in the couple's life. However, this is not a big shortcoming. It is still very comfortable. The matter with the female subordinate has been proved to be a lie, which proves the reliability of the man. I heard from my mother that, in order to marry my father, she bought a Rolls-Royce car as a gift for my father. Pamela Mountbatten talked about her parents' past, her face full of longing. Then I have to work hard. Alan Wilson heard it, and spoke seriously to the Versailles girl. Rolls-Royce car? In fact, it is Rolls-Royce, one of the corporate brands under Rolls-Royce, and the other is Bentley. I gave it to you. Don't you like it? Pamela Mountbatten giggled. You always give me things. I have to consider you. Don't men like cars? So it was given to me. Alan Wilson looked like he was not sleepy after hearing this, but in fact, he didn't think so. He was looking forward to it. It was all his own money. He said solemnly, dear, I'm a civil servant. If I drive a car that is too ostentatious, people will think that I'm enriching myself while working for the country. When speaking, Alan Wilson temporarily ignored the two iron boxes in the apartment and the head of state's car parked in Bonn. He said that he collected money in the colonies because many people needed help and had to collect it. It was different when he returned home. He could not harm the legitimate rights and interests of local citizens. Alan Wilson, who wanted to make progress, gave such an answer, which made Pamela Mountbatten very pleased. She believed in the image of this aspiring young man. After all, she saw the cheers of the representatives of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal with her own eyes. After all, the trust was built up by 2 boxes of gold and jewelry. Although one of the boxes was not full, it could not be said to be unbreakable, but it could be said to be almost complete. Alan Wilson mentioned that we should not live off the land and should find ways to invest in industries and create jobs to serve the British Empire. His words were full of the spirit of ownership, and Pamela Mountbatten immediately looked up to him and listened to him giving advice. As a woman from an aristocratic family, you can't just think about living your own life. Pamela Mountbatten nodded repeatedly. Her fiancé had his own career and worked hard every day, so she should also work hard. So you asked me to invest in the Comet airliner, and I did everything you said. It's not enough. The aviation industry is an important industry for the country. It is worth our risk investment. Even if it fails, we will be worthy of the empire in the end. Alan Wilson said in a persuasive way, but to create jobs, we still have to invest some. It doesn't seem to be a very profitable industry. Without a good foundation, the building will eventually fall apart. Don't you think so? Ai Zhang began to teach the governor's daughter again. He wanted to have both to be responsible for the empire and to make money. In the future, he, a humble social tool, would have to work hard for the country. The British Empire needs a production base under its control to protect its own interests, even if it is an industrial transfer. It is safe to put it in a place where it can be controlled. Alan Wilson has always believed that among the remaining colonies, British Malaya is the only suitable one. The area of about 500,000 square kilometers is completely enough, but the population is still insufficient in the short term. However, the border of Hong Kong has been open, and the ethnic ratio of British Malaya is rapidly closing. It is not enough to close, because Java Island is closer, and it is more convenient for Malays to sneak across. In order to maintain the balance in the long run, we have to use our brains. If industrial transfer is to be carried out, it should be about the same time as the rise of Japan and South Korea. If Alan Wilson did not make a mistake in his calculations, the time when British Malaya accepted industrial transfer should be ahead of South Korea, even if it was not at the same time as Japan. It's just that Japan's industrial transfer was at the cost of the United States open market, and British Malaya should be the European open market. From the perspective of pure technical difficulty, British Malaya has an advantage. Before World War II, Japan had a population of nearly 100 million. Otherwise, how could the slogan of 100 million people die in battle be shouted? Unless it is a satellite, the population of British Malaya will be far less than that of Japan in the foreseeable future. But there are advantages. With the Strait of Malacca in hand, shipping can help British Malaya take off. Japan is a country that lacks everything. British Malaya is still the world's largest rubber producer. There are naturally advantageous industries. Because of the absolute gap in population, Europe only needs to open up a part of the market to allow British Malaya to achieve the same effect. Besides, the British Empire can still help a lot at present. The oil of many countries in the Middle East is in the hands of British companies. So Alan Wilson's career guidance to Pamela Mountbatten is the Formosa Plastics route. It must be said that in addition to chips, there are still rotten ships and 3,000 males in many places on Scam Island. Formosa Plastics is one of the fields. Resin is a kind of plastic, but most plastics are made from petroleum, obtained through addition polymerization or condensation polymerization. But not all. Many kinds of degradable plastics are not made from petroleum. Conventional non-degradable plastics are generally made from petroleum cracking products such as ethylene, acetylene, etc. As a colonial empire that has not collapsed, the British Empire still has some strength in the Persian Gulf, and the source of raw materials is not a problem. British Malaya itself is the world's largest rubber exporter, and resin is not a problem. The automobile industry can't use steel to make tires, right? Therefore, if a very prominent industry is well utilized, it can also provide support for other industries. Therefore, the advantage of the whole industrial chain lies in this. The more complete the industrial chain is, the lower the cost of each industry can be compressed. It's just that almost no one can do it. Similar to the Soviet Union, which is located in the cold zone and uses artificially synthesized rubber, how can it be as easy as the rubber trees in British Malaya? However, if the Soviet Union can import rubber from British Malaya and benefit British Malaya, it will be a good thing to talk about and patriotism. In New Delhi, Alan Wilson hugged the girl sitting on his lap and imagined the future. London, the heart of the British Empire, was not idle either. The two heads of civil servants suggested that Prime Minister Adley spread the word to make British India lively. At present, the governor's office has just made the Congress party very uncomfortable on the surrounding issues. If it quarrels with the colonial government at this time, it will not be beautiful. If it maintains stability for a few more months, the local economy will benefit a lot. We spread the word and conduct a preliminary transfer of power. Determine the candidate for the current Deputy Prime Minister of British India. Adley leaned back in his chair, thinking about the suggestions made by the two civil servants in front of him, and asked after a while, who should we transfer it to? In principle, Nehru and Patel are both politicians with great reputation. It doesn't matter who it is, but Patel's supporters are more radical, while Nehru's supporters are more rational. But for now, we are just spreading the word, not saying who is more suitable, to see how the two react. Edward Bridges, who had returned from a vacation in Scotland, was in a good mood. It is said that we should combine work and rest. Isn't it a way to provoke the Congress party by taking a vacation? Norman Brooke nodded, indicating that he agreed with the suggestion of the cabinet secretary, and went further. In fact, it is also possible to discuss it in Congress, so that Indians will pay attention to it themselves, and we don't need to release the news. That's right. Discuss it for a few months first, and officially announce the candidate in September. Attlee nodded. Although he already had a candidate in mind, he also had the right not to announce it. Give hope to another candidate. Alan Wilson learned the news the next day. In fact, if he had been officially appointed in September, Nehru would have become the Deputy Prime Minister of British India a year later than in history. This had nothing to do with him. What did he, a small assistant commissioner of British India, do wrong? He just made the drought that was ignored in history known to everyone. Nehru, who was supposed to take over as the Deputy Prime Minister of British India, spent the whole year of 1946 in drought relief. The whole of British India fought against the invasion of drought, and measures were introduced one after another. When you open the newspaper, there are full pages of chicken blood. During this period, there were also works such as the Health Bill. British India was very busy in a year, which led to London forgetting the initial transfer of power and Nehru, who was to be the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. How could this be a mistake? Was it a mistake to devote all efforts to disaster relief? Delaying Nehru from becoming the ruler of India was just a small sequelae. For the happiness of hundreds of millions of people, what's wrong with the national leader making some sacrifices? Sir Edward means to see if Nehru and Patel have any ideas. Sir Baron, who received the news at the same time, saw that Alan Wilson was silent and thought that he was dissatisfied with the initial transfer, so he explained, "This is also conducive to settling the issue of the pound." Yes, Sir Baron. Alan Wilson nodded. It was indeed a good opportunity to settle the issue of the pound as a settlement currency. He said, "Then I want to prepare and write a comment to be published in the newspaper, focusing on analyzing the advantages of Nehru and Patel, and who is more suitable to be the Deputy Prime Minister." Although he believed that Prime Minister Attlee actually had a candidate in mind, it did not stop him from fanning the flames. In Congress, Attlee proposed to initially transfer power to India in September, and proposed to candidates, allowing the sacred Congress to speak freely. So the members really spoke freely. The Labour Party supported Nehru and the Conservative Party supported Patel. The Congress was very lively that day. Chapter 337 Appointment of the Northern Commissioner. There were two voices in public opinion about who would hand over the future of British India. In fact, this is very normal. As long as there are two candidates, there will be a result of each side standing on their own side. The triangle is stable, but it is not true in the political field. Even if there are three parties in the UK, there will be a left-right division. Finally, this trend spread from London back to New Delhi, which can be regarded as an important step in the independence process of British India. Almost all of British India, from south to north, people of all classes and skin colors have been inspired by strong political interest. This made the political leader Alan Wilson very busy. He had to prepare for London, to look favorably on Nehru, or hint that Patel hoped for a bigger draft. At the same time, he could not forget the leader of the Muslim League, Ali Jinnah, to show that London would never sell out the Muslim League. The division of British India is in the long-term interests of the British Empire. It was just right to take advantage of this opportunity to arrange a meeting between Governor-General Mountbatten and Ali Jinnah. On the one hand, Mountbatten was no longer as enthusiastic about the successful resolution of the problems of British India as when he first took office. Without this ambition, the two would not have a conflict when they met. For a long time, the Governor-General's office had made the Governor-General realize through various occasions that Ali Jinnah would not stay in the same country with Hindus, so that the Governor-General could be mentally prepared. Just when the subcontinent was discussing with unprecedented enthusiasm who would become the current Deputy Prime Minister of British India and the future leader of India, it was also a good time for Governor-General Mountbatten to meet with Ali Jinnah. In the eyes of the outside world, this was a comfort to the Muslim League. According to Governor-General Mountbatten's mentality, when he first arrived in British India, Ali Jinnah's stubborn attitude would definitely cause Mountbatten's disgust, but after a few months, the possibility of conflict is much less now. It has been a while since Gandhi mentioned last time that he wanted to hand over the rule of British India to Ali Jinnah. Now there is no news from the Congress Party, and it can be preliminarily concluded that Gandhi's saintly prestige is useless in this matter, and the top leaders of the Congress Party did not listen to Gandhi. Before the talks, Mountbatten arranged for Jinnah to stand in front of the Mountbatten couple for a commemorative photo in accordance with the specifications for receiving Gandhi. Before Alan Wilson accompanied the Governor General and his wife and Ali Jinnah into the office, he asked in a calm tone, "Mr. Jinnah, how are you doing recently?" "Very well." Ali Jinnah knew what Alan Wilson was asking, and gave a sincere answer. In the office, Mountbatten and Ali Jinnah had a conversation about the future of British India, which was not intimate but definitely sincere. "We will never coexist with Hindus in the same country. Gandhi is as cunning as a fox. What he said about handing over the power to the Muslim League is not feasible at all." When Ali Jinnah heard Mountbatten talking about Gandhi's previous suggestion to hand over British India to the Muslim League, he began to laugh at him without hesitation. "Respected Viceroy, how long have you known Gandhi?" "I have been in the same party with him for decades. As for knowing him, I definitely know more than you do." "Oh, that's it." Mountbatten was good at coordination after all. He remained calm on the surface and let Ali Jinnah continue. "Everyone in the world has different ideas. When I was young, I was similar to Nehru, a nationalist, and all I asked for was equal treatment. At that time, I never thought that one day, I would advocate dividing British India into two countries." In 1937, the Muslim League was already the second largest party in the subcontinent, fighting for rights and interests with the Congress Party, but after the election, the Congress Party refused to fulfill its previous promises, not giving autonomy or power sharing. At that time, I knew that what the Congress Party wanted was that the Congress Party's flag become the national flag of India, Hindi be the mother tongue, Urdu be banned, and the anti-Muslim mothers be the quasi-national anthem. What else is there to talk about? Mountbatten turned his head and looked at Alan Wilson to signal. Alan Wilson received the signal and explained that the Congress Party and the Muslim League cooperated for the last time in 1937, and they never stood on the same side again. His words were similar to those of Ali Jinnah. It was not that he was paid, but that it was the truth. He just repeated what happened before, without any personal stance. You can't be criticized by the Congress Party just because you repeat what the Congress Party did, right? After Alan Wilson finished his narration, Ali Jinnah nodded and continued to say to Mountbatten, "Gandhi and I are different. Even during the Congress Party period, I believed that the non-violent non-cooperation movement was a cowardly movement. To fight for independence, we should resist. I still hold this attitude today, so I can say frankly that Pakistan must be established, even if it means a civil war. This is similar to the judgment we have made for a long time." Alan Wilson took the time to chime in, not wanting Ali Jinnah's directness to cause hostility between the two sides. Edwin was also free and easy, trying to make this meeting full of joy. With the help of his wife and daughter's sweetheart, this meeting was not too stiff. At noon, Edwina prepared lunch for her husband and Ali Jinnah. Alan Wilson came up carefully and asked, "What do you think of Ali Jinnah, madam?" It can be seen that he has received an orthodox British education, but he is far from showing his gentlemanly side. He is not as kind as Gandhi. What he just said about non-violence is cowardly and too harsh. In fact, from the perspective of the colonized areas, Gandhi's approach is really not smart. After hearing Edwina's words, Alan Wilson smiled bitterly, but from a personal perspective, we can't do what Gandhi can do. If Gandhi had no influence, he would definitely be a good person. The people here are really too difficult to approach. Edwina shook her head helplessly. There are no exceptions. The so-called politics will make people like this. It's a pity. Is there no one easy to approach? Edwina also gave a straightforward answer to Alan Wilson's question. Yes, they are all politicians. Politicians' words cannot be trusted. Being knowledgeable and kind to others are all pretended. Politicians are natural actors. After getting this answer, Alan Wilson now had a very intuitive idea that Mountbatten should express his gratitude to him. He saved the governor's love and did not give the 58-year-old man the opportunity to show his words. The love between Mountbatten and Edwina was sincere and passionate. Although the relationship between the two people had twists and turns in their later life, In general, the feelings between them not only did not diminish with the passage of time, but increased with the passage of time. The governor and his wife, who shared the same ideals, brought material benefits to both of them. Mountbatten had a high taste in life, but he had no other income, except the salary of an officer. Edwina's huge wealth not only enabled Mountbatten to live the kind of life he wanted, but also, if not indispensable, was very helpful for him to realize his dream of becoming a naval marshal. Edwina would not be unaware of Mountbatten's extraordinary kinship with the royal family, which also made her firmly believe in Mountbatten's future. If Alan Wilson had not worked tirelessly in British India, making Nehru run around, the Governor-General would have been like in history, with a fire in his backyard, and he would not have known it. So Mountbatten did not lose out by sacrificing a daughter. This was the first of the 5 meetings between Governor-General Mountbatten and Ali Jinnah in the future. At the same time, Alan Wilson did not forget to continue his work, including but not limited to continuing to imply Nehru in Edwina, and deepening the negative impression. In addition, through newspapers, he wrote completely opposite articles, sometimes implying that Nehru was more appealing, and sometimes believing that Patel was the savior of Hinduism, to cover up the talks between Mountbatten and Ali Jinnah. But even if he was a working machine, Alan Wilson had to take time to do his own things. He acted as a matchmaker for Richardson, and got the approval of Sir Baron, who appointed Richardson as the British Commissioner to Nepal, Bhutan and Sikkim to help the 3 small countries in the north conduct a census to prevent Indians from sneaking in. Before the 3 countries' representatives left, he brought Pamela Mountbatten with him to bid farewell to the 3 countries' representatives, and introduce Commissioner Lee Jishing, who was in charge of the liaison between the 3 countries and the British Empire. Crown Prince Paladin, your position as the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Sikkim should be very stable, right? Alan Wilson stopped the last king of Sikkim and asked a question that would definitely get him killed in the feudal era. Mr. Allen, if you have any tips, just tell me. Crown Prince Paladin said, you have helped us a lot. I believe you are a true gentleman and will never harm Sikkim. I'll give you a personal suggestion. Don't save money on diplomacy. It's best to establish an embassy in London immediately. You can be the ambassador yourself. Anyway, your position as heir is very stable. The smaller the country, the more it needs to exert its diplomatic capabilities. On the stage of the United Nations, several major countries need spokespersons who look harmless and non-threatening. If the Crown Prince can be the head of a subordinate organization on the stage of the United Nations, the Indians will never dare to touch your country. If you can do it, it will be good for your country and subjects. If Sikkim has no channel to speak out, if India really takes action suddenly, other countries will have no time to intervene, and when you want to speak out, you will find that the channels for speaking have been covered by the Indians. Should I be the ambassador myself? Crown Prince Paladin hesitated, but finally made up his mind and said, as Mr. Allen said, this money cannot be saved. After I go back, I will discuss the establishment of an embassy in London with my father. The same goes for your 2 countries. This is our care for you from Britain, before we leave the subcontinent. Alan Wilson said to the representatives of Nepal and Bhutan, if you have any questions, you can contact through Richmond's Northern Commissioner. The embassy still needs to be established, and you should never save this money. Thank you, Mr. Allen. The representatives of these small countries expressed their gratitude one after another, and greeted Richmond at the same time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Our Governor. Meeting Alan Wilson is now regarded by Aristocracy as a turning point in his career. He was born in 1905, more than 20 years older than Alan Wilson. In fact, he is only at the same level as Alan Wilson now. He has been an official stationed in Sikkim and Bhutan, and has been fighting for the British Empire, but he is not in a high position. At least compared with Alan Wilson, he is only at the same level as Alan Wilson when he was a commissioner in Hyderabad. Alan Wilson could not help him in this regard. After all, he spent money, and spent a lot of it. That's why Sir Baron finally used his money to do his thing, and became the commissioner of Hyderabad. Compared with him, Rixey was obviously too stingy, and he must have taken money too seriously, which led to the stagnation of his career. Of course, it is different now. According to history, after Britain withdrew from the subcontinent, Rixey would be hired by India and serve in the Indian government. Because of his work experience in the plateau, he became the pioneer of India's infiltration. Coincidentally, Alan Wilson also valued Lee Jishan's work experience. He directly merged the affairs of Nepal, Bhutan and Sikkim, and appointed Lee Jishan as the commissioner of the three northern countries. This is because at present, there has been a wave of resignations in the British Indian colonial government, and many people want to return home as soon as possible to prevent themselves from being unemployed after India's independence. There are two types of civil servants left in British India. One type has made enough money long ago and does not care where to go after the end of British India. Anyway, they have achieved financial freedom. The second type is young civil servants who are just starting out, such as Indy, Eliza and Alan Wilson. Because they are young and do not worry about the future, they believe that, even if British India ends, they can find a new job. And they do not exclude working in other colonies. It is precisely the backbone of civil servants like Lee Jishan, who is around 40 years old, not old or young, and has a certain status, but not a high position, who are the main force of leaving and returning to their homeland. In order to stand the last shift, the colonial government has also been streamlining its institutions recently. The institutions of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal have been merged, and the commissioner has been transferred back to British India, making Lee Jishan the joint commissioner of the three countries. After bidding farewell to the representatives of the three northern countries, Alan Wilson also had a deep talk with the new northern commissioner. Although he has never been to the three countries, as an assistant commissioner majoring in key politics, this is not difficult for Alan Wilson. As if he had really been there, he gave guidance and opinions without shame. In fact, he was just saying some simple truths to prevent Lee Jishan from being bought by India. Letting Lee Jishan be the commissioner of the three countries is a bit like Sukin holding the seal of the six countries, and this is also the factor. You are a citizen of the British Empire after all, so you must know who you serve. Alan Wilson, who was in his 20s, taught the 40-year-old Lee Jishan like a teacher. Once British India becomes independent, maybe the Indians will try to win you over. I hope you can make it clear at that time whether the interests of Britain or India are prioritized. In fact, your importance to the three countries of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal is unquestionable. These three countries will definitely give you the best treatment. It is convenient to contact the British Empire and avoid being infiltrated or annexed. In dealing with the affairs of the three countries, we must also uphold the mentality of considering other neighboring countries as enemies. It is not impossible for these three countries to be defeated one by one. As long as we persevere, nothing is impossible. Alan Wilson remembered that when Sikkim was annexed, the Nepalese in Sikkim played an important role. India and Nepal reached an agreement to infiltrate Sikkim, and then incited the Nepalese to lean towards India, and finally annexed Sikkim in a referendum. Therefore, for this identity identification work, Lee Jishan was in the country where he was, eliminating the interference of other countries, not just for India. Some interests should be clearly distinguished first. This will not give India a chance to take advantage of the gaps in the future. While the British Empire is still there, we should eliminate all the hidden dangers and clearly demarcate the boundaries between the three countries. Only by making it clear can we better face India. The demarcation also includes the border with India. Ali Jinnah has agreed to cooperate in this matter and send representatives of the Muslim League to join the demarcation work. Now the pressure is all on the Congress Party. Needless to say, there is no province near Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal where peaceful believers have a population advantage. This time, the representatives sent by the colonial government, the Muslim League and the Congress Party are doing the demarcation work. The Congress Party is in a one-on-two situation and will definitely not be able to do anything. Alan Wilson has instructed that, if there are hidden dangers in the ethnic issues within the three countries, they can give in to each other. For example, if there are Nepalese residential areas in Sikkim, they can be directly assigned to Nepal, and then make up for it from some places in British India. Lee Jishan said that he understood, and would do his best to settle the hidden dangers of the three small countries in the north and form a situation of facing India together. This is also a good thing. 3 countries support you as a commissioner. I believe that even India can't offer a higher price. Alan Wilson gave Lee Jishan a look, letting him experience it himself. The affairs of the 3 northern countries came to an end, and the rest of the follow-up was handed over to the newly appointed Northern Commissioner Lee Jishan. General Aung San has also returned to Myanmar. This time, the friendship treaty involves the Myanmar part, which is nothing more than demarcation. At the same time, General Aung San himself has stayed in New Delhi for such a long time. He went deep into the enemy's lair, but was neither humble nor arrogant. On the issue of the Rohingya, he did not bow his head in the face of the pressure of the Congress Party. It has caused a strong response in all walks of life in Myanmar. He is simply a national hero. Alan Wilson also made a negligible contribution to this, so he also got understanding from Aung San that before British India is officially independent, Myanmar's affairs should wait first, and keep enough patience, and don't let London handle the independence of the 2 colonies at the same time. If Aung San can give the British Empire some time, and don't use others, Alan Wilson is willing to write an article himself, listing the 10 aspects in which General Aung San can be a national hero more than Gandhi. After General Aung San and the representatives of the 3 countries left, the only thing that was still hot was who was more suitable between Nehru and Patel, and who was also recognized by London as the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. This was the case for the Indians, but the British civil servants in the governor's office did not think so. General Mountbatten had talked with Ali Jinnah several times, and had already tacitly agreed that Ali Jinnah's will to make Pakistan independent would never change, knowing that the partition of India and Pakistan was a foregone conclusion. In the talks with Mountbatten, Ali Jinnah repeatedly stated his point of view, that British India had now gone beyond the stage of bargaining, and the only way was to establish Pakistan. With the situation that Pakistan's eastern and western territories are separated by India, this country will sooner or later split. Governor Mountbatten expressed his views on the future situation of the subcontinent when Sir Barron and Alan Wilson were both there. I have talked to Ali Jinnah about this matter, and it is almost unchangeable. But the leader of the Muslim League himself doesn't care, so why should we worry about it? Alan Wilson spoke up and told Governor Mountbatten that he had talked about this issue with Ali Jinnah. Although they talked, there was no solution. Alan Wilson could not ignore the objective fact that East Pakistan, namely Bangladesh, actually had the best foundation for a nation state in South Asia. If something happened in India, such as a civil war, East and West Bangladesh would become one country, and Bangladesh would definitely be a hegemon in South Asia. If ethnic issues could outweigh religious issues, Bangladesh's achievements would be limitless. However, this possibility was too small. Bangladesh did not have the strength to take West Bengal back from India and complete national unification to become a nation state. East Pakistan is just one of the problems. The problem of the northwest frontier province will also cause a war between the 2 countries after the partition in the future. Governor Mountbatten thought for a while and added, and Kashmir is the most likely to cause trouble. I heard that Nehru's hometown is Kashmir. Yes, respected governor. Sir Barron smiled meaningfully and asked, does the governor want to deal with this problem? No, I don't have this idea. That is a problem between the Congress Party and the Muslim League. Mountbatten smiled like an old fox. The new problem that caused confusion was that he suggested that the Northwest Frontier Province should also have the freedom to choose independence, but he believed that it must be so. Obviously, leaving some hidden dangers for the former colonies is in the interests of the former colonial power. At the same time, it will also satisfy some British people who are unwilling to withdraw from the colonies with a kind of gloating pleasure. A very far-sighted idea, respected governor. Sir Barron laughed heartily. If British India had not entered the independent track, he believed that Governor Mountbatten would have become a very outstanding governor. What a pity. Just when the politicians on the subcontinent were reveling in the carnival, arguing about whether Nehru or Patel would become the Deputy Prime Minister of British India, the foundation for the future division of British India into 2 countries had been determined in the governor's office. As an old friend of Pakistan, Alan Wilson was still thinking about whether to reveal it to Ali Jinnah to make the father of Pakistan happy. The secretary of the commissioner, Ethel, knocked on the door and came in to report. Some representatives of American pharmaceutical companies have arrived in Kolkata, saying that they are investigating the health conditions in British India in hope that the British Indian government can provide help. Huh. What are the Americans doing here? Governor Mountbatten, who has become one of ours, asked with a puzzled look. Leave this to me. Reception work. I'm good at it. Alan Wilson took the initiative to speak. Sir Baron would definitely arrange for him to do it anyway. No one knew better than him what the people from the American pharmaceutical company were here to do. Chapter 339. Rescue the dead and the wounded. The Merck Group, which owns the right to produce streptomycin, was founded in 1668 and has a history of 350 years. Its headquarters is located in Darmstadt, Germany. The group is mainly engaged in innovative pharmaceuticals. It originated from a German pharmaceutical company. Due to the successful development of its export business in the United States, Merck established a branch in New York. In 1891, Merck's US branch was officially established. During the First World War, Merck's US branch was confiscated by the United States. It has become an independent company. Although the two companies have the same name today, there is no other connection. Otherwise, as a younger generation, the United States also has something to learn from the British Empire. This is the case with the action of confiscating German companies during the World War. Alan Wilson remembered that, because of patent issues, Britain used the patents of the Krupp Group during the First World War. After the end of the First World War with heavy casualties, it still paid patent fees to Krupp after the war. Then what? World War II was fought again. The only thing Alan Wilson remembers about the American Merck Group is that it promoted the hepatitis B vaccine in China. From this perspective, Merck Group has made contributions, but the premise is that China actually has the technology for hepatitis B vaccine. Under the premise of the research technology of hepatitis B vaccine, Merck Group promoted hepatitis B vaccine after entering China. As early as the 1970s, Tao Kimin developed the hepatitis B vaccine, but the promotion strength and speed were not enough. Without advertising, it was even less well known. The United States is a country with a very mature market economy, good at using commercial promotion and advertising. According to international practice, hepatitis B vaccine must be inoculated in gorillas to confirm its effectiveness before it can be inoculated in humans. But in the 1970s, the experimental conditions were simple and gorillas could not be bought. The research team used their own bodies for experiments and took risks to study vaccines. Under the premise of having alternative technologies, pharmaceutical companies are not willing to sit back and watch everyone die for money. This can be seen from the example of hepatitis B vaccine. After Merck Group entered China, the promotion of hepatitis B vaccine was based on this premise. It cannot be said that there is no contribution. The promotion of vaccines with a large amount of funds has contributed, but it is far less noble than imagined. The purpose of coming here is naturally attracted by drug trials that greatly save costs. Now that 2 world wars have been fought, the United States has just stepped onto the stage of world hegemony. It can't be full of shit and nag me every day about the British being reckless and the Soviet Union being stupid. After the Second World War, the United States also began to pay attention to the national image problem that it had not paid much attention to before. Large-scale drug trials have also been subject to a series of supervision, but with it comes the rising risks, which is a considerable burden for pharmaceutical companies. But isn't there Alan Wilson, a civil servant who is always ready to contribute to the world? He measured India's material resources, won the favor of pharmaceutical companies, and solved this problem for Merck. Anyway, people in British India live in chaos and don't even know they are alive. The significant advantage of low human rights is very suitable for contributing to the world in drug trials. In the 21st century, India, as a country that still preserves a variety of diseases that have been eliminated all over the world, is naturally unique. Among them, half of the world's tuberculosis deaths are enough to prove that India is a powerful country. In later generations, there are many infectious diseases in India that have long been eliminated in other countries, and they have also caused trouble to other countries. For example, the smallpox outbreak in the Soviet Union in the 1950s. Soviet artist Alexei Kokorykin returned from India and landed in Moscow. During this time, he had symptoms of a moderate cold, but since it was the coldest month of winter, such symptoms seemed normal to many people. However, on the same night, Kokorykin's temperature soared, and he developed severe coughing and body aches. The next day, he went to the doctor and was diagnosed with influenza. However, the prescribed medicine did not help, and Kokorykin also developed a rash all over his body, but was diagnosed with allergies. However, a young doctor, after learning that the patient had been to India, cautiously suggested that such symptoms could be caused by smallpox, but her suggestion was not accepted. After staying in the same room with other flu patients for several days, Alexei Kokorykin died at the end of the month, and during this time, the doctors did not find the real cause of his death. However, shortly after Kokorykin's death, several other patients in the hospital also developed similar symptoms: fever, cough, and rash. The hospital hurriedly invited experts, and the final conclusion was shocking: smallpox broke out in Moscow. Fact check: while in India, Alexei Kokorykin attended the cremation of a friend who had just died, and he even touched the body of the deceased. There, this patient Zero was suffering from this deadly disease. Half a month later, the news about the smallpox epidemic was reported to the Soviet leaders, and Moscow immediately mobilized all resources, including hospitals, clinics, police, and the famous KGB, to search for potentially dangerous carriers in Moscow for 24 hours. Everyone who met and talked with Kokorykin, those who contacted him and received gifts he brought back from India, and even 150 university students who sat in the classroom with Kokorykin's daughter Valeria were sent to the hospital. During this period, more than 9,000 people were forced to be isolated, and according to a special decree, the hospital where patient Zero was treated was blocked, and a large number of emergency reserves for war situations were allowed to be used. In the fight against the smallpox epidemic, the entire health department has been mobilized, from medical staff to medical students. They are working from morning to night to find any suspected pathogens and disinfect the entire city. The decisive measure to prevent the spread of smallpox was to vaccinate all residents in the Moscow area. For this reason, the Soviet Union required all Muscovites, even those who were dying, to be vaccinated. In the following week, more than 9.5 million people were vaccinated, which was an unprecedented action in history. So large-scale infectious diseases are actually useless for countries with the Soviet system. If the Soviet system countries in Eastern Europe were still there, the most serious infectious diseases would only spread to half of the world, and the other half of the world would live well. To realize what Khrushchev said, "We will bury you eventually." Such an excellent virus culture dish is the best place to test various drugs. Alan Wilson has full confidence in this. After finding a place, Alan Wilson met with Ronald Koeman, the marketing manager of Merck Group, with a look on his face, and welcomed Merck Group's trip to British India. Throughout the meeting, he expressed great admiration for pharmaceutical companies that have made outstanding contributions to the world. This is an industry that accounts for nearly 1/5 of the US GDP in the 21st century. What world's first military expenditure is just a drop in the bucket. If we really want to save the country through industry, we should go to the medical industry. This industry deserves Alan Wilson's admiration. He dare not say that everyone is afraid of death, but there are definitely a few who are afraid of death. If an industry can make money from the dead, this industry will definitely have development. There is no doubt that Merck Group is such a company. He even thinks that Pamela Mountbatten should consider going to Germany to see if she can buy the talents of medical companies at the bottom. It would be a pity if she doesn't work hard on such a large industry. It is definitely more promising than any passenger plane. After both parties sat down, Alan Wilson heard Ronald's purpose of coming to British India and immediately said that the environment here is very suitable. Respected Mr. Ronald, it can be said that there is no place in the world that is more suitable for medical companies to produce results than here. I guarantee with my personality that everything I said is true. Oh. Ronald did not comment, but had to admit that this was the purpose of his coming to British India. The drug trial stage is already a stage of excessive investment for domestic pharmaceutical companies in the United States. Moreover, after Roosevelt's New Deal, Some things that could be done many years ago are not so convenient now. If a major medical accident occurs, even a pharmaceutical company like Merck Group will not be able to get away with it easily. Moreover, pharmaceutical companies are also companies that give people confidence in a certain sense. If a major medical accident occurs, it will be a huge blow to the company's image. Alan Wilson just said this. Drug trials often require a large number of volunteers. If something goes wrong, it will be a major medical accident. Not to mention the huge compensation. For a pharmaceutical company, once its image is hit and remembered, it is not a matter of money. British India does not have this problem. Merck Group came to British India to save the dying and the wounded. If you don't come, these Indians will die from other diseases. You are here to save India. Even if there is an extremely small incident, the things here will not spread to the mainland, and no Americans will know. Alan Wilson's words can be said to have touched the hearts of the representatives of the Merck Group. This is the purpose of their willingness to come here in person. Although these words are very appetizing, Ronald still pretends to be reserved and said, "It's mainly to save the dying and the wounded." Yes, it's mainly to save the dying and the wounded. The people of the subcontinent urgently need you to save the dying and the wounded. Alan Wilson immediately followed the other party's words and emphasized the significance of saving the dying and the wounded. I wish all readers a happy new year. In the new year, Daniel will be very busy. I will update 2 pictures today and tomorrow, and then I will take a break. Chapter 340 Indians' Right to Know. But I believe that friends and close allies also understand that the British Indian government has made a great contribution to this matter. In addition to flattering the god of wealth, Alan Wilson also got to the point. As a man of his word, Alan Wilson adheres to a belief, that is, to get money to do things. But conversely, it can also be said that, if you don't get money, you won't do things. I believe that Merck Group can also understand the difficulties of the current colonial government. He doesn't want to miss any opportunity to generate income. Dear Mr. Allen, we certainly understand this. Ronald Koeman gave a look that said, I understand. Pharmaceutical companies, which need to have such an image, usually have to deal with the government. In the United States, it is a felony to get money to do things. Generally, indirect means are used to arrange relatives to enter the company or give them some honorary consultant positions. But it does not mean that Americans reject getting money to do things. In fact, as long as they can show efficiency, American companies are not unable to follow the local customs and bribe in the name of some foundation. The money of the charity foundation is given to you. If you intercept the money, it is your problem, not our problem. Now British India is in the transition period between the British and Indians. It would be best if things can be settled. However, Ronald Coleman raised a question. If the Indians come to power in the future, they will not deny the drug trial plan set by the British Indian colonial government. This is Ronald Coleman's overthinking. Just as Alan Wilson said, ordinary Indians simply don't know they are alive. There are extensive areas in the subcontinent where there are no grassroots organizations at all. The local Brahmins have the final say. Even if something really happened, the news would not be spread. He definitely has a say in this regard. His most capable subordinate, Hyderabad Commissioner Alisa, made many villages that interfered and obstructed the work disappear directly, and nothing happened. Of course we believe Mr. Allen, but out of caution, we want to consider it in British India. We may need your help. Don't worry, we will bear the cost of hiring personnel ourselves. Ronald Coleman finally stated that, if it can be proved that what Alan Wilson said is true, saving lives and healing the wounded will definitely not be a problem. Who makes pharmaceutical companies work in the industry of saving lives and healing the wounded? Alan Wilson understood this behavior, but also hinted at his indispensable role from the side, revealing, last year, I led the revision of the health bill, which can be regarded as a small contribution to the health of Indians. At this time, talking about last year's events is to tell Merck Group that, if they leave him, the other party may not be able to play. He can leave a backdoor in the health bill, so that everyone can make money together, or he can block the backdoor, so that no one can make money. Whether this thing can succeed depends on his own thoughts. Although he was a little too greedy, Ronald Koeman also understood the important role that the person in front of him could play. The next step is a routine link, US dollars for rupees. According to relevant laws and regulations, British Indian dollars are not circulated, and Indians do not know US dollars. It is more convenient to use rupees when in Rome. It is better to put the US dollars in the hands of these Merc members in reliable hands. Alan Wilson is that reliable person, and his iron box is absolutely safe. He can only make some moves in this regard. The subsequent big head is public property, which must be shared with Sir Baron, and Sir Edward and Sir Norman in the country, and must not be taken alone. Alan Wilson demonstrated his style of doing things for money to the fullest, and he immediately expressed his importance to Merc by hiring guards to protect the pharmaceutical company's visit to British India, which showed his high efficiency. In front of Ronald Colman and others, he proudly introduced in a colonial tone, "These Indians are all hard-working Indians, rarely get angry, rarely quarrel, and are very hard-working." Before the arrival of the British, these Indians were all liars, cold-blooded people, who only knew how to kill and rob, and often killed their enemies, while they were sleeping. The British Empire has partially changed these barbaric customs, but these natives still more or less retain their habits of robbing farms and stealing livestock. But please rest assured, these people will definitely be loyal to their employers. As long as you maintain minimum respect, nothing will happen. I understand this very well. I will help select the leader of these Indians from Hyderabad, and the local commissioner is my most trusted subordinate. Alan Wilson also mobilized a batch of supplies and provided them to Merc's expedition team at a discount, carrying instruments, food, traveler's luggage, weapons, ammunition, triangulation tools, such as the light iron tower, benchmarks, reflectors, tripods, etc. used to measure the bottom edge, and finally, the belongings of the 100 guards. The food of the bushmen is mainly some dried meat strips. Not to mention just investigating the customs and habits of British India. Even professional field expeditions are no more than this. This is not just the style of taking money to do things, but also has something to do with the overall environment. You must know that once London announces the appointment of the Deputy Prime Minister of British India in September, British India will officially enter the handover stage. You can't take it away in the future, so it's better to be generous in front of the Americans. For this reason, Alan Wilson has recently printed a lot of money. He is generous not only to Americans, but also to the Indians he hired. Sometimes I think that, even if Jesus were alive, it would be no more than this. This is all that Merc is about to investigate in various parts of British India. They will evaluate whether Alan Wilson's words are true, observe different races and living habits, the prevalence of diseases, and whether there are superior conditions for drug testing sites. Alan Wilson said that the ethnic distribution of British India is different, and it is best to go to South India to see. For the Americans, this is a novel experience. They are on par with the Indians they are escorting, talking, and arguing. Many people often separate from the expedition team, sometimes walking on the flank of the team, sometimes rushing a few miles ahead of the team, when the endless plains are in front of them. The Americans' pursuit of freedom is boiling, and they want to do something that lets themselves go in this world that belongs to another world. If Alan Wilson knew that the Americans thought so, he might regret that he should transfer Andy later. In this regard, a subordinate who finds prostitutes without paying is more suitable for this kind of work. This matter was not concealed from Sir Baron, and there was actually nothing to hide. Alan Wilson never eats alone. He is also a person who knows how to share, and knows what money should be taken, and what money should not be taken. For things like this, that require official level to work, he will not try to take it all by himself. Sir Baron is very satisfied with Alan Wilson's concept of sharing. This subordinate is very reliable. Although sometimes he intervenes too much, he still has many advantages. It is no wonder that many people value him very much. During the days when you were receiving the Americans, Gandhi was mediating the dispute between Nehru and Patel's supporters, and was giving speeches everywhere, calling for unity at this time. Sir Baron asked Alan Wilson to sit down and said, "Who do you think is more suitable to lead India in the future?" It's hard to say. It's like two lunatics leading a mental hospital. Alan Wilson said truthfully, in international public opinion, many media in different countries believe that India will become a natural leader after independence, but I don't think so. The only countries that can pose a threat to us, apart from our own suspicious allies, are countries using the Soviet system. As long as we do a little bit better and ensure that India will not become a country like the Soviet Union, the threat from India in the future will be within controllable range. This is Alan Wilson's heartfelt words. In terms of system issues, the United States and the Soviet Union each have their own problems. No one can say anything about the other, but the national strength reflected by the Soviet system is far stronger than that of the United States at the same level. In other words, at the same level, the Soviet Union looks more powerful. This is like the comparison between Britain and Germany before World War I. In fact, many British scholars do not think that the Soviet Union has created a unique government system. Instead, they believe that the Soviet system is a variant of Germany, similar to the period of the Second German Empire. The Second German Empire of William II was a country supported by a number of conglomerates. The Soviet Union state-owned enterprises can also be seen as the conglomerates of Germany at that time. William II was very keen on nationalization and once wanted to turn the prostitution industry into a state-run business, which would make it easier to collect taxes. Precisely because of their familiarity, European countries do not reject nationalization, which is completely different from the United States across the Atlantic. In fact, I'm looking forward to Nehru and Patel quarreling. After listening to Alan Wilson's words, Sir Baron nodded and said, "It's a pity that Gandhi is still very good at maintaining unity." It can be seen that Sir Baron stopped Gandhi, and it was quite regrettable that the dispute between Nehru and Patel expanded. In fact, we can disclose the fact that Gandhi met with the Governor General and asked Ali Jinnah to form a government to lead India. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and lowered his voice. The majority of Indian people don't know about Gandhi's previous remarks. Only some senior members of the Congress party know about it. This is not democratic at all. Not good, right? Sir Baron was overjoyed, but he held back his laughter when the word came to his lips, indicating that this was not gentlemanly at all. There are so many people in the Governor General's mansion, and they are all talkative. How can we know who leaked it? Alan Wilson said to himself, as a future democratic country, Indians have the right to know. I wish you all a happy new year. In the new year, the ox has been very busy. Chapter 341 Gandhi is a traitor. As a paperhanger, Alan Wilson thought he had done everything he could. Of course, this was also inseparable from the full support of the British Indian civil servants, this warm family. The situation in British India has undergone a slight, but definitely beneficial change for the British Empire. Every day of social stability, British India will create a day of wealth for the British Empire. But now, it is time to return to the traditional divide and rule of governing British India. Under the premise that the independence of British India has become a foregone conclusion, what is wrong with muddying the water and creating some contradictions? Contradictions exist in the first place, and is it wrong to use them? Accusing the British Empire of using contradictions to maintain the rule of British India, Alan Wilson is honestly saying that grapes are sour because they can't eat them. No matter how righteous the country that accuses Britain is, it is actually the case. What anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism and anti-feudalism? Later, I didn't see that the countries that supported the Indians really helped India. Of course, it is justified to accuse others, but it is unbearable when it comes to oneself. But this is how the world is. India can't do it, but the British Empire can do it. Conflicts such as war and unrest are the basic manifestations of the current international community. Although peace and development are still recognized by all countries, when a major crisis occurs, all countries still put their own security and interests first, so that the entire international community has closed off part of its sense of fairness in external and internal speech for various reasons. Indians also know that family disgrace should not be made public, but at the crossroads, where British India is destined to be independent, Alan Wilson thinks that there is nothing wrong with making it public. What's wrong with maintaining transparency? Nehru and Patel each have their own supporters, and there are not a few supporters. In fact, you can see with your own eyes that Indians are currently enthusiastic about the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. Various rallies have become the best venue for this kind of key politics. Thanks to Gandhi's mediation, Patel and Nehru's supporters are still stable in political rallies, but how can such occasions be 100% correct? Such a large rally, with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people participating, is very normal for something to happen. This political rally originated in Mumbai. In the current British India, it is no longer something that must be strictly prohibited. The local colonial institutions turned a blind eye to it. No one knows when the conflict began. A group of Patel supporters began their own journey to Super God, holding machetes and shouting Patel's name Sada, which means a pun for leader, and launched a bloody massacre against the enemy, that is, Nehru's supporters, at the rally. The sudden massacre occurred, and the unarmed Nehru supporters became the souls under the knife. The whole block became a surer field, but for the huge number of people participating in the rally, this chaos was really not a problem. When most of the people participating in the rally discovered this, a greater chaos occurred. The crowd pushed and trampled on each other, and the fanatical atmosphere caused great chaos. At this time, the colonial government of Mumbai realized that the supporters of Nehru and Patel had caused a conflict. Only then did they hurriedly take on the responsibility of the government and went to the scene to quell the incident. The conflict between the supporters of the two candidates in Mumbai and the subsequent tragedy immediately spread to New Delhi. Mr. Nehru, it seems that we still cannot reach an agreement on the allocation of Nepalese soldiers. Alan Wilson shook his head calmly and said, "Excuse me, the Nepalese battalion, like the Indian troops, is the armed force of the British Empire. In the future, when India becomes independent, why should the Nepalese belong to India? Does it make sense?" In 1815, the British Army had the 1st Combat Battalion composed of Gurkhas. Since then, the tradition of Gurkha serving in the British Army has continued to this day. During World War II, there were 200,000 Gurkhas fighting for the British Empire. Of course, there were not so many after the war, but there were more than 20 combat battalions. Does Britain need these mercenaries now? Of course it does. London has asked British India to try its best to send these mercenaries to Malaya to prevent the Netherlands in the East Indies from posing a threat to Malaya if they cannot hold on. In fact, what Alan Wilson is doing now is the Kathmandu Agreement in history, but it is impossible for him to go to Nepal, so the Rana delegation, which had just left not long ago, came back. In fact, Alan Wilson was not familiar with the Nepalese mercenaries at all, and he did not know the role of these people. He only fought for it here, because London asked him to. The most familiar part of the history of Nepalese mercenaries was that Phukangan crossed the King-Tibet plateau once and fought with this mountainous country once. Of course, due to the logistical problems that existed in the 21st century, he just stopped the war when he saw the good results. It was unknown how many times Alan Wilson had argued with Nehru or Patel. He was now accustomed to arguing with different Congress leaders in different fields. During the sensitive period of the transfer of power, Nehru and Patel had to be present at any time. After all, there was a position of Deputy Prime Minister of British India in London, which was fishing for two people. At this time, the Secretary of the Commissioner, Ethel, pushed the door open and said with a telegram, "Assistant Alan, Sir Baron asked me to give you this telegram. You can decide whether to give it to Mr. Nehru." When Nehru heard that it was related to him, he looked at it with concern. Was it the appointment letter of the Deputy Prime Minister of British India? "Dear Mr. Nehru, you really need to know this." Alan Wilson handed over the telegram to Nehru with a sad look and a tone of ignorance about the occurrence of the Mumbai massacre and the number of casualties caused. Such a thing actually happened? Nehru looked sad, and he didn't even notice it himself. There was a hint of disappointment when he spoke. It turned out that it was not the appointment letter of the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows, picked up the teacup by himself, and took a look at the clock to see if it was time to get off work. Then Nehru said goodbye, and Alan Wilson came out to see him off, saying that he hoped Nehru would consider the position of the British Empire and reach a win-win agreement on the issue of Nepalese mercenaries. As for the Mumbai massacre, it was the internal affairs of the Indians, and he, as a British in a colonial government, was not convenient to interfere. I believe the Congress Party will handle this issue well. The Mumbai massacre marked that under the premise of the British leaving the subcontinent, a round of undercurrents of receiving the British Empire's legacy had begun to surge. Everyone thought that they should be the beneficiary. If you are not qualified to be the beneficiary, try to support those who have the ability and wait for the distribution of the cake. The Mumbai incident is really shocking. Ethel was still sighing. More than 400 people were hacked to death, and thousands of people were injured and killed due to trampling. It's so shocking. Alan Wilson glanced at Ethel and thought to himself, what's so shocking? It's just a group of Nepalese dressed as Sikhs and killed people at the rally. If nothing unexpected happens, these platoons of Nepalese mercenaries who came back from Malaya to cause trouble should have left British India by now and will appear on the list of Malaya casualties in a short time. The families of these fallen soldiers will receive a pension that is definitely not cheap in the subcontinent. Isn't this a good thing? Do Nepalese people like to be soldiers by nature? Isn't it for money? The occurrence of the Mumbai massacre temporarily made Nehru and Patel busy again, and Gandhi was also busy. Nehru and Patel's supporters were also furious, blaming each other and wanting to bring the murderer to justice. The last thought was very normal. Alan Wilson had already satisfied their wishes by bringing the murderer to justice. Gandhi stepped in to mediate the conflict between the two giants in the party, pointing out that they should not show a desire for power and profit at this time. This would only make the pursuit of independence a joke. These words were immediately refuted by the resident writer of the Hindu newspaper, who believed that this was a bloody incident created by some peaceful believers pretending to be Hindus and wanted to profit from it. It was definitely not the intention of Patel's supporters. In British India, when in doubt, they would promote peace religion, especially for Patel's supporters. This was the statement they believed in the most. At the same time, the writer of the Hindu newspaper was the widely respected Mr. Singh, who discovered the precious wealth of Indian history and verified many valuable aspects of Indian civilization, including but not limited to ancient nuclear wars. Singh found the peace religion as a target for Patel's conservatives to avoid internal divisions in the Congress party. He felt that as a colonial official of a sovereign country, his father was no more than that. So Alan Wilson used another pen name, Jaipal, to refute Singh's remarks, and said in a sarcastic tone, Gandhi expressed his hope to hand over the future of British India to Ali Jinnah at an internal meeting of the Congress party. Let the Muslim League rule us. When this news appeared in the newspaper, it immediately caused an uproar throughout the country. All Hindus did not expect that the leader they respected and loved so much would have the idea of selling out the interests of Hinduism. For a time, the verbal attacks on Gandhi and his supporters overshadowed Nehru, Patel and the Bombay tragedy. The leaders of the Congress party who attended the meeting that day recalled who looked suspicious that day. There was no doubt that a traitor appeared among us. This is a carnival for keyboard politicians. The world is in chaos and the situation is good. Nehru, Patel, Gandhi, Ali Jinnah, the top traffic in the current subcontinent are all here, and public opinion has become a mess. There will be 2 updates today, and normal updates will start tomorrow. Chapter 342 New Civil Servant Leader. For the time being, the Congress party will not disturb the peace of the governor's office for this period of time. Governor Mountbatten enjoyed a moment of peace, and asked Alan Wilson and Sir Baron what they thought of this matter. Sit and watch. Sir Baron and Alan Wilson answered in their hearts at the same time. Sir Baron spoke first. At this sensitive moment, it is better for the governor's office not to express its position. After all, this is India's own business. If we get involved, according to past lessons, the rebound force brought about by this interference will eventually be reflected on us. Alan Wilson's role is much simpler. He has an admiring look. If he needs to say something, he can only give a thumbs up, high, really high. The affairs of British India have been dealt with, and the next step is Burma. At present, we don't have much progress left. It's nothing more than the issue of international trade settlement of the pound. Alan Wilson flipped through the conditions sent from London. Of course, there are still many problems to be solved, and the most important one is the issue of the pound. As long as the problem of the pound is solved, the remaining problems are not that important. The governor's office's opinion is to use the positioning of the princely states in exchange for India's commitment to settle international trade in pounds after independence. This is what London values most. If there is an oil currency in this era, it is not the dollar's turn. Most of the oil in the Middle East is still in the hands of the United Kingdom. Without the petrodollar, there will only be the petropound. But The United States has nuclear bombs, and the United Kingdom does not yet. Even if it occupies the position first, it cannot be maintained if the national strength is not good. At this time, the United States will definitely not think of the operation of petrodolars, not only because the Bretton Woods system itself is relatively favorable to the United States, but also because the United States is an oil exporter. In the process of the transformation of the US dollar into the petrodollar, the landmark event was the first oil crisis. Starting from Charles de Gaulle's transport of gold back in the 1960s and 1970s, the international financial market sold a large number of dollars and snapped up gold and other hard currencies, causing the international credit of the US dollar to be shaken. The main reasons for the dollar crisis are the weakening of the United States' external economic strength, the continuous deficit in the balance of payments, the loss of a large amount of gold reserves, the insufficient guarantee of the US dollar's external credit, and the serious inflation in the United States, the continuous depreciation of the US dollar internally. In order to defuse the selling frenzy led by Britain, France, and Germany, before the first oil crisis, the London-New York financial groups no longer used the US dollar as the currency standard. The United States abolished the gold standard, the Bretton Woods system began to collapse, and countries implemented floating exchange rate systems. In order to solve the dilemma of the US dollar, Dr. Kissinger proposed the petrodollar recycling plan, which was essentially to launch a huge blow to the world's industrial growth and tilt the balance of power back to the US financial interest groups and the US dollar. Of course, any adjustment requires a price, and the United States' originally powerful oil industry is in the range of being sacrificed. In the 1970s, the United States began to implement an oil export ban to prevent domestic oil from entering the international market to interfere with prices and protect the interests of Middle Eastern oil-producing countries after the oil crisis. Until the president abolished the ban, the United States controlled domestic oil, either not mining or controlling the channels to enter the international market in order to bind the oil-producing countries in the Middle East. At present, the Bretton Woods system is still as solid as a rock, and the United States has not yet made adjustments. At least in the next 20 years, the Bretton Woods system will still play a role. As for 20 years later, it depends on how much national strength Britain has left. If the colonies are lost, the pound currently in the Middle East will still be replaced by the US dollar. As long as the national strength and military strength are not good, it is inevitable that the pound will be completely eaten up by the US dollar. After thinking about it, Alan Wilson still thinks that nuclear bombs are more important. The Royal Navy, which is still a powerful force on the earth, does not know how much strength it will have left by then. If it still ends up with a few broken ships, Britain will still be unable to avoid the fate of being a follower. This kind of thing is like this. Anyway, Alan Wilson believes that no one has it as good as himself. Who would be willing to be a follower if they have the right to autonomy? Britain and the United States are blood thicker than water. As a British, he does not want his country to become a subsidiary of the United States. It would be best if it is the other way around. In the afternoon, Alan Wilson received a telegram forwarded from Hyderabad. He put the telegram away calmly and then went back to read it. After get off work, Vivian Leigh dealt with the divorce and now went to the United States. Alan Wilson could feel the sincere yearning from the telegram. Vivian Leigh said in the telegram that she was promoting the film Daughter of India shot in British India with her girlfriends, and she was very busy every day. Alan Wilson almost forgot that he had helped to accumulate materials to enhance India's international influence. If there is political interference in art in Hollywood, this documentary will definitely win an award, but it is hard to estimate what award it will win. He thinks it is best to wait until British India becomes independent before releasing the documentary so that it will not interfere with the current work of British India. Regarding the rumors of divorce, Vivian Leigh said that she had dissolved her marriage with Mr. Oliver. Although there were occasional twists and turns, it was a peaceful breakup. Vivian Leigh will devote the rest of her time to the equal rights movement and charity. Of course, she did not give up her film career. Finally, she said that she was in a state of confusion in her life and hoped to get Alan Wilson's practical guidance. When seeing this, Alan Wilson could not control his fiery heart and immediately gave guidance to the great British treasure. Unfortunately, the affairs of British India are not over yet. I can only express it in my reply. British India cannot leave AI Zhangtang's teachings for a day. It involves the future of hundreds of millions of people. Now I really can't leave. The governor's mansion is calm as usual. The Congress party is still in the process of reconciliation and separation, understanding, and quarrel. Several important leaders of the Congress party and Ali Jinnah are in disgrace. But Gandhi is undoubtedly in the center of the storm. Alan Wilson has a small wish, hoping to see the saint ascend to heaven before leaving British India. I don't know if this small wish can be realized. Late at night, Gandhi sat on a straw mat and lamented to his great niece Manu, "Now I'm alone. Even Nehru thinks I'm wrong. They believe that once the partition of India is over, peace will be restored. In their opinion, as time goes by, I seem to have become a little confused. They may have a point, but I'm struggling in vain in the dark." Manu looked at Gandhi and said, "Don't think so much. Others have abandoned you, but I'm still here. You snatched me from the hands of death, and I will not leave you, even though all your believers have left you." Gandhi sighed, "I may return to the West soon, and will not experience this disaster personally. However, if the suffering I'm worried about comes to India and endangers India's independence, then future generations should know how depressed and sad an old man in his twilight years is when he thinks of these unfortunate disasters." Alan Wilson didn't know that Gandhi actually had such a request. If he knew, he believed that the saint's wish would definitely move God. However, he did not dare to get rid of the saint, but he could create some opportunities to facilitate those who wanted to shock the world. Religious conflicts are all caused by the eldest brother, not to mention the second brother. He believed that the news that Gandhi proposed to let Ali Jinnah manage India after independence would definitely cause hostility from many people. At this time in London, there were also very important changes for the civil servants of the British Empire. Edward Bridges officially resigned from the position of Cabinet Secretary, and the head of the civil service of the British Empire became Norman Brooke. In fact, as early as before the end of World War II, Norman Brooke was already a powerful figure in the civil service of Whitehall. This time, Edward Bridges did not actually retire completely, but became the nominal head of the civil service, but the actual power was not so great as the chief civil servant. In fact, Alan Wilson was quite familiar with this operation and the two-person turn of Mapes. Edward Bridges only resigned from the position of Cabinet Secretary, and it was still a long time before he could really retire. However, Alan Wilson was not familiar with the new Cabinet Secretary, so he consulted Sir Baron for this. There's no difference. For officials like us, we can't say that stability is above all else, but it's certainly much more stable than the politicians who come and go. Sir Norman has also worked in Whitehall for a long time. He and Sir Edward have had a long time in contact with each other. Sir Baron thought for a moment and replied, "It's hard to say what the difference will be, except that Sir Norman is closer to politicians. The rest should not change." Just as the two were discussing high-level changes in London, Norman Brooke's first telegram as Cabinet Secretary was delivered by Commissioner Secretary Ethel. Sir Baron took the telegram and read it. At the same time, he said to Alan Wilson, "Nehru has basically been decided as the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. It will be officially announced in a few days. You take a look." I said there was no change. It's just that the position of the two people's signatures has changed. This telegram was sent jointly by Norman Brooke and Edward Bridges, with Norman Brooke's name in front and Edward Bridges' name in the back. Alan Wilson took the telegram, looked at the content, and said, "Before the formal appointment, should we take the initiative to contact Nehru and do him a favor? Just like we helped him become the Deputy Prime Minister of British India?" Sir Baron said with a smile, "He knows our British politics very well. It is precisely because of understanding." Alan Wilson said calmly, "We pretended to have helped in this matter, and there is nothing to lose by claiming so. In fact, I'm considering where to go after India. To be fair, this is a question that requires great caution. The water woman still has a chance to correct her mistakes. If she makes a mistake in the key politics, the book will be gone in a flash, and there will be no chance to correct it. Malaya cannot go so soon." Chapter 343 What is the Prime Minister of a great power? He even wants to thank us. Alan Wilson said very proudly. As for why Nehru was chosen instead of Patel, he just said that the Labour Party was in power instead of the Conservative Party, and explained to Patel, "You can't say it for sure. Maybe there will be a time when Patel's help will be needed," saying that the appointment was because the Labour Party was optimistic about Nehru, and if the Conservative Party was in power, Patel would be the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. This might make Patel feel more comfortable. In fact, even within the Congress Party, because of Gandhi's preference for Nehru and Nehru's obvious age advantage, it would be difficult for Patel to defeat the young and vigorous Nehru. Putting the responsibility on the Labour Party will help Patel's supporters have an illusion. That is, Nehru was appointed by the British, and Patel's failure was only because Nehru was valued by the British. In this way, the Conservatives of the Congress Party will not be so convinced of Nehru under the influence of this illusion. It helps to rally the Conservatives. Even if Patel is old and dies young as he did in history, the Conservatives will not fall apart for a while. In the final analysis, from the perspective of the British Empire, India should not live too well after independence. This is good for everyone. Let Nehru use the next time to complete the integration of India, and then complete the task and leave this world. Before London officially announced the candidate, Alan Wilson rushed to the last assault. He and Pedro, the representative of the Portuguese governor's office, formally signed the secret agreement on Goa. In fact, it should have been signed long ago, but it was just waiting for Goa to lay a solid foundation and complete the construction of the Peace Church residential area around Goa. Although Alan Wilson has not contacted the Portuguese recently, he also helped with some political guidance. Just like the three countries of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal in the north, the most important thing is to establish a passable identity system. You must know that the subcontinent is least lacking in people. If the Indians want to infiltrate, it will be difficult for the surrounding countries to withstand it. The establishment of an identity system should be sooner rather than later. As soon as the partition of India and Pakistan began, the peaceful Christians around Goa would naturally become a protective embankment, keeping out India's furtive population infiltration. After the secret agreement was signed, Alan Wilson looked at Pedro and said, "Mr. Pedro, it would be better to announce the full content of the secret agreement after the end of British India. This will preserve our friendship. It will help you British people shirk responsibility." Pedro understood and said, then frowned, "But we are going to start the territory exchange, and this kind of action cannot be hidden from the Congress Party. Just don't mention how much land is exchanged." Alan Wilson reminded, Article 10 of the secret agreement states that the port of Goa will serve as a joint British-Portuguese naval base. We must keep our promise at that time. Of course, Portugal and the British Empire have been allies for hundreds of years, and we defeated Spain together. Pedro said solemnly, "The Royal Navy will always have the right to use the naval base in Goa." Then thank Portugal. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We can start the territory exchange now. It's the right time to announce it before London announces who will be the Deputy Prime Minister of British India." On August 27th, the Portuguese Governor's Office of Goa announced that the Christians from Dadra Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu would be relocated to Goa to live, and the relocation operation would begin immediately. At this time, the diligent Assistant Commissioner of British India was busy with the next task, and had a second meeting with the representatives of the Tata Group and the Birla family who had completed fundraising. This time, the Birla family, who had not come last time, was also present. The head of the Birla family also came this time. Gonzayataz Birla started as an apprentice in the family business at the age of 13, and was able to work independently at the age of 16. After inheriting the family business in 1929, he began to enter the industry, and established his own position in key industries such as aluminum, cement and chemicals, becoming the founder of the Birla Group of companies. The reason why Gonzaya Birla did not come last time was that the Birla family had a very close relationship with the Congress Party. For political reasons, Gonzaya Birla took a wait-and-see attitude when the British Governor's Office summoned him for the first time. But when the Tata family and the Birla family began to raise funds, Gonzaya Birla could not sit still. If the British were determined to hand over part of the industry to the two named families, once the two families absorbed the industry, they would leave the Bora family behind in terms of strength. Alan Wilson was not surprised by Gonzalo Borra's arrival, nor did he mean to be unwelcome. He also knew that recently, usury in India was rampant. These local Indian elites would do anything to fill the gap left by the British and seize favorable positions. However, this had nothing to do with him. Britain was not suitable to interfere in the internal affairs of the Indians at this time. As for the Indians, who were trapped in usury, they could use Zia to pay off the debts. If they could not pay back the money, can a living person be suffocated to death? He just wanted to use money to fill the local fiscal deficit. The figure of £100 million was indeed an astronomical figure from the perspective of Indian private enterprises alone, but since these national entrepreneurs came again today, it meant that they still had a way to raise the money. Besides, these big Indian compradors were definitely not treated unfairly. The value of the industries involved far exceeded the price of £100 million. In the next few decades, the industries controlled by these families will bring several times or even dozens of times the return. Not to mention the profits of steel, chemicals, and textiles. They are in a semi-monopolistic environment. By tapping the market within the subcontinent, they can make a fortune. The Bailard Orion mine is undoubtedly one of the industries that these big compradors value most. The Miss Orion mine, which was previously sold to the United States, is the most convenient iron ore for sea transportation, with the highest quality and the lowest cost. But in terms of reserves, the Bailard Orion mine is the source of support for the steel industry in British India. The quality of the ore of the Bailard Orion mine is only slightly worse than that of the Miss Orion mine, but it is enough to be used in the steel industry. 1/5 of the reserves are similar in quality to the Miss Orion mine, which is an absolute national pillar. Whoever gets it will have a gold mountain in his hands. The Tata Group, the Birla family, and the newly arrived Bora family are all eager to try. Although reason tells them that this iron mine is not something that one family can take, who can control greed. This time, Alan Wilson was careful and found an open manner to discuss the issue to avoid being covered by curry. He disappeared directly from the Governor General's office of British India. Back then, Prime Minister Lloyd George casually drew a stroke on the world map with his pen, and a new country was born. Today, Alan Wilson, with the same finger movement, a monopoly capitalist in an industry is born. Alan Wilson accepted all the gifts from these big compradors, but he was impartial and fair. He accepted all the gifts, which was equivalent to not accepting any gifts. What's the problem? The Tata family and the Birla family both had expectations for the ownership of the iron ore. The origin of the Tata family can be regarded as a representative of saving the country through industry. When he returned to China, after studying in the West, and became the head of the family, he was inspired to develop heavy industry. At that time, the industrial bourgeoisie in India had gradually formed and developed. Due to the obstruction of the colonial government, the plans of some big industrial capitalists in Mumbai to develop heavy industry in the early 20th century failed. But the Tata family, after being refused aid by Britain, obtained experts and machinery from the United States and Germany, and successfully issued stocks in the country when the Indians were buying Indian goods. The Tata family, who was already based in the steel industry, was determined to get it. To this end, they had used various means and united many connections to get the largest iron ore in India. The key to transforming from a comprador to a monopoly capitalist was now in Alan Wilson's hands. He even had time to remind the guests to pay attention to gentlemanly manners and not lose their status because of quarrels. At the same time, important talks involving the formation of India's future superage class were taking place. At 2 p.m. on August 29th, Greenwich time, British Prime Minister Attlee announced in the London Parliament that Nehru was nominated as the Deputy Prime Minister of British India, and Governor General Mountbatten was also the Prime Minister of British India. The process of transferring power to India officially began. For many days, the supporters of Nehru and Patel in British India attacked and abused each other because of who would be the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. But when the final news came, they were still immersed in this good news, and the whole subcontinent became a sea of joy. Before the Prime Minister officially announced Nehru as the Deputy Prime Minister of British India, Sir Barron, the Commissioner of British India, had met with Nehru once, saying that Prime Minister Attlee still favoured Nehru, who had similar ideas to the Labour Party, as the candidate to lead India in the future. Only in Nehru's hands would India become a powerful country. Nehru has always believed that he has a greater advantage than Patel, but he was worried without the confirmed news. After the official news came, he couldn't help but feel excited and happy that he defeated Patel. More importantly, the dream that he had been pursuing for decades is now in sight. He is no longer a leader of a party that resists colonial rule, but a prime minister of a great country. In his hands, India will surely become a powerful country in the future. What is a prime minister of a great country? Nehru leaned back tactically, leaning back in his chair, looking very complacent. Chapter 344 Perfection. Not only Nehru himself, but most Indians were immersed in excitement at the moment. Independence has been the dream of Indians for decades, and today, a substantial step has finally been taken. In front of the governor's house, Governor Mountbatten solemnly read out the appointment letter, in the name of King George VI, recognizing Nehru appointed by the Attlee cabinet as the Deputy Prime Minister of British India, and Governor Mountbatten himself as the Prime Minister of British India. From 1858 to today, in the nearly 100 years of British Indian history, an Indian finally squeezed into the highest level of the colonial government. During the broadcast, the voice of Governor Mountbatten reading out the appointment letter of King George VI brought tears to the eyes of countless Indians who listened to the news. Along the way, the journey to independence has been bumpy, and the joys and sorrows are difficult to describe in words. At the same time, Governor Mountbatten also stated that next year, when British India celebrates its 90th anniversary in 1948, the British Empire will withdraw from British India and return all rights and interests in this subcontinent to the Indians, allowing the Indians to regain their freedom. This was the time when Governor General Mountbatten once again publicly confirmed the independence of British India. This was also the final opinion of London. In this way, Nehru became the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. Most Indians were very satisfied with this day, but there were also some who were dissatisfied. Patel was quite disappointed. Mr. Patel, if the Conservative Party was not in power now, the result might be different. Sir Baron comforted him at this time. As far as I know, Churchill and the Conservative Party are very fond of you. The Labour Party's opinion is just the opposite. Politicians are like this, opposing for the sake of opposing. Thank you. Nehru is also a very talented person. I have nothing to say about fighting for independence. Although Patel was disappointed, he still took the overall situation into consideration and performed a drama of tolerance for the country in front of Sir Baron. It's just that on such an important occasion today, Patel always felt that something was wrong, as if something was missing. Then the cheers from the surroundings interrupted Patel's thoughts. Without an assistant commissioner who was specifically trying to take advantage of the situation, he was still negotiating a big deal worth £100 million. Upon learning that Nehru was appointed as the Deputy Prime Minister, he first congratulated the Indian compradors present, and then continued his mediation work. These big compradors will definitely not lose money on this deal. It is an absolutely conscientious price. The reason why they think it is expensive is because they are greedy. On September 5, Alan Wilson, who had disappeared for a week, returned to the governor's mansion with contracts signed with major Indian business families. The total amount of these contracts was £100 million. At the same time, he informed London of the news by telegram. This was the second big deal worth over £100 million that Alan Wilson had made in his not so long life. The British Indian assets sold were all at an absolutely conscientious price. Some important assets were not sold in full, but a certain amount of equity was retained, forming a state of you and me with these Indian business families. I need to think carefully about what else is missing to put a perfect end to my life in British India. Hearing Alan Wilson muttering to himself while sitting there, Sir Baron's mouth twitched. Is there anything missing? How comprehensive have you done? Is there anything missing? In the end, Alan Wilson gave up. He couldn't think of it for a while. He might think of it if he went out for a walk. Attlee was not without regrets for the solid step taken by British India in the process of independence. British India was the pearl of the British Empire, but this pearl was lost when he was the Prime Minister. When he was feeling sad, the new Cabinet Secretary Norman Brooke came in and brought in a telegram worth hundreds of millions of pounds, informing British India that a batch of industries had been sold to local Indian business families. British India was born out of the East India Company and was later taken over by the state. Naturally, there are many state-owned enterprises. European countries are not the United States, and they have never been repulsive to enterprises under this model. The incentive of £100 million made Attlee, who was originally in a very depressed mood, return to normal all of a sudden. Ask Norman Brooke if the price is appropriate. It's a very reasonable price, partly because it's to maintain influence on the Indian elite. In fact, according to the local civil servants, they should cash out all of it, although the governor's office has been discussing the issue of preserving legal property with the Congress party. But it must be admitted that most of the local civil servants say that Indians are not trustworthy. Norman Brooke said slowly, if the situation this year is the same as last year, we can still draw the same amount of funds from the major colonies as last year, and the short-term debt has been cleared. If this amount of funds is added, it will be more than enough to achieve the goal. Norman Brooke spoke for justice, mainly because he was moved by India's great act of saving lives and healing the wounded as a drug testing site, and it had absolutely nothing to do with the bribery of American companies because of the drug testing site. At present, Norman Brooke and Edward Bridges have a consensus that the status and welfare of civil servants in the future will largely depend on the existence of colonies. This is a consensus formed in the 2 years of experience in British India. By the way, Prime Minister, the civil servants in British India also have some opinions on several issues concerning the princely states in British India. I can take this opportunity to talk to the Prime Minister. Norman Brooke took the initiative to ask, I wonder if the Prime Minister has time. Please sit down, Norman. Of course I have time. Prime Minister Attlee expressed his interest very leniently. Last year, the global colony's income of £600 million was based on the plan of the German British occupied zone and British India to fly together. Of course, British India was tossed around a lot, and at the same time, Germany and the British occupied zone were not having a good time. More than 20 million Germans in the entire British occupied zone worked hard for a year in vain. But this income is not all. The figures of the transfer of property from the major princely states to British banks are not included in this figure. Norman Brooke first talked about this matter. The Maharaja of Hyderabad, Ali Khan, alone transferred dozens of tons of gold and jewelry, as well as a large amount of pounds and dollars. There were also other princely monarchs. It can be said that almost everything that could be moved was transferred out. What about these princely states? Politicians in London believed that the relationship between the British government and India and the princely states was very special. As soon as the British rule in India ended, the power and responsibility of the British over the princely states would end. In terms of taking money to do things, Alan Wilson was definitely a model. He mentioned the status of Hyderabad in the telegram. We can't take care of them now. Of course, we can try our best to speak for them. It also depends on where the bottom line of the Congress party and the Muslim League is. Prime Minister Attlee shook his head and said, of course we still have hope. I hope they won't be so tough on this issue. This is similar to the judgment of local civil servants, but local civil servants have an idea through the Northern Rhodesian incident to see if they can use the safety of overseas Indians to make the other party give in. I didn't hear about this. Prime Minister Attlee shook his head directly, which was also a statement on this matter. If it works, it would be the best, but he still knows what happened in Northern Rhodesia. As a politician, Attlee must not make up his mind to use this very vicious method. If it is leaked, it will be a huge blow to his image. He said he didn't hear it, which was a statement. In the entire British colonial system, Indians enjoyed a higher status and privileges than almost all other colonial people except the European dominions. They became the right-hand man of the British Empire to rule these countries and regions. Even the governors and commissioners of the British Empire's African colonies publicly advocated that the areas under their jurisdiction should be developed into the Americas of Indians. Alan Wilson knew this voice. He even knew that there were also colonial chief executives who believed that the local indigenous people should be replaced by Chinese. They were still a minority. There were many Indian groups in the British Empire's colonies in Africa, especially in East Africa. This was the natural condition for the emergence of a wave of typography in Northern Rhodesia. The British Empire regarded British India as the center of ruling the entire Indian Ocean, but now that British India was going to be independent, the previous Indian helpers had become a burden. In fact, some places did not need Indian helpers at all, and the British Empire could manage them completely by itself. Civil servants in British India also had to go somewhere, and they could not all return to their homeland to cause employment pressure. Norman Brooke did not get a definite answer from Prime Minister Attlee about the princely states and overseas Indians, so he talked about the last question, and explained what quantitative easing is. Printing money? Will this cause the collapse of the local currency? Attlee frowned. What kind of bad idea is this? Local civil servants decided to print a sum of money at the last moment of British India, and distribute it to local people as welfare. This will certainly cause the rupee to depreciate to a certain extent, but after calculation, there are still many benefits. On the one hand, it will win people's hearts, and on the other hand, the rupee will depreciate, and the pound will be relatively stable. Whose opinion is this local civil servant? Prime Minister Attlee thought for a while and asked. It's the Assistant Commissioner of British India. Norman Brooke hesitated and finally answered. HU. Alan Wilson sneezed and apologized to Ronald Koeman, the representative of Merck Group. It's a bit rude. I don't know what the results of Merck's investigation are. I must solemnly remind you that the power is still in our hands. Once you talk to the Indians, it won't be so convenient. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. Good news at the opening. Alan Wilson really didn't understand why the other party hesitated. British India was the most suitable drug testing site on the planet for 3 reasons. First, the regulations were loose and the threshold was low. Second, India had a huge population, extensive genetic diversity, and various conditions. Third, doctors were a respected profession. All doctors could speak English, and hospitals could open their doors to facilitate communication with drug companies. The conditions were so good, what else was there to hesitate about? If you miss this opportunity, you will never have it again. I have to admit that Mr. Ronald is the most cautious American I have ever met. Alan Wilson sighed. So who is the most decisive person Mr. Allen has met? Ronald Coleman asked curiously. Joan Crawford? Greta Garbo? No, Greta Garbo is Swedish, and Joan Crawford is more direct. Alan Wilson answered. The representative of the US Steel Company is much more decisive than you, and is very courageous in business negotiations. After all, our company is different from the US Steel Company, and there is a gap in strength. In fact, Merck is not without mental preparation for some related expenses. Ronald Koeman hesitated and said, coming to India to conduct drug trials, there are also investments in many places. For example, Alan Wilson looked straight at the other party, wanting to hear what additional investment there is. For example, recruiting personnel, setting up test facilities, etc. Ronald Koeman said this, and happened to see Alan Wilson laughing, and asked unhappily, I don't know what Mr. Allen is laughing at. I'll give it to you. What do you like? Just tell me directly. Alan Wilson said very generously. The old imperialists are also very stubborn, and don't feel embarrassed at all. First of all, don't look at what time it is now. British India in 1947 is almost the same as the Soviet Union under Goddard, which is basically another version of the disintegration of the Soviet Union. And he, the Assistant Commissioner of British India, is doing the same thing as the oligarchs who rose in the late Soviet Union. In fact, they can be called the same type of people, but the Soviet Union is really gone, India is gone, and the British Empire has other colonies. Of course, there are still some differences in reality. He will not take the oligarch route. On the contrary, he may give birth to a group of oligarchs in India. He has kept the records of the talks with Indian business families some time ago, and even recordings and photos in the dark. Nehru came to power to get close to the leadership of socialism. If these Indian family businesses are not obedient, he will hand over these meeting records to Nehru, so that these future Indian tycoons will know the consequences of betraying the British Empire. Even if Nehru will not kill all these families, but only choose 1 or 2 families to establish his authority, these families will not be able to bear it. No one wants to be the unlucky one who is killed as a warning to others. Does everyone think that they are fine? Louis XVI's diary also wrote on the day of the coup, "Nothing happened today. Khodorkovsky's important battle to become an oligarch, that is, the ownership of Yukos Oil Group, relied on the Loan for Stock Plan. Khodorkovsky got Yukos through the Loan for Stock Plan. The Loan for Stock Plan was invented by another oligarch, Vladimir Potanin, who was called a noble by Freeland. He wanted to use it to get the Norsk nickel plant that he had long coveted. This was one of the clients that his Bank had integrated after the collapse of the Soviet banking system. Potanin wanted to become the owner of this company, but he did not suggest buying the company at a low price, which was too obvious. Instead, he promised to use a loan in exchange for the management rights of the company. This was the prototype of the Loan for Stock Plan. The Loan for Stock Plan was essentially to buy Yukos with Yukos money. As a civil servant of the British Empire, he just had to do the opposite of this plan. Merck Group did not bribe loyal and honest imperial civil servants even $1. All the expenses were incurred in the purchase of facilities, equipment, venues, etc. in British India. These are all normal expenses. Alan Wilson just made this deal on behalf of London. The whole process is reasonable and legal, and there will be no handle. As for why the purchase cost so much, isn't it very simple? Everything in British India has to start all over again. The initial investment in any business is amazing and very reasonable. Alan Wilson made several guarantees to Merck Group. Out of his agreement with the concept of saving lives and healing the wounded in British India, the governor's office will transfer a batch of public hospitals to Merck Group. In terms of law, he will personally preside over the revision to facilitate drug trials. He will also come forward to get the doctors he needs. If the central government can't do it, the provincial government will do it. In short, everything is on Alan Wilson's shoulders, opening the door for major pharmaceutical companies to enter India. After listening to Alan Wilson's words, Ronald Colman exclaimed in his heart that the old imperialism is invincible. The British bureaucrats in front of him could actually do this. If the other party is an American, maybe it will be another Rockefeller or Morgan. If it was earlier, he might be a slave owner. Having said that, Ronald Koeman himself believed that, if Merck Group disagreed, it would be blasphemy against God, and commit all the sins that could be committed in the world. If Mr. Allen can do this, we have no reason to disagree. Ronald Koeman said with finality, "I will settle this matter with the headquarters immediately." That's right, this is time and money. Alan Wilson said calmly, "How fast the world changes. If you don't get ahead, you may become a laggard." The matter of the drug testing site was finally settled, and he immediately reported the good news to the two civil servants. Not only should the matter of saving the dying and the wounded not be concealed, but it should be publicized with great fanfare. This is not a bad thing. After all, India is a powerful country with a lot of influence. Only when there is a sign of independence, pharmaceutical companies from all over the world flock to help the powerful country eliminate various diseases. Isn't it okay? Then the next stage of work is to issue a licensing system. Not all pharmaceutical companies can come in. The number of places is limited, so hurry up and buy it. If you miss this village, there will be no such store. India's licensing system was promulgated by Nehru in 1955 in order to restrict foreign investment and develop industry behind closed doors. The licensing system controls every link of production, investment and foreign trade. The licensing economy limits the scope and intensity of market competition. The original intention was for Nehru to prevent India from being dumped by industrial powers after its independence. Of course, there are also negative results, such as suppressing innovation and protecting backwardness and conservatism. It is harder than climbing to the sky to continue to increase per capita national income on such economic soil. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, India was almost forced into a corner. The country's financial situation was extremely bad, and the Rao cabinet had to start reforms, and India's economic government changed rapidly. The core content of Rao's reform is extremely difficult and easy, but it is actually aimed at the licensing system. Direct competition is not okay, and completely avoiding competition with foreign countries is not okay, but Alan Wilson believes that this is not Nehru's fault. There is nothing wrong with a newly born country adopting measures to protect domestic products. Nehru was not wrong to think so, at least it was not wrong in Nehru's time. It is easy to blame Nehru for the unchanging later generations. It is also because of the licensing system that Alan Wilson quickly cashed out the British industries that he still has in his hands. It is indeed unsafe. After reaching a consensus with the representatives of Merck Group, Alan Wilson returned to the governor's mansion and met Pamela Mountbatten and asked, "Have you registered a pharmaceutical company? I'll leave a license for your company. Registering a company is not difficult, but we don't have the talent. Our family has never been engaged in this industry before. Now we have a company, but it's just a shell company. We are not in the country now, so it's too late to poach people." Pamela Mountbatten said with some trouble, "How about I ask Patricia to help run it? Your sister?" Alan Wilson pondered for a moment and said, "In fact, it's not that troublesome. Companies like Bayer and Igfarben have many talents in chemical and pharmaceutical industries. We can just recruit them, if we have the chance. Some people from Igfarben Chemical are in prison." Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and said, "Are you confused? They can be released, if they are in prison." Alan Wilson snorted and laughed. The Nuremberg trials were over, and the remaining small fry could not be detained for a long time. They would be released sooner or later anyway, so it would be better for him to release them than for others to do so. Even early release can be arranged, or even parole can be granted, so that the talents of these chemical and biological giants can have a chance to reform. Nehru was already the Deputy Prime Minister of British India. This matter was not hidden from Nehru, and there was no need to hide it. If Alan Wilson wanted to, he could certainly hide it. Not only did he not hide it, but he took the initiative to find Nehru himself and mentioned it. Of course, he made some changes in the words, saying that Merck Group took the initiative to find him and wanted to do follow-up research on infectious diseases in British India and establish a scientific research institution. Alan, although this is a good thing, why would an American company do this? Nehru asked suspiciously. Maybe it's to show the difference from the British Empire. A group of country bumpkins always want to prove something in front of their father. Alan Wilson sneered twice and openly humiliated the Americans. As soon as they saw that India was going to be independent, they couldn't wait to show their goodwill. Who doesn't know their little thoughts? Chapter 346, Public Travel. Even Nehru could not tell that Alan Wilson was lying, because his contempt for the United States was genuine, completely instinctive, with both the contempt brought by memories of his past life and the anger of being a British in this life, and seeing the hegemony belonging to Britain being taken away bit by his rebellious son. Not to mention Nehru alone, even if Mossad, KGB, MI6, and CIA joined forces, they would only come to the conclusion that Alan Wilson was expressing his true feelings. At least now, part of British India is in Nehru's hands. Today is different from the past. Nehru, who is already shaking, does not have to swallow his anger like before. Patel is no longer a concern, and the situation has been initially controlled. Although Nehru could not be said to be retaliating against Alan Wilson, a British man who had contradicted him several times, he also took a high-profile attitude. "Mr. Allen, please sit down. Is there any misunderstanding between us, or do you look down on Indians in your heart? I'm not mentally prepared for this." Alan Wilson smiled and sat down very generously, saying, "Personally speaking, I keep a normal attitude towards any ethnic group, even black people, and I don't despise them. I just avoid them if I can't stand them. The reason for the several conflicts with Mr. Nehru is very simple. I'm British, and I have to serve the interests of the British Empire. I have worked in British India for a long time, and I have a little understanding of Indians. It is precisely because of this understanding that I stopped a series of actions by the Congress Party." Although Nehru was the reason for returning to Europe before, Alan Wilson was just a small shrimp at that time, and even Nehru himself had forgotten it, so Alan Wilson naturally would not always be jealous. But when it comes to national interests, it is different. It is not before the age of discovery, and everyone knows how big the earth is. You eat more, I eat less. Unless technology explodes again to make the cake bigger, we will inevitably face the problem of dividing the cake. Then the question is, he was born in the 1920s, and it is very reasonable for him to die in 2000, considering his longevity. At least there was no technological explosion at that time. All countries are tapping their internal potential and waiting for their opponents to die suddenly. Britain is just an insignificant member. The United States is obsessed with tapping potential to the point where most people in the country become moonlighters. They dare not stop for a moment, otherwise there will be endless chain bankruptcies. The previous rejection of the Congress Party's proposals was out of precautionary considerations to prevent India from developing to an uncontrollable level. It is not entirely true that Alan Wilson does not want India to live well after independence. He hopes that India will live well after independence, but definitely not better than Britain. Any trend that may lead to such consequences should be ruthlessly cut off. Alan is really honest. I don't know whether I should believe you or not. Nehru shook his head in surprise. You are very sincere in your words, but now you come to discuss disease control with me? You seem to have violated your previous image again. Which side are you on? The winning side. Alan Wilson answered concisely. British India's independence is a foregone conclusion, and nothing can reverse it, unless the locals organize an expeditionary force to fight the Indians to the death. The efforts to maintain British India are in vain, and the work must continue. This is professional. That's called professionalism. Nehru raised his eyebrows and agreed. It's a pity that you are here. If it were before, you would definitely be a hypocritical colonial official. There are not many people as shameless as you. It can also be called a flexible moral bottom line. Alan Wilson corrected calmly. Speaking this way seems less hurtful, while taking into account the need to express a position and calm the situation. And respected Deputy Prime Minister Nehru, I don't know if I should say this. Nationalism is a double-edged sword, and it should be used with caution. Not everyone is at a moral disadvantage under a colonial government like the British Empire. There are still many countries in the world that do not owe India. Just like I said before, don't think that India is bigger than Bhutan, Sikkim, and Nepal. The world war has been fought, and there will be no more wars to change territory. To be honest, the Congress Party gained support by opposing the British Empire under the banner of independence. British India is really a colonial government. The British Empire has no foothold in this regard. Suppress it. The British government, which is now in debt, does not have money. But it is different after independence. No other country owes India. If Nehru is forced to hit the Himalayas again, and ends up with a bloody head, it can only be said that it is his own fault. Are you warning me? Nehru was a little amused, but he still revealed his imperialist nature. He just said that he was professional, and now he is teaching him how to do things. In my personal name. Alan Wilson did not deny that he had done everything he should have done. Recently, he has been thinking about whether there is anything missing, but there is really not a drop left. Finally, it is time to dawdle and wait to return to the mainland. For a while, Alan Wilson was a little bored. This beautiful country finally became cheap to the Indians. Damn. Sometimes I think that a system that allows opposing voices to speak is not a good system. He is sure that if it is a centralized country, India will never be so independent. If it is any dynasty in China, overthrowing the current dynasty must pay the price of half of the population. Even France did not withdraw from the colonies without firing a shot. As a result, now Alan Wilson has to discuss the license with Nehru, who has already grasped some power. Although Alan Wilson finally achieved his goal, because it is not worth arguing between the two, but this feeling is very uncomfortable. Do you deserve the surname Zao? Alan Wilson, who had gotten the license done, did not immediately report the good news to Muck Group. Instead, he took out the textbook that was not given to Malaya and supplemented it with the part about population loss during the changes of dynasties. There was no special meaning. Reading history makes people wise. Learning from the past can help us know the future. Doing things requires a price. This is a truth that all adults should understand. There was no threat at all. After informing Ronald Colman that the license had been done, Alan Wilson, who had been thinking about how to deal with the independence of British India almost, even when he was sleeping for more than a year, felt a sense of emptiness. No matter how much money he was greedy for, he could not make up for the fact that a colony with an area of 4 million square kilometers and hundreds of millions of people was about to become independent. Alan, what's wrong with you? Pamela Mountbatten touched the man's face and asked with great concern. I feel lost, but I have to pretend to be open-minded and put on a smile to congratulate the Indians. Alan Wilson pouted and told the truth. I have never been so eager to leave this subcontinent. Pamela Mountbatten remained silent. She heard from her mother that her father Mountbatten, the Governor General, also felt lost because British India had entered the independent track. Now it seems that her man is the same. Just thinking about how to comfort her, Alan Wilson suggested to travel around this subcontinent while British India was still there. The Viceroy's daughter agreed. The most important thing is that her man is happy. What's wrong with the daughter and son-in-law of the Indian Viceroy traveling around? Traveling eventually became a job. The places Alan Wilson set for travel were all princely states, starting from the southernmost princely state in the subcontinent and ending in Kashmir. He wanted to cultivate feelings with the Maharajas of the major princely states. Travancore is a powerful state in South India. It is also the most powerful state among the current British Indian states. It is next to Mysore, which is where Alan Wilson wants to go. So this trip began. With the consent of Governor Mountbatten, to left New Delhi. As for Arnold Coleman, the old way was to contact him through Alizar in Hyderabad. Some states with larger areas and larger populations, such as Hyderabad, Mysore, Indore, Jammu and Kashmir, Travancore, Junagadh, etc., appealed to Mountbatten himself. They hoped to continue to maintain their independence and repeatedly requested the British government to allow them to remain in the Commonwealth as dominions. Alan Wilson would definitely agree, but he was not the governor, but it didn't matter. He was willing to have some exchanges on this. Half a month later, the two and the soldiers who followed them had arrived in the territory of Travancore and began their journey to make friends with the Maharajas of various states. Work without forgetting entertainment and travel is also going on at the same time. Here, on the left, the common rose steeply, and on the right, a narrow line of larch and beech woods, with a few scattered willows, stretched out to the valley between the road and the first long and high hill on the whole moor. This place, between the golden gorse and the green and fluffy willows, that exuded the scent of lemon in the setting October sun, looking out over the deep valley, and up over the long moorland hills, seemed to suit the decisive nature of a watercolor painter who loved the wonders of the world. Pamela Mountbatten liked this place very much, so she stopped the car here and decided to have a picnic here. Alan Wilson naturally had no objection to this. What was there to object to? His father was the Governor General of British India, and at least for now, this title was still very impressive. However, as soon as Alan Wilson got off the car, he saw a mound of earth. Although he was not a superstitious person, he was not prepared to share a picnic with a grave. So he pulled Pamela back into the car and found another place. Anyway, they were not very hungry, so it would be nice to walk around. Chapter 347 Withdrawal Plan. The purpose of this visit to the various princely states included, but was not limited to, giving certain advice on the future development of British India. At this time, Nehru was a socialist in Alan Wilson's mouth. The princely states could not exist for a long time, and because of the problem of international trade settlement of the pound, London would most likely not express its position on the princely state issue. In other words, it would not risk a falling out with independent India and support the various princely states. The future of the princely states was only in their own hands. After paying attention to the transfer of property, Alan Wilson was slightly relieved by the private army situation in the various princely states. At this time, he, a small colonial official, seemed to be moving against the tide of history and engaging in a futile moth to fire. After visiting the Travancore princely state, Alan Wilson began to head north, stayed in the Mysore princely state for a while, and then went to Hyderabad to meet the monarch Ali Khan. Ali Khan was probably the Indian whom Alan Wilson respected the most. After meeting Ali Khan, Alan Wilson apologized sincerely with an apologetic look on his face. "I have been working hard to save Hyderabad, hoping that London could warn the Congress party of its claims. But now it seems that a penny can make a hero fail. I have always seen the sincerity of Commissioner Allen." Although Ali Khan could not hide his disappointment, this disappointment was directed at the London government, not Alan Wilson. Although it has not been officially announced, the independence plan for British India is actually the partition of India and Pakistan. That is what Ali Jinnah advocated. There was no outsider, so Alan Wilson told Ali Khan the confidential news. "Oh, there is no explanation for the future of the princely states?" Ali Khan sighed. After listening to this mixed news, "I don't know if this is good news or not. The major princely states have called for joining the Commonwealth in the form of a dominion, but London has not responded. According to domestic assessments, in order to forcibly suppress India's momentum for independence, 500,000 British troops need to be stationed in British India. There were not so many British troops stationed in British India during the World War. Alan Wilson complained helplessly, "My previous work in promoting disarmament was to weaken the strength of the Indian army as much as possible. The key to how to have troops to protect ourselves lies in the issue of Kashmir. My personal suggestion is to regard the direction of Kashmir as the key to resolving the status of the princely states. There is only one chance, and it must not be missed." Alan Wilson analyzed for Ali Khan. Everyone knows the situation in Kashmir. With Hindu monarchs and pacifist people, the outbreak of war is a high probability event. Once India and Pakistan fight over that place, you can go there without hesitation. This is the only chance to force the Congress party to submit. This was not the first time he talked about the Kashmir issue. He even talked about it with Ali Jinnah earlier. After the Kashmir issue arose, India actually acted more decisively than Pakistan. Pakistan was hesitant at the beginning and sent private troops, while India sent regular Indian troops. In the previous disarmament, the British Indian government consciously disbanded the Indian army and retained a large number of Sikh troops. In order to prevent it from being too obvious, Nehru must have fewer cards than in history at the beginning after independence. Of course, this cannot be concluded that Nehru did not dare to go to war. After all, Kashmir is the hometown of the Nehru family. The founding leader lost his hometown. This seems to be a humiliation for Nehru. Alan Wilson and Ali Jinnah talked about Kashmir, which was not without any effect. With the reminder, Ali Jinnah might not have used tribal armed forces to fight against the Indian regular army at the beginning. If India and Pakistan fought in Kashmir, Ali Khan could unite other large princely states to put pressure on New Delhi, and it might not be impossible to buy a few years. It is not necessary to kill Hyderabad and Junagadh in an instant, like at the beginning. Maybe it can slow down the pace of India's unification. Slowing down is right. At present Alan Wilson can only use the word slowing down to describe it. After all, there are only a few powerful princely states, and they are not bordering each other. Remember to contact the Portuguese when the time comes. The Portuguese are also very willing to make friends with friends, like Maharaja Ali Khan. Finally, Alan Wilson said, "I'm thinking about the British Army's evacuation plan. Some British troops want to evacuate to Junagadh to prevent Nehru from making rash moves. It is more difficult for Hyderabad. The princely state of the Maharaja is inland. We can never withdraw troops to the inland, right? The British army evacuated to Junagadh. The Indian army wanted to rush into Junagadh under the noses of the British army, overthrow the monarch, and hold a referendum to merge Junagadh into India. This operation requires a lot of courage. If the peace-loving monarchs of Hyderabad and Junagadh were safe and sound when the Indo-Pakistani war began, they would be able to provide support to Pakistan, even if it was just verbal support. In fact, it was not enough. It would be best if the Portuguese also announced the contents of the secret agreement and attributed the occupied land to Portuguese Goa. In that case, with the support of the Portuguese, India would be more cautious. If Alan Wilson had not been worried about the protracted war and the Communist Party of India, which was most likely to develop in the war, coming to power, he would definitely have formulated a joint combat plan. The Indians would have gained independence on the first day and a full-scale war would have broken out on the second day. After leaving Hyderabad, Alan Wilson went directly to Goa to enjoy the rare Christian atmosphere in the subcontinent and think about what he could do under the inspiration of God. The Bomb Church has a holy garden and a baroque staircase. The Bomb Abbey was initiated and built by Bishop Braga in 1723. The different levels, the colonnades on the granite steps and the white plaster walls seem to be dissolved into an architectural impression, attracting your attention to the church standing on the top of the mountain. Boxwood, camellia, and rhododendrons form a beautiful spring landscape. In this scene, Alan Wilson knelt on one knee, took out the ring he had prepared, and put it on Pamela Mountbatten's finger. Another ring. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and looked at the spire of Bomb Abbey expectantly. "Don't you want to say something? I'm not good at talking, so just be direct. Can you marry me?" Alan Wilson looked up and said very obediently, "I wonder if Miss Pamela is willing to be Mrs. Wilson." She stretched out her hand and took the initiative to put on the ring. Pamela Mountbatten looked at the ring on her finger and said, "What do you think?" This proposal scene was actually very clean, and there were only a few soldiers who followed as witnesses. Alan Wilson did not forget the soldiers who protected Pamela Mountbatten. He paid an extra sum of hard work money and invited a few soldiers to dinner. For the stingy man, this was definitely an investment. He gave dollars, but he forgot which group of American guests he received. He had received several groups of American guests, so how could he remember it so clearly? When Alan Wilson was not stingy, it was only limited to his wife and ladies of equal status. He always treated others with plucking feathers. Some soldiers even thought he was a good person and the Vice King's daughter had found a good match. The poor guards were deceived by Alan Wilson's hypocritical appearance. It must be said that his acting skills had made amazing progress. Thanks to Greta Garbo, who often gave him extra lessons when she was in New Delhi, there were still gains from going out. One of them was to settle the matter with Pamela Mountbatten. Another point was that he always felt that the work had not been done well. He always strictly required his assistant, the British Indian Commissioner, to start drawing up a withdrawal plan for the British troops stationed in India. Inspiration needs different ways to inspire, so that you can always squeeze it out. In the end, Alan Wilson was inspired by his civil service work and decided not to go to Kashmir for the time being. Formulate a plan for the withdrawal of British troops stationed in India and the transfer of arms. There is nothing to say about the Navy. No large warships need to be transferred. The Andaman Islands were almost built before the riot. They can be put into use directly at that time. Moreover, Maclean has signed a treaty with Ceylon. The port of Ceylon will serve as the Indian Ocean port of the Royal Navy for a long time. Mainly in terms of the army, Alan Wilson thinks that heavy weapons can be transferred in areas where pacifists gather. As for the British troops stationed in India in areas where Hindus gather, all heavy weapons must be taken away. The evacuation should look like an evacuation. From now on, the contact of Indian assistance with the production process should be strictly controlled. The production lines of major arsenals can be left behind, but the drawings must not be left behind. From now on, the heads of local factories can decide on the sale of steel and coal stockpiled by arsenals. Of course, it is best to share the benefits equally and not eat alone. The withdrawal routes of the major British military bases. The British troops on the east coast of the subcontinent directly entered Ceylon, the Andaman Islands, British Malaya and British Burma, and the withdrawal routes on the west coast were divided into two parts, one into Portuguese Goa, and the other into the Junagadh state. I hope that by that time, the Indo-Pakistani War has already broken out, and the civil war has broken out in the former colonies. It is not too much for the army of the former colonial power to wait and see. It is simply very reasonable. The institutions of the three countries of Bhutan, Sikkim and Nepal in the north, will be temporarily retained, and not included in the evacuation. As for where the British troops on the west coast will eventually evacuate, Alan Wilson thinks that the British forces in the Gulf region should be strengthened. After the withdrawal plan was formulated, he began to annotate reasonable explanations for why the withdrawal was made in this way. Then he sent a telegram to London and waited for feedback from London. The British troops stationed in India will definitely not return to China. Civil servants need jobs when they return to China. Can soldiers not need them when they return to China? Or should soldiers tighten their belts and not cause trouble for the country? The British troops stationed in India who withdraw from British India will definitely go to other colonies and will not cause trouble for the tense employment situation in the country. Chapter 348 Successful Progress. At present, the British Empire has not only a large number of troops stationed abroad, not counting the troops stationed in the British occupied areas in Europe. At present, when British India has not yet become independent, the foreign troops are mainly concentrated in three places, with the troops in the Suez Canal, British India and British Malaya, with 80,000, 60,000 and 40,000 troops respectively. Among them, the 40,000 troops stationed in British Malaya are actually part of the 100,000 troops stationed in British India before. Of course, Britain also has troops stationed in the Persian Gulf region, but compared with the above three places, it can be ignored. Alan Wilson thinks that the troops withdrawn from British India can be dispersed to Malaya and the Persian Gulf. It is always a good thing to strengthen the presence in the Persian Gulf, and it can avoid being suspected by the Soviet Union, because in the Middle East, the influence of the British Empire only includes Iran, but it is definitely not limited to Iran. Iraq, Kuwait, Oman, and even Saudi Arabia all have British companies' share of oil. In fact, the situation in Iran is just one of them. The withdrawal of the British troops stationed in India will definitely not be completely laid off, and the places where the British troops stationed in India are separated must be considered. The economic development of the British Empire is inseparable from Asia. Without the support of Asian resources, the British Empire will not be able to develop. For the interests of Britain, Britain must master the Suez Canal at all costs, the shortest waterway for Britain. Britain hopes to control the Suez Canal. In this way, the Strait of Gibraltar at the western exit of the Mediterranean and the Suez Canal at the eastern exit of the Mediterranean are both controlled by Britain, and the Mediterranean will become a British inland lake. However, in Alan Wilson's view, the Persian Gulf is also very important, and the Egyptian issue is not completely unsolvable. Aren't there still Copts who can be used? Now there are still 10 years before the Suez Canal War, and there are still many remedies. He can let Portugal introduce peaceful believers, to create a protective layer, to protect Goa from the infiltration of Hindus. It is also entirely possible for the Copts, to create a protective layer on both sides of the Suez Canal. There is still time, and the issue of the Suez Canal can be temporarily ignored. The Persian Gulf is more important in Alan Wilson's telegram. The reasonable explanation given to London in the telegram is that the Persian Gulf is not far from India. Once India and Pakistan fight after independence, the British troops stationed in the Persian Gulf can quickly play a role. Besides, there are Indian communities in the Persian Gulf. British India is the colony with the highest status except for the white dominions. This is definitely not nonsense. Of course, from the moment of British India's independence, the status of Indians no longer exists. In the future, they will only be killed to get the eggs. For example, in order to prove to the Copts that the peace believers will cleanse these Christians after Egypt's independence. How to prove this? It is definitely not enough to just say it. The peace believers need to really do it. Then the role of the Indian community in the Middle East is reflected. It is best to use bloodbaths to prove this to the Copts. In terms of provoking conflicts, Alan Wilson has learned the essence of the Indian community in his work experience in British India. He said that the Copts are basically direct descendants of the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians are the oldest nation on the African continent and have created a brilliant culture. Its birthplace is the middle reaches of the Nile River. The Coptics are descendants of Arabs. Egypt itself is a country of Copts. The current Egypt is not qualified to be called Egypt. It is the Arabs who invaded the country of the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. How simple it is. The Copts account for about 1/6 to 1/5 of the Egyptian population. Although they are not like the Coptics in British India who account for more than 1/4 of the total population, they definitely have the conditions for division. If the work of British India can become a useful experience for the British Empire, then since British India can be divided, Egypt can also be divided. I don't know if any British people have thought of this in history, but it doesn't matter. Alan Wilson thought of it, and not only thought of it, but also said it in the telegram. If the rule in Egypt cannot be maintained, then it is natural to follow the experience of the division of British India. Separate the two sides of the Suez Canal and the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt. The current population of Egypt is 16 million. It is very convenient to count the Egyptians living along the Nile River. Even if Alan Wilson has missed some, there are currently 20 million people in Egypt. There are also 3 or 4 million Copts. It is definitely easier to support 3 or 4 million Copts through the Suez Canal than to support Egyptians. After independence, the Copts will certainly face hostility from the Egyptians, so the British Army can take advantage of the situation and not leave. Although this assumption is a bit wishful thinking, if we start working in this direction from now on, it may not be impossible to succeed. The first prerequisite is that once British India is independent, India and Pakistan should fight and let the peaceful Christians in the Middle East bloodbath the Indian community. provoking hostility from peaceful Christians against Indians, killing Indians to honor Copts, while sending telegrams. Alan Wilson himself felt that any prime minister was just for fun, and he was the most suitable person to lead the British Empire. "I knew you were here." The door of the telegraph room was pushed open, and Pamela Mountbatten poked her head in, with an expression on her face that I didn't expect. "Where should I send the telegram to?" "London, Whitehall." Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief to calm his frightened heart, and continued to work hard to make ends meet. Pamela Mountbatten believed the man's explanation unconditionally, because she had seen that there was a huge amount of content on the paper in front of Alan Wilson. This man was like this. Once there was something important, he would send a book by telegram. With this preparation, Pamela Mountbatten came in directly and sat aside waiting for Alan Wilson to finish his work. For a long time, Alan Wilson stretched his waist, took a long breath to relieve his fatigue, and then tilted his head and raised his head. Pamela Mountbatten understood and said directly, "I talked to my mother about our relationship. She asked me if I wanted to get engaged here or back to London. Can I stay in London this month?" Alan Wilson frowned. Now is almost the time when the foggy city can show its style the most. He was anxious. Pamela Mountbatten was so happy that she even lost her words. "Are you so impatient that you want to settle things right now?" In all honesty, Alan Wilson didn't mean that. He just thought that the air in London was really bad. However, seeing Pamela Mountbatten's eyebrows were raised, he knelt down on one knee, grabbed the girl's hand affectionately, rubbed his face and said, "I can't wait a moment. Originally, my parents wanted to go out like us, but now they are busy again." Pamela Mountbatten was a little embarrassed. "Then I will discuss with my parents and get engaged at the governor's mansion. As long as others are not entertaining the Mountbattens, it is the Mountbattens who are entertaining others." This statement is not an exaggeration at all. After knowing that the issue of British India would not be resolved in a short time, Mountbatten had let it go. In the 10 months from the beginning of the year to now, the expenses of the governor's mansion have skyrocketed. According to incomplete statistics, the number of guests attending Mountbatten's luncheon is about 5,000, and the number of guests attending the governor's mansion dinner is 6,000. This does not include the staff of the governor's mansion, all of whom are guests from India. When Sir Beran and Alan Wilson were in charge of the work before, they felt that they were already too much. Now it seems that civil servants are just for fun, and they are really relaxed. The aristocracy is so much higher than civil servants that I don't know where. Not counting lunch and dinner, 20,000 people visited the governor's mansion, because Mountbatten stipulated that the governor's mansion should hold 2 garden parties a week, a lunch with no less than 30 people every other day, and a large dinner on the days in between. In short, the schedule for a week is full, either a lunch or a dinner. In addition, he claimed that the door of the governor's mansion was open to people from all walks of life in India, who had never been to the governor's mansion. So far, 15,000 people from all walks of life in India have visited the governor's mansion. The governor's performance gave Sir Beran and Alan Wilson an illusion that they were actually very simple. In the afternoon, which was the limited free time for Governor Mountbatten, Alan Wilson pretended to be very cramped and sat in front of the governor and his wife. Today was the time for a luncheon, which meant that there would be no activities in the evening. After being poked by his wife Edwina Ashley, Mountbatten coughed softly and said, "Alan, I have already said that I don't care about your relationship with Pamela. Your relationship has been very stable along the way. My mood is quite complicated, but I also express my good wishes. You can feel it the most. Pamela loves you very much. I can feel it, and I'm grateful for this love given by God." Alan Wilson opened his mouth to show his loyalty. Although he was an atheist, who would know if he didn't say it? Now that things have come to this, we have to hold an engagement ceremony. Edwina Ashley said with a smile. "Louis and I also got engaged in New Delhi. It seems that our family has a good relationship with British India. I have no objection at all." Alan Wilson looked excited, like a pig eager to get cabbage. This made Governor Mountbatten feel very disgusted. He completely ignored the fact that he also called Edwina Ashley out of the country in British India and succeeded in getting her in a place where she was unfamiliar with. People are so double standard. Alan Wilson's behavior is not okay, but Mountbatten's behavior is okay. Alan Wilson finally passed the level today. He finally made progress with a heart of progress. Then they discussed the date of the engagement and the guests to be invited. Chapter 349, Critical Heart. He had worked hard in British India for more than a year, so he must have some friends. After all, he had been busy running around for a long time. How could he not have accumulated some connections? For example, the major princely states, as well as the Tatar, Burla and other families. Alan Wilson, who was squatting in the telegraph room, said, "Don't take the opportunity to give gifts. If you can't avoid it, just give a small gift, but show your affection. You can judge the scale yourself." You said it with great righteousness. You added this sentence in the telegram specifically. "Isn't it just to receive gifts?" Pamela Mountbatten curled her lips and disapproved of Alan Wilson's hypocritical behavior. Even if that's the case, you can't say it. Alan Wilson's face was stern, and then he boasted, "Isn't my contribution to the British Empire worthy of this treatment now? Does your contribution refer to corruption?" Pamela Mountbatten joked and made various ways to anger Alan Wilson. "How can I not contribute if I hadn't been busy all the time in British India?" "Forget it, you wouldn't understand, even if I told you." Alan Wilson choked back his words when they were on his lips, and he didn't want to argue with a woman. What he wanted to say was that if he hadn't exerted his greatest potential and formulated a plan to fly both wings, would Britain have been able to set a record of £600 million in tax revenue last year? Wasn't he contributing? The Malta-class aircraft carrier has been under construction, and it was not dismantled before it was built as in history. Now the aircraft carriers of the same class as the Midway and the aircraft carrier have been under construction, so he didn't have any credit? Alan Wilson was simply wronged. He had paid too much for this country. If the Malta-class aircraft carrier was directly dismantled, the Royal Navy would have to wait until the Queen Elizabeth class was commissioned in the 21st century before it could regain the feeling of a heavy aircraft carrier. The sea is the source of Britain's prosperity in the most important way: to trade with the outside world, expand its power, and exert its influence. Whether it is to use pounds for international trade or to transport raw materials from colonies and dump goods on them, it depends on ocean routes. For Britain, the sea is both the front and the rear. Wealth flows in from the sea, and threats also come from the sea. It is precisely because countless ships have been transporting the world's wealth to the British Isles day and night for 200 years, and because of the two major naval battles with the Sea Coachman and Spain, that determined the fate of the country, that this small island country can become the world hegemon. This is the fundamental reason why Britain is doing its best to maintain the world's most powerful navy. At least for now, Britain is still not ready to be marginalized. Alan Wilson has always regarded the so-called Labour Party's argument that it is a mistake for the country as a joke. The only solid evidence at present is that British India is really going to be independent. As for the rest, Alan Wilson remembered four things that the Conservative Party did in different eras. During World War II, Churchill terminated the alloy tube project, believed the American promise, and incorporated it into the Manhattan Project. As a result, the United States was not prepared to share the results of the nuclear bomb after the war. In 1956, Conservative Prime Minister Eden wanted to shake the prestige of old-fashioned imperialism and launch the Suez Canal War. As a result, Britain and France were directly stripped of their status under the threat of the United States and the Soviet Union, proving to the world that Britain and France were no longer countries of equal status with the United States and the Soviet Union. At the end of 1962, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, Conservative Prime Minister Macmillan and US President Kennedy signed the Nassau Agreement. According to the agreement, the United States provided Polaris submarine missiles to Britain on the condition that Britain must support the United States multilateral nuclear force plan, and the United States could use Britain's nuclear strike force through NATO, making Britain's nuclear force subordinate to the United States nuclear force. Only when Britain's highest interests were seriously threatened was Britain allowed to use its own nuclear force. From then on, Britain's nuclear weapons became what people called a subsidiary nuclear force without independent right of use. During Macmillan's tenure as Prime Minister, there was also the African Independence Year, and the number of colonies that broke away from Britain exceeded the area of British India. This also led to Charles de Gaulle's determination that Britain was a puppet of the United States and kept Britain out of the European community. In the 1980s, Mrs. Thatcher directly killed Britain's industry and carried out deindustrialization. From then on, the British Empire was left with only finance. From Churchill's termination of the Alloy Tube project, Eden's humiliation in the Suez Canal War, to Macmillan's abandonment of independent nuclear power and Thatcher's deindustrialization, I really don't know who has the face to mention the argument that the Labour Party has made mistakes. Any of these four things would be countless times bigger than the mistakes made by the Labour Party, let alone all of them. Thanks to the rich foundation of the British Empire, it was able to toss until the 1980s, before it lay down. What about the Soviet Union? It was directly knocked down by Goldberg's 5-year plan. Our Britain is far better than the Soviet Union. Churchill gave up the Alloy Tube project, and Attlee has been filling the gap since he came to power. In history, until he stepped down, the nuclear bomb was successfully tested. Alan Wilson hoped that with more financial investment, the progress of the Alloy Tube project could be faster. Even if it can't catch up with the Soviet Union, it shouldn't be too late. It's better to succeed before the outbreak of the war in Korea. In this way, facing the US request to send troops, there will definitely be more room for maneuver. With the multi-class aircraft carrier and nuclear bombs in hand, the situation will be much better than in history. The news that Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten would choose a date to get engaged also caused a stir in the small circle of London. Prime Minister Attlee was most concerned about the issue of British India. If there was another issue, it was the issue of the restoration of the British occupied areas, which could basically be regarded as one issue. At present, the problem of British India was all on Mountbatten. Upon learning that the Governor-General's daughter was going to get engaged, Prime Minister Attlee also sent a telegram to express his congratulations. Churchill also sent a telegram of congratulations. It was not just politicians who congratulated. Edward Bridges and Norman Brooke also learned of the news. Norman Brooke, holding the telegram in his hand, couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that Alan is not only professional in colonial issues, but also unique in this regard. Then we should also send a congratulatory telegram." Edward Bridges thought for a while and said, "If possible, transfer him back to the country. Apart from the matter of the pharmaceutical company, there is basically no major event. He has even formulated a withdrawal plan, so there should be no major event." Norman Brooke shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't know whether Beren should be happy or sad to have such a subordinate. But in what name, you know, he is very excited to go to Malaya to work directly." The two did not understand what Alan Wilson's spirit was for taking the initiative to work in the colonies. But the British Empire needed such a troublemaker, especially in the field of diplomacy, and it should have people like Alan Wilson. Hasn't he mentioned anything about Europe in his telegrams? Edward Bridges asked. "We can find where he can be of use." "Not really. He has always been concerned about Rolls-Royce's sale of engines to the Soviet Union, and has mentioned it in several telegrams. Compared to other things, this should be his biggest concern." I don't know if Governor Mountbatten listened to him, but he also mentioned it once, saying that the Soviet Union disregards intellectual property rights and requires the country to review Rolls-Royce's foreign trade. Either don't sell it at all, or make a big profit from the Soviet Union. Don't expect the Soviet Union to pay the patent fees on time. Rolls-Royce's engine foreign trade has been under review for several months, and this is not because Alan Wilson has much face. The one who has face is Mountbatten, the Governor-General of British India. The Prime Minister is so concerned about the problems of British India, and it is natural to respond to Mountbatten's concerns, so it has been under review. After Norman Brooke finished speaking, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he asked Edward Bridges. Edward, was he the one who came forward to talk to the Soviets during the Potsdam Conference? I think. Edward Bridges dragged out the tone and finally gave an affirmative answer. Yes, let him come back to deal with this matter and see if he can dispel the idea of working in the colonies and settle down in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Then after the pharmaceutical company and the license are settled and the engagement ceremony is over, he will be officially transferred back. Norman Brooke made the final decision. The issue of the pharmaceutical company and the license is still important. After all, it is the last large income of British India. Alan Wilson certainly disagrees with the two civil servants. They don't know how happy the heads of British Indian companies are now, stealing and selling the raw materials accumulated during the war. Of course, they can't move the factory out of India directly, but can't they sell it to local entrepreneurs who need it? Another gratifying thing is that his second iron box is finally full. Alan Wilson is like a farmer after the autumn harvest, with a face full of joy of harvest. Sometimes happiness is so simple that it does not need any grand scenes to set off, just like he is now. Although he is penniless, he is still very happy. This time the gift is in line with the standard of the gift is small, but the sentiment is great. Don't always give those conspicuous things like tiger skins and cars. He still has to sell the two big gifts. Just like now, it's good to get something that is calculated according to the procrastination but not conspicuous. This is in line with his clean character. I've been watching for several minutes. Pamela Mountbatten stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Alan Wilson's eyes. I'm drooling. I'm feeling the depravity of materialism with my heart. Only by seeing these things often can you not be confused by them. Alan Wilson wiped the corner of his mouth and said confidently, I'm not interested in money. If I want to, doing business will be much more successful than being a civil servant, and it will be easier. Chapter 350, Music and Dance. Oh, my Alan is the best. Pamela Mountbatten curled her lips and flattered with an admiring look. My dear, even if we have deep feelings, you can't insult me in this tone. Everything else is fine, but this sentence our Alan is the best completely angered Alan Wilson. This is clearly the tone he used to flatter India. Although it is not very aggressive, it is extremely insulting. It would be fine if she just didn't believe it, but she actually mocked her man. This is something a man can't stand. Alan Wilson can't accept this kind of insult, which involves the issue of future family status. If I can find a way for you to be a rocket, to enter the rich list, can I get a sincere apology? Alan Wilson closed and locked the iron box, and looked at his fiancée who was about to be engaged with a squint, with his hands on his waist. Richer than my mother? The Comet airliner doesn't count, as the project could fail, so it can't be used as a basis. So can stock trading. Oil can't be counted either, as the Persian Gulf is full of state-owned oil companies. Corruption is okay in the colonies, but not in China. Besides, how can a corrupt person make the rich list? Buying the bottom of German companies doesn't count either. Pamela Mountbatten counted on her fingers, filtering through the items one by one, and finally felt that it was about right. You'd better contact the noble class in the country, especially those families that have been affected by the war and have a hard time, and wait to gather together for warmth. Alan Wilson said with a high-handed attitude, when you become the spiritual leader of the noble class of the British Empire, dear, you will definitely thank me then. What exactly is it? Do you have to contact other nobles? Pamela Mountbatten was confused and kept asking. I'll tell you, when you've done it. Register an exploration company. Alan Wilson couldn't stand it anymore and said, you should know about the sale of Miss Orion mine. Is it very profitable? Let's just say this. Don't ask rashly. Why can Miss Orion mine be sold at a high price? The first is that it is easy to transport along the coast. The second is that the quality of the iron ore exceeds 60%. The Messaby Ridge iron mine, which was acquired by the Rockefeller family from the Germans and eventually sold to the Morgan family, has come to an end after decades of development. The quality of the iron ore is no longer as good as before. The iron content of the ore of the Messaby Ridge iron mine exceeds 70%. Without any treatment, it can be directly put into the furnace for smelting, becoming a raw material warehouse for the American steel industry, directly promoting the completion of the industrialization and urbanization process of the United States. The iron content of the ore of the Miss Orion mine has exceeded 60%, which is already a very rare mine in the world. The quality of the Messaby Ridge iron mine is 70%. If you compare it with China, you will know that the average quality of China's iron ore is 30%, which will cause a lot of extra costs. Even the average quality is poor. The average quality of iron ore in the world is 40%. Indian iron ore is better than Chinese iron ore, but of course the total volume cannot be compared. The quality of Australian iron ore is even higher than that of Messaby Ridge iron ore, and also higher than that of Vale in Brazil. It is still unique in the 21st century. The most important thing is that Australian iron ore has not been discovered yet. All Australian experts, scholars, and the Australian government are convinced that the country's iron ore reserves do not exceed 250 million tons. Therefore, in 1938, a ban on the export of iron ore was imposed, which would be implemented until 1960. Alan Wilson did not believe it. An iron ore would not run away. He would find it. After spending several years, Pamela Mountbatten was very obedient and did not ask. She thought that there must be news about the iron ore in a certain colony, and Alan Wilson knew it. This was not entirely true. Australia was not a colony a long time ago. Therefore, we cannot take the approach of eating alone. First, Pamela Mountbatten must win over a group of British nobles with status and influence. Let these nobles invest part of the funds and bind them together with shares. Then the second step is to talk with the dignitaries in Australia to form a transnational interest group. This will also be of great benefit to the British Empire. Binding Australia with interests and having the blessing of Australian iron ore, Alan Wilson dared to fight with Japan, which undertook the transfer of American industries in Malaya. Why does Japan, a colony of the United States, need such a high per capita income? Alan Wilson felt that it was very reasonable to give some to Malaya. The per capita income of Japan before the Plaza Accord was $11,000. He was not greedy. Considering the population ratio of Japan and Malaya, it was not excessive to let the Japanese share some. The per capita income of Malaya and Japan was $10,000. After all, in addition to population, Malaya has better natural land resources and better transportation by controlling the Strait of Malacca. As long as the British Empire and Australia are willing to give some support, this is not a problem. Of course, the problem at hand is that we cannot continue to have technology but no money. Britain is so poor that it even sells engines to the Soviet Union. This is just one aspect. Alan Wilson's proposal that the Netherlands lease battleships from Britain is just icing on the cake. Because this is what Prime Minister Attlee did in history, and it is also done now. In order to support France's return to Vietnam, the British Royal Navy leased a giant aircraft carrier to the French Navy. Britain gave the aircraft carrier to this opponent for hundreds of years, which shows that Prime Minister Attlee is really trying to keep warm. According to history, after the lease period expires, France will buy the aircraft carrier and rename it Romanches. During the Vietnam War, it participated in many battles in Southeast Asia. Its flying squadron supported the French troops stationed in Dien Bien Phu and assisted the evacuation of North Vietnamese refugees. All signs indicate that Attlee, the Labour Prime Minister, still wants to struggle during his term. Alan Wilson likes this Prime Minister very much, although the main reason is the nationalisation policy. He is a civil servant, and it is natural for civil servants to like state-owned enterprises. His engagement ceremony with Pamela Mountbatten also had an important function, which was to delay time. Since the problems of British India, especially the contradiction between the Congress Party and the Muslim League, have been clarified, Governor Mountbatten has been delaying time, holding banquets, playing music and dancing, and avoiding expressing his views on issues of tendency. Even the issue of princely states is the same. This makes the Congress Party full of doubts. Gandhi once pointed out that the princely states are the product of Britain and were established by the chiefs to weaken India's resistance to the British Empire. As long as Mountbatten encourages the princes to be independent, the Congress Party will think that Mountbatten is destroying the newly independent India by balkanizing India's legal territory and allowing the princely states, an artificial and undemocratic product of the times, to develop. The Muslim League also hopes that some princely states will be incorporated into Pakistan and therefore opposes their independence. Mountbatten tried to be vague as much as possible and actually did not want to solve this problem. Now that his daughter is getting engaged, he can pretend to be very busy and delay it. When the time for independence comes, you can cram at the last minute. It was not that he had no talent, but time was tight, so he had no time to think about the partition of India and Pakistan, and some policies had sequelae. Alan Wilson, who knew that he would never get the chance again, accepted all the gifts from all parties, fulfilled his promise to stand his last shift, and took the time to complete the drug trials and licenses. The hard work fee of 8 pharmaceutical companies totaled $1.5 million, which was waiting for the local civil servants to receive. He had a good chat with the major Indian compradors in the morning, and had a good time with the representatives of the princely states in the afternoon, just waiting for the day of the engagement ceremony. It was not just the people on the Indian side who were waiting. The 2 local civil servants were also waiting for the things here to be done, and then they would send him back to Europe with a transfer order. The invitation list drawn up by Mountbatten had a total of 3,000 people, involving all walks of life, the Congress Party and the Muslim League, as well as representatives of local Indian business families and princely states. The governor's office made careful preparations for this. Governor Mountbatten said that he must be frugal and set the banquet standards according to the minimum standards. Sir Baron agreed very much, but he didn't quite understand how to be frugal at a banquet for 3,000 people. However, since the governor said so, he pretended to do so, and there was no loss. Coming out of the governor's office, Sir Baron happened to see Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten, who came over. He couldn't help but sigh. Time flies so fast. It doesn't seem to have been too long since Alan came to New Delhi. It really hasn't been too long, Sir Baron. Alan Wilson replied politely. I have always been very grateful to Sir Baron for his care for 2 years. I have found my goal in life. Everything today is inseparable from your teachings. It's mainly because you work hard enough and are good at finding opportunities. Sir Baron was very satisfied when he heard Alan Wilson's words. Groot is a good child. He should be happy about it. It was a bit inappropriate to talk about the origin of the 2 people on this occasion, because it was caused by the Bengal famine. After all, there were Indian guests, and out of respect for their upcoming independence, the past should not be mentioned. On October 15th, the engagement ceremony of Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten began. For the Governor-General and his wife, except for some regrets that their eldest daughter Patricia could not come, the rest of the time was immersed in happiness. The Governor-General's mansion was very lively on this day. Everyone who came to the Governor-General's mansion was a guest, no matter what their beliefs were, whether they belonged to the Congress Party or the Muslim League, whether they were a businessman or a feudal prince. They all made Mountbatten very happy. Alan Wilson and Pamela Mountbatten also accepted everyone's blessings, and met Ali Jinnah, who was drinking, and nodded to each other. The leader of the Muslim League has always disdained the rules of the Peace Church. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.